high atop windswept plateaus, buried beneath the endless sands, and sealed behind hidden doors. Ancient Egypt left behind mysteries that continue to captivate historians and archaeologists to this day. For thousands of years, this extraordinary civilization constructed awe-inspiring pyramids, elaborate tombs, and monumental temples, each containing clues to questions that have baffled experts for generations. From the lost tombs of legendary pharaohs, hidden chambers beneath iconic monuments like the Sphinx, to unexplained artifacts and vanished cities, the sands of Egypt preserve some of history's most compelling unsolved puzzles. Tonight we'll explore these remarkable mysteries, all entirely real, thoroughly documented, and genuinely unresolved. No conspiracies or speculation needed. And as always with our videos, the visuals provided are simply there for added context. You won't need to watch them closely to follow along. Consider this video your background companion, perfect for keeping you company while you work, relax, study, or drift off to sleep. So settle in comfortably, grab a snack or a drink, and join us on a relaxing journey deep into the heart of history's greatest unsolved mysteries. High among Egypt's most intriguing mysteries is the question of where Queen Nefertiti was laid to rest. Nefertiti lived during one of ancient Egypt's most fascinating periods, the reign of Pharaoh Akhenaten. Together, Akhenaten and Nefertiti embarked on one of the most unusual experiments in Egyptian history, shifting worship from traditional Egyptian gods to a single deity, Aten, represented by the sun. This bold move had far-reaching consequences for Egyptian culture, religion, and politics. Nefertiti played a central role, serving as both queen and influential partner to Akhenaten. Her image, beautiful and enigmatic, has become iconic worldwide, thanks largely to the famous bust discovered by German archaeologists in 1912. Yet, despite her importance and the international recognition of her face, Nefertiti's tomb has never been conclusively found. This gap in our historical understanding has sparked countless searches and theories, drawing archaeologists from around the world into a decades-long quest to find her final resting place. Nefertiti lived around the 14th century BC during Egypt's 18th dynasty. Her name means, "the beautiful one has come," and she is depicted in art and inscriptions as a figure of grace and authority. Scholars generally agree she had significant power, perhaps even equal to Akhenaten in some ways. She appears frequently in scenes alongside the pharaoh, shown worshipping the sun disk Aten, receiving tribute, or even performing religious rituals usually reserved for kings. When Akhenaten died, Egypt experienced a rapid reversal in religious practices, returning to traditional gods and abandoning the city he built, Amarna. Because of this quick shift, much evidence of Akhenaten and Nefertiti's reign was deliberately erased, destroyed, or hidden away by successors seeking to distance themselves from the unconventional couple. This erasure has complicated the search for Nefertiti's burial place. Normally, queens were buried near their husbands, often in tomb complexes designed to celebrate their joint reign. Yet, Akhenaten's tomb at Amarna contained no sign of Nefertiti's remains. In fact, Akhenaten himself may have been moved after his burial. When his tomb was discovered in the early 20th century, it was empty except for fragments of a shattered coffin and damaged funerary equipment. This emptiness suggested he, and perhaps Nefertiti, were relocated elsewhere. Over the years, numerous theories have emerged about Nefertiti's final resting place. One prominent theory is that she was buried in the Valley of the Kings, possibly even in the tomb of her stepson, Tutankhamun. In 2015, British Egyptologist Nicholas Reeves made headlines worldwide when he suggested the presence of hidden chambers behind the walls of Tutankhamun's tomb. Reeves argued that Tut's tomb might originally have been designed for Nefertiti, whose burial chamber could lie undiscovered just meters away. Initial ground-penetrating radar scans supported Reeves's theory, indicating possible cavities or hidden rooms behind the tomb's decorated walls. However, subsequent scans and more detailed surveys yielded conflicting results. Follow-up investigations, conducted by National Geographic, Italian researchers, and Egyptian antiquities authorities, found discrepancies and ultimately concluded no additional chambers existed. Despite these official findings, some Egyptologists remain skeptical, suggesting different scanning techniques or higher resolution equipment could eventually reveal overlooked evidence, leaving room for continued exploration. Another possible burial site often discussed is Amarna, the city Akhenaten and Nefertiti built for Aten worship. The royal tombs there, carved into cliffs east of the city, contained burial chambers that were mysteriously empty or unfinished. Some Egyptologists have speculated that Nefertiti was originally buried at Amarna, but later moved to protect her from vandals and tomb robbers. No definitive archaeological evidence has confirmed this yet, but ongoing excavations at Amarna still hold the potential to yield clues. There's also the mystery of the so-called younger lady mummy discovered in tomb K535 in the Valley of the Kings. Recent genetic testing and DNA analyses have complicated the picture rather than clarifying it. DNA tests conducted by Egyptian authorities in collaboration with international researchers indicated this mummy might be Tutankhamun's mother. Because historical records regarding Tutankhamun's parentage remain ambiguous, some Egyptologists suggest this younger lady mummy could indeed be Nefertiti herself. However, DNA results remain inconclusive due to issues such as contamination, degradation of ancient DNA samples, and the difficulty of precisely interpreting familial relationships in ancient genetics. Further extensive DNA analysis, combined with archaeological context and historical evidence, would be necessary to confirm or conclusively rule out this identification. Despite extensive research, excavation, and modern scientific tools, Nefertiti's final resting place continues to elude discovery. Her absence from the archaeological record, combined with her enduring fame and influence, only deepens fascination and drives ongoing searches. As Egypt applies increasingly advanced radar imaging, drones, digital mapping, and careful historical research, archaeologists remain hopeful that Nefertiti's tomb will eventually emerge from beneath the sands. If found, her tomb could rival even Tutankhamun's discovery in historical importance, dramatically reshaping our understanding of Egypt's most enigmatic period. Until then, Nefertiti occupies a uniquely captivating place in history, a legendary queen whose missing burial continues to intrigue archaeologists and anyone passionate about Egypt's ancient past. From the mystery of Nefertiti, we now move on to the Great Sphinx, one of Egypt's best-known monuments. Carved directly from the limestone bedrock on the Giza plateau, the Great Sphinx has watched over the pyramids for thousands of years. Despite its familiar appearance, the Sphinx still holds secrets, perhaps even hidden chambers beneath its paws. The idea of hidden rooms or passages beneath the Sphinx has interested explorers, historians, and archaeologists for generations. Stories dating back to ancient Egypt describe secret tunnels and chambers beneath or near the statue, hidden away since the time of the pharaohs. While these ancient tales were initially considered myths or legends, more recent findings have suggested they may contain some truth. The earliest hints about hidden chambers beneath the Sphinx come directly from ancient Egyptian records. Inscriptions and artifacts describe rituals performed close to or possibly underneath the Sphinx. And some hieroglyphic texts vaguely mention chambers or vaults in its vicinity. Though these references might be symbolic or poetic rather than literal, they inspired explorers to investigate the possibility of actual hidden spaces. In modern times, interest in possible chambers beneath the Sphinx grew significantly during the 20th century. Public imagination was captured in part by predictions from the American psychic Edgar Cayce, who claimed in the 1930s that a secret chamber called the Hall of Records would someday be found under the monument. Although Cayce's claims weren't based on scientific evidence, they greatly increased public interest, motivating archaeologists to explore beneath the Sphinx further. In the decades that followed, researchers made several attempts to detect underground chambers or cavities beneath the statue. In the 1970s, American and Egyptian research teams used early versions of ground-penetrating radar and seismic scans. These early studies provided some hints that hollow spaces might exist beneath the Sphinx. But the limited technology of the time made their results difficult to interpret clearly. Later, more advanced studies in the 1990s and early 2000s used improved radar and geophysical methods. These studies provided clearer indications that certain areas under the Sphinx could contain chambers or cavities. Several scans suggested possible chambers beneath the large front paws and along the sides of the Sphinx. However, despite these promising findings, Egyptian authorities have been very cautious about allowing invasive excavations. They worry that digging or tunneling could damage the Sphinx's already fragile structure, which has suffered significant erosion and weathering over thousands of years. One area of special interest has consistently been beneath the paws of the Sphinx. Detailed radar and seismic studies have repeatedly shown the possibility of chambers or spaces under or near these paws. Some researchers suggest these chambers might hold historically significant objects or documents. This idea fits with ancient Egyptian symbolism, where statues' paws were often seen as protecting or guarding something important. Another interesting area explored is at the rear and underneath the body of the Sphinx itself. Excavations in the early 20th century discovered tunnels carved into the limestone. Though they appeared unfinished or exploratory, these tunnels suggest ancient Egyptians might have searched beneath the Sphinx for something valuable or sacred, even if they never fully completed the tunnels or found what they sought. Despite the cautious approach of Egyptian authorities, some limited excavations have been permitted near the Sphinx. These excavations occasionally found simple tunnels or empty cavities, but so far, no definite hidden chamber or important artifact has been uncovered. Even so, these efforts have improved archaeologists' understanding of the site and confirmed the complexity of exploring underneath the monument. Speculation about what any hidden chambers beneath the Sphinx might contain has varied widely. Some theories suggest such chambers could hold ancient texts or important historical artifacts intentionally hidden by Egyptian priests. Other theories imagine treasures or religious items connected directly to Egyptian rituals and beliefs. Popularized ideas, such as Edgar Cayce's Hall of Records, continue to capture the public's imagination, picturing an ancient library or archive. Professional archaeologists, however, remain skeptical about these claims due to a lack of direct historical evidence. Nevertheless, they acknowledge the possibility that some type of chamber could still exist. Recent research has increasingly relied on advanced, non-invasive technologies to explore beneath the Sphinx safely without causing harm to its structure. Thermal imaging technology, for example, has been helpful in recent studies, detecting slight differences in temperature in the limestone that may indicate hidden spaces or voids. Together with advanced ground-penetrating radar and 3D mapping, these modern techniques have provided detailed images of areas under the Sphinx. Such methods offer new ways to investigate safely and accurately without needing to physically dig. However, even the best non-invasive methods can be challenging to interpret. Some radar or thermal imaging results might simply show natural geological features, such as naturally formed limestone cavities or erosion-created pockets, instead of man-made chambers. Without direct physical access, distinguishing natural formations from deliberate human construction remains difficult. Despite these challenges, the consistency of certain results across multiple studies keeps alive the possibility of genuine hidden chambers beneath the Sphinx. Archaeologists and researchers continue to call for careful, minimally invasive studies to help solve these mysteries safely. Recent advancements, such as drone surveys, high-resolution radar scans, and detailed seismic studies offer new possibilities for uncovering the Sphinx's secrets without damaging its fragile limestone structure. If chambers beneath the Great Sphinx were confirmed, the historical importance of such a discovery could be huge, providing valuable insights into ancient Egyptian beliefs, mythology, and architecture. Even discovering empty chambers or natural caves would help archaeologists better understand how ancient Egyptians viewed and interacted with the Sphinx itself. Until a definite investigation is possible, the unopened chambers beneath the Great Sphinx remain one of Egypt's most fascinating mysteries, continuing to capture the imagination of researchers, historians, and enthusiasts worldwide. The Sphinx symbolizes Egypt's enduring historical richness and mystery, still guarding its secrets beneath its ancient limestone form. As technology continues to improve, archaeologists remain hopeful that the sands and stones of the Giza plateau might someday reveal the truth about what lies beneath one of the world's most iconic monuments. Until that happens, the Sphinx remains an extraordinary example of ancient Egyptian architecture and a powerful symbol of the mysteries that still lie hidden beneath Egypt's surface. Yet, as we move from the enigmatic silence of the Sphinx, another mystery calls for our attention: the unexplained rituals performed by the priests at Karnak Temple. Located near modern Luxor, Karnak was among Egypt's most important religious centers, its towering columns and expansive halls bearing witness to spiritual traditions whose meanings we still strive to fully understand. This sprawling complex of temples, halls, and monuments was primarily dedicated to Amun, the chief deity of the Egyptian pantheon. Over centuries, Karnak grew into an enormous religious complex, continuously expanded by generations of pharaohs seeking favor from Amun and other gods worshipped there. At its height, Karnak was the spiritual heart of ancient Egypt. The priests who served there were among the most influential individuals in Egyptian society. They oversaw elaborate ceremonies, maintained sacred texts, and performed rituals believed to maintain the balance of the universe. Yet despite detailed records and extensive archaeological studies, many precise rituals performed by these priests remain mysterious and only partially explained. Much of what historians understand about Karnak's priests comes from inscriptions, papyrus texts, and archaeological finds. These sources describe daily rituals where priests carefully cleaned, dressed, and fed statues of the gods in private chambers. Offerings of food, drink, incense, and flowers were meticulously prepared and presented, believed essential for maintaining divine favor and Egypt's prosperity. Beyond these daily routines, some ceremonies are still difficult for scholars to fully understand. Records hint at private rites performed in inner chambers far from public view, involving specific chants, symbolic objects, and gestures. Although we grasp broadly their spiritual significance, the exact details of these rites remain elusive. One of the most significant and extensively documented ceremonies was the Opet Festival. Celebrated annually, the Opet Festival was a lavish event lasting several days or even weeks, involving complex rituals and public celebrations. Statues of Amun, his wife Mut, and their son Khonsu were carried in grand procession from Karnak Temple to Luxor Temple and back again. This procession symbolized the renewal of divine authority and the rejuvenation of the pharaoh's rule, reaffirming his divine legitimacy and ensuring continued prosperity and stability for Egypt. During the Opet Festival, crowds of Egyptians lined the processional route, joining in music, chanting, and festivities. Priests dressed in ceremonial attire, adorned with white linen robes and symbolic jewelry, carefully carried or accompanied the sacred statues on decorated boats or ceremonial barges. Musicians played drums, cymbals, harps, and flutes, while dancers performed ritual dances honoring the gods. Throughout the procession, incense burned, creating a fragrant cloud, symbolic of purification and offering. Upon arrival at Luxor Temple, the statues received elaborate offerings, including food, flowers, perfumes, and sacred objects. Priests recited hymns and performed symbolic acts, reinforcing the gods' power and the pharaoh's divine relationship with them. After days of celebration and ritual, the procession returned to Karnak, symbolically completing the cycle of renewal. Although the Opet Festival's basic outline is known, the deeper symbolic meaning behind each step, the specific chants, gestures, and ceremonial details, still presents mysteries for modern scholars. Another notable but less clearly understood ritual involved Karnak's sacred lake, a large artificial body of water maintained within the temple complex. Priests regularly performed purification rites here, washing sacred statues or ritual objects in the water, accompanied by prayers and incense offerings. While we understand broadly that water symbolized purification and rebirth, the exact significance and intended outcomes of these water-based rites remain somewhat unclear. Inscriptions also describe priests conducting nighttime rituals tied to significant astronomical events. Priests closely observed the movements of stars, planets, and lunar phases, believing these celestial occurrences directly impacted human fate, agricultural cycles, and spiritual harmony. Rituals timed to events like the heliacal rising of Sirius or movements of Orion were particularly significant. Yet, precisely what these ceremonies involved, specific chants, symbolic acts, or the detailed interpretation of astronomical observations, remains uncertain. Additionally, Karnak's priesthood conducted rituals involving sacred animals, including rams and geese, which archaeological evidence shows were revered within the temple. Priests cared for these animals, treating them as living symbols of particular gods. During special ceremonies or festivals, animals were paraded ceremonially or ritually sacrificed. Although animal reverence was widespread in ancient Egypt, the precise symbolism and detailed rituals involving animals at Karnak are not fully explained. Oracles were also an important aspect of priestly practice at Karnak. Egyptians, including the pharaoh, frequently sought divine guidance from the temple priests. Historical texts mention these oracles, yet how priests received or delivered the messages, through dreams, sacred objects, animal behaviors, or other methods, is still uncertain. Part of the difficulty in fully understanding these rituals arises from the secrecy surrounding Karnak's priesthood. Priests guarded their sacred knowledge closely, deliberately restricting access to certain rituals and texts. Extensive training, initiation, and strict adherence to temple tradition made Karnak's religious practices intentionally exclusive. This secrecy has limited modern scholars' ability to reconstruct a complete picture of the rituals practiced there. Over centuries, political and religious shifts, invasions, and cultural changes altered or erased some traditions at Karnak. Consequently, scholars today must piece together limited historical records, fragmented inscriptions, and archaeological discoveries to understand these rituals. Recent archaeological excavations at Karnak have uncovered ceremonial tools and artifacts that provide valuable insights. Items such as ritual vessels, ceremonial knives, and symbolic objects used by priests offer clues to the specific actions and purposes behind certain rites. Advances in technology, including digital imaging and detailed scanning of previously unreadable inscriptions, have further clarified some aspects of these rituals. Today, Egyptologists continue their work to decode Karnak's unexplained rituals, utilizing multidisciplinary approaches, combining archaeology, linguistics, astronomy, and anthropology. Despite significant progress, many aspects of Karnak's rituals retain their mystery, inviting ongoing curiosity and investigation. Ultimately, Karnak's unexplained rituals remind us that ancient Egyptians inhabited a deeply symbolic and spiritually complex world. Priests devoted their lives to practices believed to maintain cosmic balance, divine favor, and national well-being. Even as modern researchers strive for clearer understanding, some elements of these practices may remain forever out of reach. Karnak's grand halls and towering columns still resonate with the echoes of prayers and ceremonies conducted millennia ago, offering a fascinating glimpse into a spiritual tradition we may never fully understand. Yet beneath Egypt's timeless sands, echoes of another kind whisper softly from hidden chambers, this time at the site known as the Serapeum of Saqqara. Situated close to the famous Step Pyramid, Saqqara is already renowned for its sprawling network of tombs and temples, each holding secrets quietly waiting to be discovered. But hidden within this sprawling necropolis lies something truly unusual. A series of massive stone boxes, called sarcophagi, whose purpose has puzzled researchers ever since their discovery. The Serapeum itself is a long underground passage, cut directly into the bedrock beneath Saqqara. Inside this passage are large chambers branching off from a main corridor, each holding enormous granite sarcophagi. These boxes are immense, weighing tens of tons each, carefully carved from solid stone. When archaeologists first found them in the 19th century, the size and precision of these sarcophagi immediately drew attention and sparked curiosity. These sarcophagi were found empty, adding further intrigue to their mystery. Early researchers naturally assumed they were burial containers, perhaps made for royal or religious figures. However, the massive size and perfect construction of the sarcophagi presented a challenge. Why would such effort and resources be devoted to containers that held no human remains? Historical records suggest the Serapeum was closely associated with the Apis bull cult. Apis bulls were considered sacred animals in ancient Egypt, viewed as physical manifestations of the god Ptah. Throughout their lives, these sacred bulls were carefully cared for, worshipped, and eventually buried with great ceremony. Egyptian texts describe elaborate rituals involving these animals, and records show that upon death, each Apis bull was embalmed and placed in a burial vault, accompanied by valuable offerings. Initially, historians believed the Serapeum was the burial site for these sacred bulls. It seemed logical. Large sarcophagi for large animals, each placed carefully in underground chambers. However, when researchers examined these sarcophagi closely, the picture became less clear. While other known Apis bull burials were discovered nearby, some even containing remains, these massive granite boxes were found completely empty. There was no trace of the bulls themselves, nor evidence of burial items, offerings, or inscriptions clearly identifying the contents. The absence of inscriptions inside these enormous sarcophagi was especially unusual. Egyptian burial chambers typically featured elaborate writings, spells, prayers, and dedications to guide the deceased into the afterlife. But the boxes in the Serapeum contained virtually no writing or decoration. Only some basic inscriptions appear on the outside, offering minimal information about who commissioned or placed them. Another curious feature is the remarkable precision and quality of these stone sarcophagi. Carved from single blocks of granite, their construction required tremendous skill and resources. Each sarcophagus is precisely shaped, polished, and finished to an incredible degree of accuracy. Modern engineers and researchers have noted the boxes display craftsmanship at a level that seems to exceed practical necessity. This precision suggests an unusual degree of importance attached to their construction. These puzzling aspects have led to many theories regarding the true purpose of the Serapeum sarcophagi. One possibility is that the boxes served a symbolic or religious function rather than a practical burial purpose. Perhaps the sarcophagi represented spiritual containers for the souls or energies of the Apis bulls rather than their physical remains. In Egyptian religion, certain objects were believed to hold or channel divine power. It's possible that priests constructed these massive granite boxes to symbolically preserve and honor the sacred nature of the Apis bulls, even if no physical remains were ever placed inside. Another theory suggests that the sarcophagi may have been intended for future use, but were abandoned or repurposed before they could be filled. Egyptian religious practices often changed over time, influenced by political shifts or evolving beliefs. It's possible that plans to use these boxes for bull burials were abandoned during one such shift, leaving behind these remarkable but unused stone containers. Some researchers have also proposed that the Serapeum sarcophagi might have had an astronomical or symbolic function, serving as ritual objects aligned with celestial movements. Ancient Egyptian priests were keen observers of the stars, believing that celestial events deeply influenced life on Earth. Certain rituals involved aligning monuments or structures with stars, planets, or other astronomical events. While speculative, this theory suggests the sarcophagi may have served as symbolic instruments connected to celestial alignments, explaining their extraordinary precision and empty condition. The construction methods and transport of these granite boxes also remain a subject of debate. Quarrying granite and transporting these massive blocks from distant quarries to Saqqara would have required extensive resources and logistical planning, while the Egyptians had proven capable of remarkable engineering feats. The level of effort invested in the Serapeum sarcophagi seems disproportionate if the purpose were merely burial containers. This has led some scholars to suggest that the sarcophagi served multiple purposes, perhaps religious, symbolic, and practical simultaneously. Despite these various theories, no definitive explanation has yet emerged. Modern archaeological studies at the Serapeum continue to search for clues that might resolve this mystery. Advanced imaging techniques, ground-penetrating radar, and careful geological analysis have provided new insights into the site's construction and structure. Still, these studies have not yet conclusively explained why such extraordinary sarcophagi were created, nor what precisely their intended function was. In recent years, archaeologists have revisited earlier discoveries at the Serapeum, re-examining historical documents, inscriptions, and artifacts. While careful reanalysis has provided additional context, definitive answers still remain elusive. Part of the challenge lies in the deliberate secrecy and limited documentation from ancient Egypt. The priests responsible for these sarcophagi may have intentionally left limited records, believing the true purpose or rituals involving these containers were sacred and private. The Serapeum remains an active area of research today, attracting archaeologists, historians, and engineers eager to unlock its secrets. New technologies, combined with careful historical analysis, offer hope that future discoveries might finally reveal the full story behind these fascinating structures. Until then, the empty, silent sarcophagi in the Serapeum continue to hold their secrets. Visitors to Saqqara today can wander through the dim, quiet chambers beneath the desert sands, gazing at these massive, mysterious boxes. Standing beside them, one cannot help but feel a sense of wonder and curiosity about the people who created these containers and the rituals or beliefs that inspired their construction. One of the most captivating mysteries still intriguing researchers today revolves around the hidden chambers within Tutankhamun's tomb. Located in Egypt's famous Valley of the Kings, this tomb became world-renowned when British archaeologist Howard Carter discovered it in 1922. Unlike many other tombs in the valley, Tutankhamun's tomb was found mostly intact, filled with treasures and artifacts that offered incredible insights into ancient Egypt. Yet, despite extensive study, some researchers believe the tomb still holds secrets waiting to be discovered. The idea of hidden rooms within Tutankhamun's tomb gained serious attention in recent years, largely due to the research of British Egyptologist Nicholas Reeves. In 2015, Reeves examined high-resolution scans of the tomb's interior walls and noticed subtle markings suggesting the possible presence of doorways sealed behind painted murals. Reeves's theory suggested that these concealed doorways might lead to hidden chambers, perhaps containing additional artifacts or even another burial chamber. One of Reeves's most striking suggestions was that these hidden chambers might belong to Queen Nefertiti herself. He proposed that Tutankhamun's tomb was initially built for Nefertiti, who was the wife of Pharaoh Akhenaten, and possibly Tutankhamun's stepmother. According to Reeves, Tutankhamun's unexpected death at a young age led priests and royal officials to quickly adapt the existing tomb, modifying it for Tutankhamun instead. If correct, this theory could mean that Nefertiti's undiscovered burial chamber is located just beyond Tutankhamun's walls. The theory sparked widespread excitement among archaeologists and historians. The Egyptian Antiquities Ministry authorized researchers to conduct detailed radar scans to investigate Reeves's claims. The initial results appeared promising, suggesting the possibility of open spaces behind some walls. News outlets around the world eagerly reported the potential discovery of hidden chambers, fueling public fascination with ancient Egypt's enduring mysteries. However, further research brought mixed results. Additional radar scans and geophysical studies conducted by separate teams produced conflicting interpretations. While some scans appeared to confirm the presence of voids or cavities, others indicated that no hidden chambers existed. This uncertainty highlighted the complexity involved in accurately interpreting radar and imaging data, especially within ancient stone structures filled with irregularities and layers of plaster. Despite conflicting results, the possibility of hidden chambers in Tutankhamun's tomb continues to intrigue researchers. One reason is the tomb's unusually small size. Compared to other royal tombs in the Valley of the Kings, Tutankhamun's burial chambers seem modest and hastily finished. Researchers have long speculated that this could indicate the tomb was not originally intended for a king, or that additional chambers remain undiscovered. Another compelling reason is the enigmatic design and unusual layout of Tutankhamun's tomb. Its chambers and corridors feel cramped and irregular, leading many Egyptologists to suspect there could be more spaces hidden beyond its known walls. Additionally, historical records and artifacts discovered within the tomb suggest hurried changes in the tomb's decoration and structure. Some murals appear unfinished or hastily altered, possibly to hide sealed-off areas from view. A notable aspect of this mystery is the tomb's northern wall, where Reeves identified possible sealed doorways. This wall features unusually detailed paintings, including images of Tutankhamun's burial rites and depictions of funerary rituals. Reeves argued that these murals could conceal deliberately hidden passageways or doors. However, other experts have suggested that the markings Reeves observed are simply imperfections or outlines left by the tomb's original artists. To further investigate the mystery, Egyptian authorities have allowed cautious, limited explorations. Teams of experts have utilized state-of-the-art technology, including infrared imaging, thermal scanning, and ground-penetrating radar. These non-invasive methods enable researchers to explore hidden spaces without physically disturbing the fragile tomb walls. Despite these careful efforts, no definitive proof of additional chambers has yet emerged. However, this absence of proof does not necessarily mean hidden chambers don't exist. Ancient Egyptian tomb builders frequently created hidden or sealed chambers, carefully disguised behind false walls or concealed doorways, intended to protect valuable burials from tomb robbers. Historically, ancient Egyptians took extraordinary measures to secure their royal tombs. They used false walls, hidden passageways, and deceptive corridors to confuse robbers and protect tombs from theft. In many cases, the presence of these secret spaces went undetected until modern archaeological methods revealed them. Therefore, the existence of concealed chambers in Tutankhamun's tomb remains plausible and consistent with known ancient Egyptian burial practices. Some Egyptologists have speculated that if additional chambers do exist, they might contain artifacts or religious items related to Tutankhamun's burial rituals. Even small hidden chambers might contain papyrus scrolls, ritual items, or offerings. Others believe they could hold significant historical evidence or clues about the turbulent period during which Tutankhamun ruled. But perhaps the most captivating possibility remains the theory of Nefertiti's undiscovered burial. Reeves's original suggestion that Tutankhamun's tomb was initially built for Queen Nefertiti and then adapted still draws considerable attention. Finding Nefertiti's burial would represent one of the most significant archaeological discoveries of our time, comparable to the discovery of Tutankhamun himself. The historical record of Nefertiti's burial remains elusive. While ancient texts describe her prominence, power, and influence, no definitive record of her burial place exists. Many Egyptologists consider the Valley of the Kings a likely location for her tomb, making Reeves's theory particularly intriguing. Yet despite the tantalizing clues, researchers remain cautious. They understand that ancient structures like Tutankhamun's tomb have seen extensive alterations, erosion, and restorations over thousands of years. The tomb's original features may have changed, deteriorated, or been altered so much that identifying hidden chambers becomes extremely challenging. Moreover, ethical and preservation concerns restrict invasive exploration. Excavating or drilling into walls could permanently damage priceless murals, carvings, and historical features. The Egyptian Antiquities Ministry has wisely prioritized preserving these irreplaceable cultural treasures, emphasizing cautious, non-invasive methods of investigation. Today, Tutankhamun's tomb remains a focus of ongoing research. Archaeologists, historians, and engineers continue refining imaging techniques and applying new technologies to the tomb's structure. Projects involving advanced ground-penetrating radar, precise digital mapping, and 3D imaging continue in the hope of finally resolving this intriguing mystery. As these explorations progress, researchers remain patient and hopeful. They understand that careful scientific research requires thoroughness and precision. Even if additional chambers remain undiscovered, these investigations help deepen our understanding of ancient Egyptian burial practices, religious rituals, and historical events. The potential discovery of hidden chambers in Tutankhamun's tomb carries profound implications. Finding new chambers or artifacts could reshape our understanding of Egypt's new kingdom, provide fresh insights into the era of Akhenaten and Nefertiti, and offer deeper context for Tutankhamun's short, enigmatic reign. In the end, whether or not hidden chambers truly exist within Tutankhamun's tomb, the pursuit itself remains deeply meaningful. It reminds us of the countless stories still hidden beneath Egypt's sands, waiting to be uncovered. Among these hidden stories lies another of Egypt's most captivating mysteries, the lost labyrinth at Hawara. Located near the modern town of Hawara, close to Egypt's famous Fayum oasis, this ancient structure was once described by historians as one of the wonders of the ancient world. Yet today, it remains elusive, concealed beneath layers of sand, earth, and time. The labyrinth at Hawara was first described by ancient Greek historians like Herodotus and Strabo, who traveled to Egypt and wrote detailed accounts of what they saw. According to their writings, this labyrinth was an enormous structure, perhaps even surpassing the grandeur of Egypt's famous pyramids and temples. Herodotus himself described it as an intricate maze of thousands of chambers, halls, and corridors, so extensive and complex that visitors needed a guide to avoid becoming lost within its winding passages. Historical accounts tell us that the labyrinth was built near the pyramid of Pharaoh Amenhotep III, who ruled during Egypt's Middle Kingdom around 1800 BC. This timing suggests the labyrinth dates back nearly 4,000 years, placing it among Egypt's earliest monumental constructions. Amenhotep III was known for his ambitious building projects, and the labyrinth was likely among his most impressive achievements. Ancient sources describe the building as a massive temple-like structure containing countless rooms decorated with hieroglyphs, reliefs, and inscriptions depicting Egyptian gods, rituals, and historical events. Herodotus claimed that the labyrinth housed sacred crocodiles and statues of deities, as well as chambers reserved for the burial of kings or sacred animals. Other ancient sources describe underground chambers or vaults, possibly serving as tombs, storerooms, or areas for secret rituals and ceremonies. The labyrinth was reportedly so vast that visitors felt overwhelmed by its sheer scale and complexity, leading later historians to wonder at its true purpose and the nature of the rituals or ceremonies conducted there. However, despite these detailed ancient accounts, the labyrinth itself has proven elusive to modern archaeologists. Over thousands of years, Egypt's shifting sands, flooding, and human activity gradually buried the structure until its exact location and form became uncertain. By the time modern archaeologists began excavating in the 19th and early 20th centuries, the labyrinth was already hidden beneath layers of sand and soil. In the 19th century, the pioneering archaeologist Flinders Petrie conducted excavations at Hawara, hoping to find the labyrinth. Petrie uncovered the ruins of Amenhotep III's pyramid, along with extensive mud brick structures and walls nearby. He initially believed he had discovered portions of the labyrinth, identifying a complex series of walls and chambers he thought might match ancient descriptions. However, Petrie's findings did not match the grandeur or complexity described by Herodotus and other historians, leaving uncertainty about whether he had truly uncovered the famed labyrinth or only nearby structures. Modern researchers have continued to debate Petrie's conclusions, suggesting the actual labyrinth might remain undiscovered, deeper beneath the surface. Recent technological advances like satellite imaging, ground-penetrating radar, and remote sensing have renewed hope of identifying the precise location and scale of this legendary structure. One particularly promising investigation came in 2008, when a team of Belgian and Egyptian archaeologists conducted advanced ground scans at Hawara. Using modern radar technology and satellite imagery, they identified what appeared to be a vast underground complex near Amenhotep's pyramid, resembling the descriptions provided by ancient historians. The scans suggested the presence of extensive chambers, corridors, and passages buried deep beneath the site. This discovery generated considerable excitement and sparked renewed interest among Egyptologists and historians. However, further exploration faced significant challenges. The structure was buried deep beneath layers of silt, sand, and groundwater, complicating efforts to excavate safely. The underground water table in the Fayum region is particularly high, making it extremely difficult for archaeologists to access deeper structures without risking damage or flooding. Despite these practical challenges, the possibility of uncovering the labyrinth remains enticing for researchers. Scholars speculate that if fully excavated, the structure could provide profound insights into Egypt's Middle Kingdom culture, religion, and history. The labyrinth might hold valuable records, inscriptions, or artifacts offering new perspectives on ancient Egyptian life and spirituality. There are various theories regarding the labyrinth's original purpose. Some historians propose it was primarily a religious center, a place of pilgrimage, ritual, and worship dedicated to Egyptian gods. The complexity and scale described by ancient historians could reflect the importance Egyptians placed on maintaining cosmic order and spiritual balance through elaborate rituals and ceremonies. Another theory is that the labyrinth was intended as a grand mortuary complex, possibly housing the tombs of Amenhotep III and other important figures. Burial practices during the Middle Kingdom often involved elaborate tomb structures, rituals, and extensive preparations. The scale and complexity of the labyrinth might have reflected these burial traditions, intended to honor the deceased and guide their souls safely to the afterlife. A third possibility is that the labyrinth served multiple purposes simultaneously, combining religious, ceremonial, and practical functions. Ancient Egyptian temples frequently had multiple roles: places of worship, storage, administration, and symbolic centers of power. The labyrinth might have similarly combined these roles, serving as a monumental center of administration, ritual practice, and burial simultaneously. Despite decades of exploration, the exact location, layout, and purpose of Egypt's lost labyrinth remain uncertain. Researchers continue to advocate for careful, non-invasive methods to explore beneath the sands at Hawara. Advanced technologies now enable archaeologists to map underground structures remotely, creating detailed images without extensive digging or excavation. These methods offer promising ways to safely explore this historically valuable site without causing irreversible damage. Yet, even as modern research progresses, the labyrinth retains its aura of mystery. The idea of an enormous, lost structure, once impressive enough to astonish ancient Greek visitors, now hidden beneath the Egyptian desert, continues to capture our imagination, symbolizing the ambition and complexity of ancient Egyptian civilization. Its enduring enigma reflects the very essence of archaeology. Each new discovery reveals fresh possibilities, deepens existing questions, and reminds us of how much remains unknown about ancient Egypt. With every advancement in technology, researchers move closer to uncovering the secrets of this remarkable structure, carefully balancing exploration with preservation and historical responsibility. For now, the labyrinth at Hawara remains one of Egypt's greatest unsolved puzzles, and scholars, archaeologists, and enthusiasts alike continue to hope future excavations might finally reveal its hidden halls. Until that day arrives, we can imagine ourselves alongside Herodotus, gazing into the vast corridors and intricate rooms of this legendary monument, inspired by its scale, ingenuity, and the enduring capacity of ancient history to fascinate and surprise us. Similarly, another fascinating mystery from ancient Egypt draws our attention: the unknown fate of Queen Ankhesenamun, one of the most intriguing figures from Egypt's 18th dynasty. Ankhesenamun lived during a period of major change and uncertainty in ancient Egypt. She was the daughter of the controversial Pharaoh Akhenaten and his famous queen Nefertiti, and later became widely known as the wife of the young Pharaoh Tutankhamun. Despite her importance, little is known about Ankhesenamun's life beyond her marriage to Tutankhamun. Even more puzzling is what happened to her after Tutankhamun's death. Unlike many other queens whose lives are detailed in historical records, or whose tombs have been found, Ankhesenamun's fate remains unclear. The historical records simply fade, leaving historians with an incomplete understanding. When Ankhesenamun married Tutankhamun, she became Egypt's queen during an important transition. After the death of her father, Akhenaten, Egypt moved away from his controversial religious reforms and returned to traditional Egyptian beliefs. As queen, Ankhesenamun likely played a key role in restoring these older religious practices alongside Tutankhamun. However, Tutankhamun's sudden death, likely as a teenager, left Ankhesenamun vulnerable and alone. Archaeological records suggest that after Tutankhamun's death, Ankhesenamun faced significant uncertainty and difficulties. Ancient inscriptions and diplomatic texts give clues about this challenging period, showing Ankhesenamun's attempts to find stability. One remarkable piece of evidence is known as the Dakamunzu letters, found among diplomatic records of the ancient Hittite Empire, located in present-day Turkey. These letters appear to show Ankhesenamun asking a foreign prince to marry her, to help her maintain power and stability in Egypt. In these unusual letters, Ankhesenamun reportedly asked the Hittite king to send one of his sons as her new husband. The letters describe a desperate situation in Egypt, mentioning that Ankhesenamun had no sons or suitable heirs to rule alongside her. Initially, the Hittite king was cautious, suspecting a possible trick, but eventually he agreed and sent his son, Zananza, to Egypt. Unfortunately, historical records reveal that Zananza never arrived. He died mysteriously during his journey, possibly assassinated. This dramatic event has long puzzled historians. It remains uncertain who exactly was responsible for the prince's death. Some historians think Egyptian officials opposed to a foreign marriage may have acted to prevent the union. Others suspect political rivals seeking power within Egypt might have interfered. The incident highlights how vulnerable Ankhesenamun was after Tutankhamun's death, showing the political tensions and rivalries within Egypt's royal court. After this failed marriage attempt, Ankhesenamun disappears from historical records. Egyptian documents offer few clues about her later life or death. Historians have proposed several possibilities, but without clear evidence, her fate remains uncertain. One possible scenario is that Ankhesenamun married Ai, a powerful official who became pharaoh after Tutankhamun. In Tutankhamun's tomb, Ai is shown prominently performing burial rites, a role typically reserved for royal successors. Some Egyptologists believe Ai's rise to power involved marrying Ankhesenamun, which would strengthen his claim to the throne. However, this theory remains controversial because evidence is limited and unclear. The primary support for this idea comes from a single ring discovered in the 1930s bearing the names of Ai and Ankhesenamun together, possibly indicating marriage or an official union. However, the authenticity and meaning of this artifact have been debated among scholars, causing uncertainty about its reliability. Additionally, no clear inscriptions or tomb depictions have definitively confirmed such a marriage, leaving the relationship uncertain and highly debated among Egyptologists. Another theory suggests Ankhesenamun fell out of favor or was deliberately removed from historical records, a common practice in ancient Egypt. Egyptian rulers often erased or ignored individuals who threatened political stability or whose legitimacy was questioned. If Ankhesenamun posed a political threat to Ai or other powerful figures, her memory might have been intentionally obscured. Yet, despite this possibility, clear evidence directly supporting this theory has not been found. Perhaps the most intriguing theory is that Ankhesenamun's tomb is still undiscovered. Some Egyptologists think she may have been secretly buried away from traditional royal burial grounds. due to political complications after Tutankhamun's death. If this is true, her tomb might remain hidden in a remote location, waiting beneath Egypt's sands. Finding her burial place would significantly clarify the mystery of her life after Tutankhamun. Archaeological discoveries have provided some interesting but inconclusive clues. A tomb labeled KV-21 in the Valley of the Kings contains female mummies that some researchers tentatively identify as royal women from Ankhesenamun's time. DNA testing indicates a possible connection to Tutankhamun's family, leading to speculation that one of these mummies could be Ankhesenamun herself. However, due to the poor preservation of DNA and limited archaeological evidence, no definitive identification has yet been made. Additionally, in recent years, archaeologists discovered an area near A's tomb in the Valley of the Monkeys, close to the Valley of the Kings, that might possibly contain Ankhesenamun's burial. Some believe that if her tomb exists, it might lie in this less explored area. Careful excavations and research continue in hopes of uncovering definitive evidence. Despite ongoing research, Ankhesenamun's fate continues to elude archaeologists and historians. The lack of solid evidence, combined with conflicting historical accounts and fragmented archaeological clues, makes definite conclusions difficult. The uncertainty surrounding her final years and burial emphasizes how much ancient Egyptian history still remains hidden or lost. As Egyptologists and archaeologists patiently continue their search, advancements in new technology and careful archaeological methods offer hope for solving this mystery. Techniques like ground-penetrating radar, infrared imaging, and advanced DNA testing have improved significantly, increasing the possibility of eventually identifying Ankhesenamun's burial place or remains. Until then, Ankhesenamun remains one of ancient Egypt's most intriguing and mysterious figures. Her life symbolizes the complexities of Egypt's royal court, both powerful and vulnerable, prominent yet easily forgotten. Her story continues to capture our imagination because it highlights the uncertainty and instability that sometimes followed the death of Egypt's rulers. As the sands quietly guard the mystery of Queen Ankhesenamun's final chapter, they also gently veil another enigma that continues to intrigue historians and engineers alike: the true construction techniques of the Great Pyramid of Giza. Standing on the vast plateau just outside modern Cairo, this structure has fascinated humanity for millennia, embodying both the ambition and ingenuity of the ancient Egyptian civilization. Built around 4,500 years ago during Egypt's 4th dynasty, the Great Pyramid was originally constructed as a tomb for Pharaoh Khufu. It is the largest of the 3 main pyramids at Giza and was once the tallest man-made structure on Earth, remaining unmatched for nearly 4,000 years. Even today, its immense scale and precision amaze visitors and scholars alike, prompting endless discussions and debates about how such a massive and accurate monument could have been built with ancient technology. The conventional explanation, supported by archaeological evidence, is that ancient Egyptians used a combination of human labor, clever planning, and practical engineering solutions to construct the Great Pyramid. Historical records and excavations at Giza have uncovered workers' settlements, tools, ramps, and limestone quarries, clear signs of the massive organization and effort involved. However, precisely how these ancient workers transported, lifted, and placed millions of stone blocks, some weighing several tons, is still a subject of debate among scholars. While the ancient Egyptians left behind detailed records of religious beliefs, burial practices, and royal history, they recorded surprisingly little about the actual process of pyramid construction. This lack of direct written accounts makes reconstructing the exact techniques challenging, leaving archaeologists and engineers relying largely on indirect evidence. One widely accepted theory involves the use of ramps. Researchers suggest that Egyptians built large ramps, either straight or spiraling around the pyramid, to move enormous limestone blocks into place. Some historians believe a single, massive straight ramp extended directly from a nearby quarry to the pyramid's base, allowing teams of workers to pull heavy blocks upward. Others propose a spiral or zigzag ramp system wrapping around the pyramid's exterior, enabling a more gradual and manageable climb. Recent archaeological finds near the pyramids have provided support for these ramp theories. For example, excavations at a quarry near Giza uncovered remains of what appeared to be ancient ramps used for transporting heavy stone blocks. Wooden rollers, sleds, and ropes have also been discovered, suggesting Egyptians dragged stones across smooth surfaces using these simple but effective methods. Additionally, ancient wall paintings from various sites depict teams of laborers hauling large blocks on sleds, adding visual evidence supporting this theory. But even if ramps were used, their exact design and scale remain uncertain. To build a structure as large as the Great Pyramid, ramps would have needed to be incredibly large and sturdy. Archaeologists and engineers debate whether such ramps would have been straight, spiral, or zigzag-shaped, and how precisely they were engineered to withstand the enormous loads. Modern simulations and practical experiments suggest that spiral or zigzag ramps might have been most effective, providing easier maneuverability for teams of laborers dragging heavy stone blocks. Another enduring mystery is how the Egyptians achieved such precise alignment and placement of massive stone blocks. The Great Pyramid is astonishingly accurate in its orientation, aligned almost perfectly with true north, south, east, and west. Engineers today marvel at how ancient builders, working without modern tools or technology, could achieve such accuracy. One possible solution lies in careful astronomical observation. Ancient Egyptians were skilled astronomers, closely studying stars and constellations to guide religious ceremonies, agricultural cycles, and architectural planning. Scholars suggest that builders used stars, particularly those in the constellation Orion, to accurately align the pyramid's foundation. By carefully observing and marking stellar positions, architects could achieve remarkably precise alignments without modern tools. Another notable mystery involves the cutting and placement of massive granite blocks used in internal chambers and passageways within the Great Pyramid. These granite blocks, much harder and heavier than limestone, had to be transported from quarries hundreds of kilometers away in Aswan. Researchers suggest workers cut granite using copper chisels, abrasive sand, and water, carefully shaping and polishing the stone. Transporting these heavy blocks along the Nile by boat and then across land to Giza would have required sophisticated organization and logistics. Once at Giza, placing these blocks into position presented additional challenges. The internal granite structures, such as the King's Chamber and the Grand Gallery, feature intricate, carefully fitted blocks, some weighing up to 80 tons. Scholars propose that ancient builders might have used internal ramps, counterweights, or lever systems within the pyramid's interior to lift and maneuver these enormous stones carefully into place. In recent years, archaeological work and new technologies have offered more insights. Remote-controlled robots have explored small shafts and passages within the Great Pyramid, revealing hidden spaces and details previously inaccessible to researchers. Ground-penetrating radar, laser scans, and 3D modeling techniques have also allowed researchers to map the internal structures of the pyramid more accurately, offering clues about construction techniques used in its hidden chambers. One recent study used thermal imaging to detect previously unknown anomalies in the pyramid's structure, suggesting potential hidden chambers or internal features. Further research is ongoing, with scientists and archaeologists carefully investigating these anomalies to better understand construction methods. Despite significant progress, debates continue over certain alternative theories about pyramid construction. Some researchers propose that ancient Egyptians used concrete-like materials or molded stones to construct portions of the pyramid. They argue that Egyptians had knowledge of simple chemical processes that allowed them to create artificial stone blocks by mixing crushed limestone, sand, and other ingredients. However, extensive geological analysis and archaeological evidence strongly favor natural limestone, quarried and carved directly from local sources, making this concrete theory less widely accepted. Other researchers propose the use of internal hydraulic systems or counterweight mechanisms to lift heavy stones into place. These theories suggest Egyptians used water channels, floats, or counterweights within the pyramid to move blocks upward without external ramps. However, while intriguing, evidence supporting hydraulic or counterweight mechanisms remains limited, and these theories have gained only minimal acceptance among mainstream Egyptologists. In general, mainstream scholars favor explanations grounded in proven archaeological evidence, historical records, and practical engineering principles. The presence of ramps, wooden sleds, ropes, and workers' settlements discovered near Giza provides strong support for conventional explanations involving human labor, ramps, and careful planning. Ultimately, the construction of the Great Pyramid represents one of ancient Egypt's most impressive achievements. It required not just physical effort, but also sophisticated organization, skilled engineering, and careful planning on a massive scale. The pyramid's continued survival after thousands of years testifies to the remarkable skills and dedication of ancient Egyptian architects and laborers. Ongoing research promises further insights into these construction methods, using advanced technologies and careful archaeological study. Each new discovery, from hidden chambers to ancient ramp remains, helps researchers piece together the complex puzzle of how ancient Egyptians built this remarkable monument. While complete certainty about every detail of construction may never be possible, archaeological research and modern engineering simulations continue bringing us closer to understanding the truth. With each discovery, we gain deeper appreciation and respect for the skill, intelligence, and ingenuity that enabled ancient Egyptians to create the Great Pyramid, a monument that still amazes us today, thousands of years after its completion. As we move from the mysteries surrounding the construction of the Great Pyramid, we shift our attention toward another fascinating puzzle, preserved within Egypt's ancient tombs: the intentional defacement of sacred images and inscriptions. Throughout Egypt, archaeologists frequently uncover tombs, monuments, and statues deliberately damaged, faces chiseled away, names erased, and intricate carvings vandalized. This destruction was not accidental or caused merely by time and nature. Rather, it was intentional vandalism performed by the ancient Egyptians themselves, posing a compelling question historians continue to explore. Why were so many tombs and monuments purposefully defaced? In ancient Egyptian belief, tombs, statues, and inscriptions were much more than mere memorials. They were sacred objects designed to ensure a person's immortality in the afterlife. By carving a person's name, likeness, and achievements into stone, Egyptians believed they preserved that individual's memory forever. Statues, reliefs, and inscriptions held a person's spiritual essence, acting as connections between the living and the divine. Thus, damaging these sacred images was a powerful, deliberate act, never undertaken lightly. One major reason for intentional defacement was political rivalry and changes in leadership. Ancient Egyptian rulers often removed or erased the names and images of their predecessors to assert dominance or legitimize their rule. For example, after Pharaoh Akhenaten's death, his successors actively destroyed references to him throughout Egypt. Akhenaten had controversially attempted to change Egypt's religion by promoting worship of a single deity, the Aten. Following his reign, Egyptian rulers swiftly returned to traditional religious practices. To erase Akhenaten's influence, they systematically defaced statues, monuments, and tomb reliefs depicting him and his family. This political defacement aimed to erase his controversial legacy entirely, symbolically removing him from history. A notable historical example of defacement involves Queen Hatshepsut, one of Egypt's few female rulers. After her death, her stepson and successor, Thutmose III, ordered extensive defacement of her monuments across Egypt. Statues depicting Hatshepsut had their faces meticulously chiseled away, and her cartouches, oval inscriptions bearing her royal names, were systematically erased. The most striking damage is evident at her mortuary temple at Deir el-Bahari, where images and inscriptions commemorating her rule were deliberately removed or covered. Historians generally agree Thutmose III sought to legitimize his rule by removing his stepmother's unconventional reign from historical records. Religious shifts and changes in spiritual beliefs also prompted deliberate defacement. Ancient Egypt experienced periods of religious upheaval during which certain gods or beliefs fell from favor. Temples and tombs dedicated to these rejected gods or beliefs were often intentionally vandalized to diminish their spiritual power. The Amarna period under Akhenaten exemplifies this practice clearly. After Akhenaten's reign, priests and followers of the original gods vigorously defaced Aten-related monuments, systematically eradicating this brief religious experiment. Another motivation behind tomb defacement was personal vengeance or rivalry. Tomb inscriptions, reliefs, and statues often depicted the deceased's family, servants, and officials. Defacing these images could be an act of personal revenge or an attempt to spiritually harm someone. Because Egyptians believed images and names carried powerful magic, damaging them was considered an attack on the individual's afterlife. This kind of targeted destruction was relatively common among powerful families and royal courtiers competing for status and influence. Superstition and fear also played significant roles. Egyptians feared spirits depicted in tombs could become restless or vengeful, causing illness or misfortune. By defacing images or removing names, ancient Egyptians attempted to weaken or eliminate the spirit's ability to interact with the living, protecting themselves from supernatural harm. This practice was often selective, focusing specifically on the eyes, nose, mouth, or hands of statues and reliefs, reflecting the belief that these body parts carried particular spiritual power. Economic and practical motivations occasionally influenced defacement. Grave robbers targeting tombs for valuable items sometimes defaced inscriptions or statues to obscure the identity of the deceased and reduce supernatural consequences. Thieves often believed damaging these images or names prevented spirits from retaliating against them, reflecting widespread superstition about curses or spiritual punishment. A particularly intriguing case of tomb defacement is found in KV 55, a tomb discovered in the Valley of the Kings in 1907. KV 55 contained burial items associated with the controversial Amarna period, including a royal coffin initially designed for Pharaoh Akhenaten himself. The coffin had been significantly defaced. The golden face mask was torn away, royal cartouches scratched out, and identifying inscriptions deliberately damaged, leaving historians uncertain of the occupant's true identity. Scholars believe this intense defacement reflected the deliberate attempt by successors to erase Akhenaten's memory and diminish his spiritual influence. KV 55's defacement thus symbolizes the dramatic religious and political backlash following Akhenaten's attempt to establish monotheism. Yet, despite clear motives identified by archaeologists and historians, many cases of defacement remain unexplained. Occasionally, tombs and monuments display defacement without clear evidence of political rivalry, religious change, or personal vengeance. Scholars suggest these cases might involve internal power struggles or lost historical events yet undiscovered. Modern archaeological methods have greatly aided researchers in understanding defacement practices. Through detailed photographic documentation, 3D scanning, and careful excavation, archaeologists map patterns of damage, analyzing precisely how and where monuments were intentionally harmed. Advanced imaging technology reveals previously hidden details, enabling historians to identify subtle patterns of damage and understand ancient motives better. Chemical analyses and microscopic examination of damaged surfaces can even distinguish between ancient and recent vandalism, helping researchers reconstruct timelines of defacement events. While defacement initially seems destructive or disrespectful, it provides historians valuable insight into ancient Egypt's political, religious, and social dynamics. The deliberate removal or destruction of images, names, and inscriptions highlights the profound significance Egyptians placed on memory, spiritual energy, and symbolism. It becomes a crucial source of historical information, reflecting power struggles, shifts in belief, and interpersonal rivalries within Egypt's complex society. Egyptian tomb defacement also offers a compelling example of practices mirrored in other civilizations, including Mesopotamia, Greece, Rome, and Mesoamerica, suggesting a broader human impulse to erase rivals, suppress certain beliefs, or neutralize spiritual threats. Studying Egyptian practices thus provides valuable comparative insights. Ultimately, while the precise reasons behind every defacement may remain partially unresolved, the practice vividly illustrates ancient Egyptians' complex relationship with death, memory, and spirituality. Their willingness to deliberately damage sacred monuments emphasizes the seriousness with which Egyptians viewed life after death and historical legacy. As archaeologists continue excavating Egypt's sands and analyzing damaged monuments, our understanding of defacement practices will deepen, bringing us closer to grasping the complex motivations behind these fascinating historical acts. Moving from the mystery surrounding the defacement of tombs, another equally intriguing discovery in Egyptian archaeology is the underwater city of Heracleion, also known as Thonis. Once considered little more than a myth, this lost city was rediscovered beneath the Mediterranean Sea, near Egypt's coastline. Its existence was confirmed only recently, changing our understanding of ancient Egypt and its maritime trade. Heracleion was originally located near the mouth of the Nile, close to what is now Alexandria. Ancient texts, including those written by Greek historians like Herodotus, mentioned this city. They described it as a thriving port, rich and bustling with trade. Despite these historical accounts, the exact location of Heracleion was unclear for centuries, and its reality often doubted. This changed dramatically in the year 2000, when underwater archaeologist Frank Gaudio and his team announced a remarkable discovery. While surveying the seabed off Egypt's coast, they found the remains of a large city submerged beneath several meters of water and silt. These remains included impressive statues, enormous temples, coins, pottery, and even shipwrecks, all carefully preserved beneath the sea. The initial discoveries immediately confirmed the city's identity as Heracleion, providing undeniable evidence that the city described by ancient historians was real and had been thriving until disaster struck. The submerged ruins revealed a city layout that matched historical descriptions, including temples, canals, and streets once busy with activity. Researchers quickly realized that Heracleion had played an important role in ancient Egypt. It served as Egypt's gateway to the Mediterranean, a vital maritime hub connecting Egypt with Greece, Cyprus, and other ancient civilizations. Ships docked at its harbor, delivering precious metals, timber, pottery, and luxury goods. In return, Egyptian goods like grain, gold, and papyrus flowed outward, making Heracleion an economic powerhouse. Artifacts recovered from the underwater ruins included objects clearly associated with trade and religious rituals. Stone anchors, shipwrecks, and cargo items revealed extensive maritime activity. Meanwhile, enormous statues of gods like Osiris and Isis, intricately carved from granite, indicated Heracleion's significance as a religious center. Archaeologists also discovered countless offerings made to Egyptian deities, including jewelry, figurines, and ceremonial items. One particularly striking discovery was a massive granite statue of the god Hapi, who symbolized the Nile and fertility. Standing several meters high, it provided strong evidence of Heracleion's religious prominence. Additionally, stone tablets and inscriptions found underwater described rituals and ceremonies performed in the city, further illustrating its religious importance. But one of the greatest mysteries remains how Heracleion ended up submerged beneath the Mediterranean Sea. Geological studies and historical evidence suggest the city was affected by a combination of natural disasters and gradual environmental changes. Experts believe earthquakes, tsunamis, and floods weakened the city's foundations, eventually causing large sections to collapse into the sea. Ancient Egyptian texts reference devastating floods and earthquakes in the region, and modern geological surveys confirm that the Nile Delta region has long experienced subsidence and instability. Over centuries, the ground slowly sank, and rising sea levels submerged entire districts of Heracleion. Eventually, the city was entirely lost beneath the waves, buried under sand, silt, and seawater. This gradual process explains why Heracleion disappeared from historical records so completely. By the time of the Roman Empire, knowledge of its exact location had faded, leaving only vague references and uncertain descriptions. Eventually, Heracleion became a city remembered mainly in legends and ancient texts, its true existence doubted by historians until its recent rediscovery. Modern archaeological explorations continue to shed new light on Heracleion. Frank Gaudio and other underwater archaeologists regularly return to the submerged site, using sophisticated sonar, radar, and imaging technologies to explore and map the city's ruins. These technologies help researchers create detailed maps and digital reconstructions of what Heracleion might have looked like at its peak. One significant find in recent years was the discovery of dozens of shipwrecks within Heracleion's harbor. These wrecks illustrate the scale of trade passing through the city. Some vessels contained Egyptian goods, while others carried cargo from Greece, Phoenicia, and beyond. Studying these ships provides detailed insights into ancient maritime trade networks, economic systems, and shipbuilding techniques. Another major ongoing focus is the careful excavation and preservation of statues and structures buried in sediment. Because seawater and sand protected many artifacts from erosion, researchers can now recover items in remarkably good condition. Excavations have uncovered well-preserved temple columns, statues, stone carvings, and ritual objects that reveal the daily lives, religious practices, and commercial activities in Heracleion. Inscriptions and artifacts also indicate Heracleion's close connection with the city of Canopus, another ancient Egyptian port nearby. Researchers have found evidence of extensive trade and cultural exchange between these two neighboring ports, suggesting that the entire region served as an integrated maritime trading area during ancient Egypt's late period. The discovery of Heracleion has significantly enhanced historians' understanding of ancient Egypt's trade relations with other Mediterranean civilizations, particularly Greece. Greek coins and ceramics recovered from the underwater ruins demonstrate the strong economic ties between Egyptians and Greeks long before the arrival of Alexander the Great. This challenges earlier views that Greek influence in Egypt only began after Alexander's conquest. Moreover, Heracleion's ruins provide important archaeological context for understanding Egyptian religious practices in a maritime environment. Temples and artifacts dedicated to maritime gods reveal how the Egyptians integrated religious rituals and commercial activities, appealing to deities for safe passage, successful trade, and prosperity. The underwater city has also captured the public's imagination, inspiring documentaries, museum exhibitions, and popular fascination worldwide. Exhibits of artifacts recovered from Heracleion have traveled internationally, allowing visitors to see firsthand the stunning craftsmanship and historical importance of this submerged city. Efforts continue to protect and preserve the submerged ruins of Heracleion from environmental damage, looting, and erosion. The Egyptian government, along with international researchers and conservation groups, actively collaborate to ensure the city's artifacts and structures remain safe for future study. As archaeological work progresses, experts hope to uncover even more details about Heracleion's layout, architecture, economy, and daily life. Each new discovery helps fill gaps in historians' understanding, providing a more complete picture of how ancient Egyptians lived, worked, and interacted with the wider Mediterranean world. Despite extensive underwater excavations, large portions of Heracleion still remain unexplored beneath the seabed. Archaeologists believe many more statues, artifacts, shipwrecks, and structures await discovery. Future explorations promise further revelations about this fascinating city, potentially rewriting aspects of ancient Egyptian history. In practical terms, ongoing archaeological research at Heracleion also advances underwater excavation techniques, conservation methods, and archaeological technology. Lessons learned at Heracleion inform projects at other submerged sites worldwide, improving our ability to uncover and preserve history beneath the sea. Ultimately, the rediscovery of Heracleion represents one of the most significant archaeological achievements in recent decades. Its well-preserved ruins and artifacts offer an unparalleled glimpse into an ancient maritime city lost to history for thousands of years. By carefully studying Heracleion, researchers continue to uncover the story of a city that was once a vibrant center of trade, religion, and cultural exchange, a key gateway between ancient Egypt and the wider Mediterranean. As archaeological exploration continues beneath the waters off Egypt's coast, Heracleion promises more fascinating discoveries. Each artifact recovered, each inscription deciphered, provides a clearer understanding of this remarkable city, quietly revealing its mysteries and secrets to patient researchers. As we leave behind the submerged mysteries of Heracleion, we return once more to Egypt's windswept sands, home to perhaps its most iconic monument, the Great Sphinx, and the enigmatic Giza plateau. For thousands of years, this remarkable figure has gazed silently toward the eastern horizon, its precise origins and true age still uncertain, even after centuries of investigation and study. While traditional Egyptology confidently places the carving of the Sphinx around 2500 BC during the reign of Pharaoh Khafre, certain geological observations and alternative theories have sparked ongoing debates about whether this famous statue might be significantly older than commonly believed. The conventional dating links the Sphinx directly to Pharaoh Khafre, primarily because of its position near Khafre's pyramid, as well as archaeological evidence discovered nearby. Egyptian archaeologists found inscriptions, artifacts, and construction methods matching those known from Khafre's time, providing a straightforward connection to the 4th dynasty of Egypt's Old Kingdom. These traditional interpretations have long stood as the accepted historical context for the Sphinx's creation. Yet in recent decades, certain scientists and geologists have presented compelling arguments suggesting that the Sphinx, and possibly even parts of the Giza plateau, may be far older. The core of this alternative theory rests on geological evidence, specifically unusual patterns of erosion seen on the body and enclosure walls surrounding the Sphinx. According to geologist Dr. Robert Schoch and others, these erosion patterns strongly resemble water-induced weathering rather than typical desert sand erosion. Such water erosion would imply that the Sphinx was carved at a time when heavy rainfall regularly occurred in Egypt, conditions known to have existed thousands of years before Khafre's reign, perhaps as far back as 7000 to 5000 BC, during a wet climatic period known as the African Humid Period. Proponents of this earlier dating argue that the deep grooves and rounded contours on the Sphinx's enclosure walls and body suggest prolonged exposure to rainfall, rather than wind-blown sand erosion that typically shapes monuments in dry desert climates. If accurate, this would indicate that the Sphinx was created by an unknown civilization or culture predating Egypt's traditional dynastic period by several thousand years, challenging many accepted historical timelines. However, mainstream Egyptologists remain cautious and skeptical about this revised dating. They note the lack of clear archaeological evidence supporting such an early date, pointing out that surrounding tombs, artifacts, and other Giza structures are consistently dated to the 4th dynasty. They also emphasize that while the geology might seem compelling, geological dating alone isn't enough to conclusively revise the well-established historical timeline. In response, alternative researchers point to the possibility that an older monument or natural formation existed before the Sphinx was reshaped into its current form during Khafre's reign. According to this scenario, earlier erosion could have affected a pre-existing structure or rock formation, which the Egyptians later recarved into the familiar lion-bodied figure with a human head. This compromise theory would reconcile both geological and archaeological evidence, allowing for an earlier origin of the site itself without necessarily contradicting traditional dating of the finished monument. Adding to the complexity, some ancient Egyptian texts and traditions seem to suggest that the Egyptians themselves viewed the Sphinx as ancient even during the Old Kingdom period. The famous dream stele, erected by Pharaoh Thutmose IV, between the paws of the Sphinx, more than 1,000 years after Khafre's time, describes the Sphinx as ancient and powerful, suggesting that Egyptians already considered it a monument of considerable antiquity. Some historians interpret these references to mean that the Sphinx was already old and revered, perhaps even mysterious, during the earliest dynastic periods of Egyptian civilization. Further complicating matters are questions surrounding the Giza plateau itself, which appears to have a longer and more complex history than previously thought. Recent archaeological studies suggest that the area around Giza may have held spiritual significance long before the pyramids were constructed. Ancient burial sites, temples, and ceremonial structures discovered near the plateau indicate that people used the site for sacred purposes thousands of years before Khufu, Khafra, or Menkaure began building their pyramids. These earlier religious practices hint at the possibility that important sites like the Sphinx could have been built upon or integrated into previously sacred areas, further clouding their exact dates of origin. Modern researchers use various scientific tools to investigate this mystery more thoroughly. Ground-penetrating radar, seismic surveys, and geological testing are increasingly employed to study subsurface structures and analyze the plateau's geological history in detail. These technological methods allow scientists to peer beneath the surface without disturbing or damaging sensitive archaeological sites. Recent studies using these methods have indeed revealed previously unknown cavities, tunnels, and anomalies beneath the Sphinx and surrounding areas, opening up new possibilities for further exploration. Yet despite advanced tools and ongoing research, a definitive resolution remains elusive. Mainstream historians continue to support a traditional timeline for the Sphinx, citing a lack of archaeological artifacts or inscriptions clearly pointing to an earlier civilization. Alternative researchers remain convinced that geological evidence necessitates reconsideration of the accepted chronology, maintaining the possibility of an earlier lost chapter of Egyptian history still waiting beneath the sands. Given these conflicting theories and interpretations, the age of the Sphinx and Giza plateau remains an open question. It's likely that only further exploration and discovery, carefully managed to preserve these invaluable monuments, will eventually provide clearer answers. Archaeologists remain hopeful that new excavations or discoveries could yield the artifacts, inscriptions, or definitive geological evidence needed to settle this debate once and for all. Meanwhile, careful preservation and responsible management of the Giza plateau remain priorities for Egyptian authorities and international researchers alike. Protecting these monuments from erosion, tourism impacts, and environmental damage is essential for ensuring that future generations can continue studying and learning from these extraordinary structures. Each new excavation, technological advance, or archaeological find brings us closer to fully understanding the remarkable achievements of ancient Egypt, its people, and its monuments. As we leave the mysteries surrounding the true age of the Sphinx and the Giza plateau, our journey leads us toward another intriguing puzzle that has quietly lingered in Egypt's historical records. Among the pharaohs of ancient Egypt, one name remains particularly enigmatic: Smenkhkare. Little is known with certainty about this mysterious ruler, whose brief and shadowy reign occurred during one of Egypt's most turbulent and fascinating eras, the Amarna period, under the rule of Pharaoh Akhenaten. Smenkhkare emerged briefly at the very end of Akhenaten's controversial reign, a time characterized by profound religious changes and political upheaval. Akhenaten had radically altered Egyptian religion by shifting worship away from the traditional gods toward a single deity, the sun disk known as Aten. This dramatic religious experiment disrupted traditional social and political structures, causing significant tension and instability within the kingdom. It was into this environment of religious and political turmoil that the figure of Smenkhkare quietly entered the historical scene, only to vanish just as mysteriously. Historians first became aware of Smenkhkare through scattered references found in royal inscriptions, monuments, and a handful of artifacts dating from the final years of Akhenaten's rule. These references were limited, fragmented, and often ambiguous. Some artifacts bearing Smenkhkare's name appear to show him as a co-ruler alongside Akhenaten, suggesting that he might have briefly shared power or served as Akhenaten's chosen successor. Other pieces of evidence depict him independently, as a sole ruler, implying that he briefly ruled Egypt alone after Akhenaten's death. Because so few records mention him clearly, scholars have debated for decades who exactly Smenkhkare was. Some historians propose that Smenkhkare was a young male relative of Akhenaten, possibly a younger brother or eldest son. This interpretation suggests Akhenaten named him as co-regent or heir during the final years of his reign, possibly intending to ensure a smooth transition of power amidst growing instability. If this theory is correct, Smenkkare's rule would have been very short, lasting perhaps only a year or two before he disappeared, either due to natural death, illness, or political intrigue. Another compelling theory proposes that Smenkhkare was, in fact, not a separate individual at all, but rather an alternate name or royal identity used by someone else already known to historians, most famously, Queen Nefertiti herself. According to this interpretation, Nefertiti, Akhenaten's powerful and influential queen, may have assumed the male persona of Smenkhkare in the later years of Akhenaten's reign, either due to political necessity or personal ambition. This scenario would explain why Smenkhkare's reign was so brief and poorly documented, as later rulers attempted to obscure or erase evidence of a female ruler assuming traditionally male authority. Evidence supporting the Nefertiti-Smenkhkare theory includes a few intriguing artifacts and inscriptions that seem to blur traditional gender boundaries. One example is a striking relief discovered at Amarna, depicting figures that blend traditionally male and female characteristics, making clear identification challenging. Additionally, Nefertiti had already held an unprecedentedly prominent role as queen, depicted in art and inscriptions alongside Akhenaten, performing duties typically reserved for pharaohs. It wouldn't have been entirely unprecedented for her to assume a male royal identity, especially during a time of rapid religious and social change. Yet another theory suggests Smenkhkare was Akhenaten's eldest daughter, Meritaten, who briefly took power after her father's death. Meritaten, known from various inscriptions and monuments, was also a powerful and influential figure within Akhenaten's court. Advocates of this theory point out that Meritaten held prominent ceremonial roles traditionally reserved for royalty, and she might have briefly stepped into a leadership role during the uncertain period following Akhenaten's death. Unfortunately, the limited and fragmentary nature of historical records from this period leaves considerable uncertainty around these various theories. Archaeological and textual evidence about Smenkhkare is scarce and often ambiguous. Furthermore, subsequent Egyptian rulers deliberately erased references to the Amarna period and its controversial rulers, making it even harder for modern historians to reconstruct clear events or timelines. As later pharaohs restored traditional religious beliefs, references to figures associated with the Aten religion, including Akhenaten, Nefertiti, Meritaten, and Smenkhkare, were systematically destroyed or altered. The burial place of Smenkhkare also remains uncertain, further complicating attempts to clarify his identity. No clearly identified tomb or burial associated explicitly with him has yet been discovered. Some archaeologists have proposed that a tomb discovered in the Valley of the Kings, tomb KV55, might belong to Smenkhkare. This mysterious tomb contains a badly damaged mummy whose identity remains debated. While DNA analysis suggests this mummy could be closely related to Tutankhamun and Akhenaten, uncertainty remains. Scholars still dispute whether this mummy is Smenkhkare himself, or perhaps another royal family member from this complicated dynasty. Recent advances in archaeological techniques, including DNA testing, CT scanning, and other forensic analyses, have provided valuable new insights into this complex period. For example, DNA studies have revealed family connections within the royal Amarna line, helping historians piece together a more coherent picture of Akhenaten's family. However, despite these technological advances, the specific identity of Smenkhkare has not yet been conclusively determined. Further study and excavation continue, offering the possibility that future discoveries might resolve some of these enduring mysteries. Yet even as modern methods of investigation progress, certain questions may remain unresolved. The turbulent period of Akhenaten's religious reforms, followed by rapid and deliberate efforts to erase evidence of his reign, has left a historical record filled with intentional gaps, ambiguities, and silences. Such gaps make definitive conclusions challenging even for advanced modern archaeology. Smenkhkare's true identity remains particularly elusive precisely because the historical records are so limited and open to multiple interpretations. The scarcity of references, the blurred boundaries of gender and identity, and the deliberate destruction of Amarna-era records all combine to obscure our understanding. The very nature of Smenkkare's brief and controversial reign ensures that uncertainty remains a prominent feature of any investigation into his identity. Ultimately, the identity of Pharaoh Smenkhkare remains one of ancient Egypt's most intriguing historical puzzles. Scholars continue to debate whether he was a young prince briefly elevated to power, a male persona adopted by Queen Nefertiti, or possibly Akhenaten's daughter, Meritaten, ruling temporarily in a tumultuous transitional period. While concrete answers remain elusive, ongoing archaeological work and technological advances offer hope that further clarity may eventually emerge. Until then, the mysterious figure of Smenkhkare remains quietly hidden among Egypt's ancient sands and faded inscriptions, an enduring reminder of how much of Egypt's rich and complicated history still waits patiently beneath the surface, yet to be fully revealed. Moving gently from the uncertain shadow of Pharaoh Smenkhkare, our exploration now takes us deeper into another enduring Egyptian mystery, the intriguing and enigmatic cult of Osiris. Osiris, one of ancient Egypt's most beloved and widely worshipped gods, embodied the hope of resurrection, rebirth, and eternal life. Yet despite his great importance and widespread veneration, many mysteries about his origins, worship, and the true nature of his ancient cult practices remain quietly concealed, hidden in Egypt's sands and behind temple walls. Osiris was central to Egyptian beliefs about life, death, and the afterlife. In myth, he was a wise and compassionate ruler who brought civilization, agriculture, and justice to humanity. According to ancient traditions, Osiris was murdered by his brother Set, who dismembered his body and scattered it across Egypt. His wife Isis painstakingly recovered the fragments of his body, reassembling them through powerful magic, thus restoring him to life briefly so that she could conceive their son, Horus. After this miraculous event, Osiris became the ruler of the underworld, presiding over judgment of the souls of the dead and symbolizing the promise of resurrection and eternal life. The narrative of Osiris, his death, dismemberment, and resurrection, was more than mere mythology to the ancient Egyptians. It symbolized the natural cycles they observed around them, the Nile's annual flooding and receding, the cycle of planting and harvesting crops, and the daily journey of the sun rising and setting. Osiris became a potent metaphor for rebirth and renewal, deeply influencing Egyptian funeral practices, rituals, and religious beliefs throughout the nation's long history. By aligning themselves with Osiris, Egyptians believed they could share in his promise of eternal life. Despite this widespread devotion, the origins of the Osiris cult remain uncertain and mysterious. Scholars believe that worship of Osiris first emerged very early in Egyptian history, possibly even predating Egypt's first dynasties. Early references and inscriptions point to his worship as already well established by Egypt's Old Kingdom period, but historians have struggled to pinpoint exactly where or how the Osiris cult first arose. Some suggest Osiris may have originated from local agricultural gods worshipped in villages near the Nile Delta. Others speculate that his myth developed gradually through blending various local and regional religious traditions, eventually evolving into a unified national cult. One of the earliest known centers of Osiris worship was Abydos, located in Upper Egypt. Abydos became an immensely important pilgrimage site, where Egyptians traveled from all parts of the kingdom to honor Osiris and partake in sacred rituals. Archaeological excavations at Abydos have revealed extensive temples, chapels, and tombs dedicated to Osiris, including the famous Osirion, a subterranean structure believed by some to represent Osiris's symbolic tomb or burial place. Yet, Even with extensive exploration, historians have not fully unraveled the precise nature and purpose of the rituals performed in these spaces. Many ceremonies appear to have involved symbolic reenactments of Osiris's death and resurrection, but the exact meanings and specific practices remain partly hidden. The cult of Osiris wasn't confined to Abydos. Temples dedicated to Osiris were built all across Egypt, each likely hosting its own localized rituals and traditions. However, the core themes remained consistent: rebirth, resurrection, and the promise of an eternal afterlife. Many temples depicted vivid artistic representations of Osiris's story, allowing worshippers to visually experience his divine narrative. These images and rituals connected ordinary Egyptians closely to Osiris, ensuring he remained one of Egypt's most personally meaningful deities. Another intriguing and mysterious aspect of Osiris worship was the use of special symbolic objects, notably the Djed pillar, a distinctive symbol associated with Osiris representing stability, strength, and eternal life. Often depicted as a stylized column, the Djed symbolized Osiris's backbone and his resurrection, becoming an important icon within temples and tombs. Egyptians frequently placed amulets depicting the Djed within tombs to ensure the deceased would share in Osiris's power to achieve rebirth. Yet despite frequent references, the original symbolism and precise meaning of the Djed remains somewhat uncertain, leaving researchers continuing to debate its origins and true significance. One puzzling and less understood aspect of Osiris worship is its relationship with other Egyptian deities, especially Isis and Horus. While clearly forming a divine triad with Isis and their son Horus, the dynamics of their worship varied significantly over time and region. In some places, Isis held equal or even greater importance, particularly in later periods, when her own worship became especially widespread. Elsewhere, Horus emerged as the dominant figure, portrayed as avenging his father's death and restoring order. Scholars continue examining how the interrelated worship of these gods evolved and why certain aspects changed over Egypt's long history, as such complexities remain only partially understood. The rituals performed by priests within the Osiris cult are also mysterious. Egyptian priests carefully guarded their sacred knowledge and ritual practices, limiting written descriptions and leaving few clear explanations. We know from ancient inscriptions and temple reliefs that rituals involved symbolic purification, offerings, prayers, and reenactments of Osiris's myth. Priests performed dramatic rituals reenacting Osiris's death, dismemberment, and resurrection, yet precisely what occurred during these ceremonies remains uncertain. Detailed descriptions are rare, making the exact nature of these rites a compelling historical puzzle. The relationship between the Osiris cult and Egyptian burial practices further deepens its mysterious nature. Egyptians believed aligning themselves with Osiris was essential for achieving eternal life. The Book of the Dead and other funerary texts contain spells to assist the deceased in joining Osiris in the afterlife. Many tombs contained carefully placed symbolic artifacts, such as shabtis, small statues meant to serve the deceased in the afterlife, and amulets inscribed with spells related to Osiris. Mummification rituals, tomb construction, and funeral ceremonies also reflected the Osiris myth, as Egyptians symbolically repeated the divine cycle of death and rebirth. Yet certain aspects of these rituals, including why specific practices were performed, remain partially unclear, hidden in symbolic language and subtle references. Another layer of mystery lies in the secretive, exclusive nature of Osiris cult practices. Although popular throughout Egypt, certain rituals, particularly those performed in temples, were reserved only for priests or initiated followers. Egyptians themselves viewed some ceremonies as sacred secrets, not meant for public knowledge. This intentional secrecy explains, in part, why detailed descriptions remain rare, and why modern historians still strive to reconstruct a complete picture of the Osiris cult. The Osiris cult endured for millennia, spanning the Old, Middle, and New Kingdoms, and persisting even into the Greco-Roman period, demonstrating its powerful and lasting appeal. Yet despite its long history and widespread practice, the cult retained an aura of secrecy and hidden knowledge. Modern historians and archaeologists continue to carefully study temple inscriptions, tomb art, and ancient writings to better understand these ancient practices, although much remains elusive. As excavations at Abydos and other Osiris cult sites continue, new discoveries frequently provide fresh clues and insights, shedding light on this complex and enigmatic deity. Still, the mystery of Osiris, the origins of his worship, the precise meanings of his rituals, and the hidden significance behind symbols like the Djed remains captivatingly unresolved. For historians, archaeologists, and Egyptologists, the cult of Osiris represents an enduring challenge, offering tantalizing glimpses into Egypt's rich spiritual past, while quietly withholding definitive answers. Ultimately, the cult of Osiris remains one of ancient Egypt's most fascinating and intricate puzzles. Its lasting significance highlights the profound importance Egyptians placed upon eternal life, rebirth, and divine continuity. Yet the carefully guarded secrets, subtle symbolism, and intentionally obscure references continue to veil much of this ancient practice in mystery. An enduring reminder that some truths from Egypt's past still await full revelation beneath layers of sand, stone, and silence. As we quietly leave behind the sacred mysteries of Osiris and his ancient cult, our journey now brings us forward in time to another of Egypt's enduring puzzles, the undiscovered tomb of its legendary queen, Cleopatra VII. Though her story has been told and retold countless times, portrayed in art, literature, and film, the final resting place of Egypt's last and perhaps most iconic queen remains a compelling mystery that still eludes historians and archaeologists. Cleopatra, a name synonymous with intrigue, power, and romance, ruled Egypt as its last active pharaoh from 51 to 30 BC. Her reign marked the final chapter of Egypt's long independence before becoming a Roman province under Augustus Caesar. Known equally for her intellect and charisma, Cleopatra famously maintained relationships with two of Rome's most powerful figures, Julius Caesar and Mark Antony. Her alliances, ambition, and eventual tragic demise have kept her at the center of historical fascination ever since. When Cleopatra's story reached its dramatic conclusion, she was believed to have ended her life by poison, likely snake venom, rather than be captured and humiliated in a Roman triumph. Historical records, including ancient writers such as Plutarch and Cassius Dio, describe her death vividly, placing it within the royal quarters of Alexandria around 30 BC. Following her suicide, historical texts suggest Cleopatra was buried alongside her beloved Mark Antony, but the exact location of their tomb has never been found, despite extensive searches and numerous theories. Archaeologists and historians have long speculated that Cleopatra's tomb lies somewhere beneath the bustling modern city of Alexandria, possibly submerged underwater or hidden beneath centuries of later construction. Alexandria, the splendid capital founded by Alexander the Great, was famous for its beauty, wealth, and grandeur, as well as its extensive palace complexes and royal tombs. Over centuries, much of ancient Alexandria has been lost beneath the rising waters of the Mediterranean Sea, earthquakes, or covered by the growth of the modern city, complicating any efforts to locate Cleopatra's tomb. One prominent theory, which gained renewed attention over the last 2 decades, proposes that Cleopatra and Mark Antony's tomb may actually be located not within Alexandria itself, but nearby at the ancient site of Taposiris Magna. Situated about 30 miles west of modern Alexandria, Taposiris Magna was once an important religious center dedicated to Osiris, which also contained significant temples and burial sites dating back to Cleopatra's era. Recent archaeological investigations, led by Dominican archaeologist Dr. Kathleen Martinez, have uncovered compelling evidence suggesting Cleopatra might indeed have chosen Taposiris Magna as her burial site. Martinez's team has excavated numerous intriguing artifacts from the site, including coins bearing Cleopatra's image, sculptures, temple structures, and even underground tunnels and chambers that suggest extensive royal activity during Cleopatra's reign. While these discoveries have greatly increased scholarly interest, they have not yet revealed direct proof of Cleopatra's tomb itself. The ongoing excavations remain carefully managed, slowly and meticulously, exploring each new tunnel, corridor, and chamber for clues. However, not all historians agree with the Taposiris Magna theory. Some Egyptologists remain convinced that Cleopatra's final resting place lies beneath the waters off Alexandria's coast, lost to flooding and geological shifts. Alexandria's coastline has changed dramatically over millennia due to earthquakes and rising sea levels. Indeed, underwater archaeologists exploring the submerged harbor near Alexandria have uncovered the remains of palaces, temples, and artifacts dating precisely from Cleopatra's time. Yet, while these underwater discoveries confirm the grandeur and historical significance of Alexandria, they have yet to yield definitive evidence regarding Cleopatra's burial site. The difficulty in locating Cleopatra's tomb also stems from the historical uncertainty surrounding her death and burial itself. Ancient historians writing decades or even centuries later relied heavily on oral accounts or secondary sources, introducing possible inaccuracies or exaggerations. Roman historians who described Cleopatra's final days often had political motives, portraying her negatively as Rome's defeated adversary. Consequently, these biases might have shaped or distorted the descriptions of her burial, contributing to confusion over its exact location. Further complicating matters, the practice of royal burial during Cleopatra's time varied greatly, influenced by both Greek and Egyptian traditions. Cleopatra herself was of Greek Macedonian descent, ruling Egypt as part of the Ptolemaic dynasty established by Alexander's generals. The Ptolemies combined Egyptian traditions with Greek practices, potentially creating unique and distinct burial customs. Some historians speculate Cleopatra might have chosen burial rites closely associated with traditional Egyptian royal customs, including elaborate tombs filled with precious objects and carefully inscribed walls, while others suggest a more modest or secretive burial, intended to prevent desecration by Rome. Adding yet another layer to the puzzle, Cleopatra's political circumstances at the time of her death may have influenced secrecy around her tomb's location. Knowing her defeat was imminent, Cleopatra might have deliberately hidden her burial site to prevent Roman desecration or humiliation. Ancient rulers often feared their graves would be disturbed or plundered by enemies. Thus, Cleopatra's tomb could have been intentionally concealed, contributing to its ongoing secrecy today. Despite the challenges, modern archaeological techniques continue advancing, bringing new opportunities to discover Cleopatra's final resting place. Ground-penetrating radar, satellite imaging, underwater robotics, and other advanced technologies are increasingly employed by archaeologists exploring potential sites. At Taposiris Magna, for example, ground-penetrating radar has identified underground cavities and tunnels yet to be fully explored, offering exciting possibilities for future excavation. Meanwhile, underwater archaeologists around Alexandria continue carefully exploring submerged ruins, hopeful that ancient texts or structures will provide conclusive evidence. Each year, new discoveries at potential sites reignite excitement and scholarly debate. Every artifact or chamber uncovered has the potential to solve this enduring historical mystery. Yet so far, Cleopatra's tomb remains elusive, a tantalizing puzzle waiting patiently beneath Egypt's sands or hidden quietly beneath its waters. Cleopatra's undiscovered tomb holds significance beyond mere archaeological curiosity. Finding it could greatly enhance our understanding of her life, reign, and Egypt's last independent era. A confirmed tomb would likely contain inscriptions, artifacts, or even Cleopatra's own remains, offering remarkable insights into her identity, beliefs, and the political realities she faced. Such a discovery would profoundly enrich historical knowledge, illuminating details about this legendary queen that ancient historians omitted or distorted. As we slowly step away from the elusive mystery of Cleopatra's lost tomb, our journey carries us gently upriver along the Nile, deeper into the Valley of the Kings. Here, hidden among limestone cliffs and dusty hills, lies another puzzle from Egypt's distant past, the mysterious tomb known as KV55, or the Amarna Cache. Unlike many other royal tombs in the valley, KV-55 presents more questions than answers, its true purpose and the identity of its primary occupant remaining quietly unresolved, despite decades of study and excavation. The tomb, officially labeled KV-55, was first discovered in January 1907 by English archaeologist Edward Ayrton, working under the supervision of Theodore Davis. From the outset, KV-55 stood apart from its neighboring tombs. Upon discovery, the tomb appeared strangely disturbed and chaotic, its artifacts jumbled together in a puzzling mixture. Within its narrow chambers lay various objects clearly associated with Egypt's controversial Amarna period, named after Pharaoh Akhenaten's short-lived capital, Amarna, a city built to worship the sun disk deity Aten. Among the tomb's artifacts were items bearing the names of Akhenaten, his wife Nefertiti, and their family members, immediately linking this tomb to Egypt's most controversial pharaoh and his mysterious reign. However, KV-55's most enigmatic element was a single wooden coffin, partially damaged and bearing its gold-covered face deliberately removed, making identification of its occupant extremely difficult. Inside this damaged coffin, archaeologists found a badly preserved mummy whose identity immediately sparked intense debate, a debate that continues today. Over the past century, numerous theories have emerged attempting to identify this mysterious occupant. Some scholars initially argued the mummy was that of Queen Tiye, Akhenaten's mother, due to feminine elements of the coffin and associated artifacts. Yet later examinations revealed the mummy belonged to a male, shifting attention towards male family members connected closely to Akhenaten. The most widely supported theory today suggests that the KV-55 mummy belongs to Pharaoh Akhenaten himself, though this remains far from certain. DNA testing and forensic analysis conducted in recent years strongly support the identification of the KV-55 mummy as the biological father of the famous Tutankhamun, confirming a close family connection to the Amarna royal family. This genetic evidence aligns closely with Akhenaten, reinforcing arguments that KV-55 might indeed contain Egypt's most enigmatic and controversial pharaoh. Yet uncertainty persists, partly due to conflicting age estimates of the mummy. Initial tests suggested an age younger than Akhenaten likely would have been at death, fueling further debate. Other experts propose the KV-55 mummy might instead represent Pharaoh Smenkhkare, a mysterious figure who ruled briefly after Akhenaten and before Tutankhamun. Smenkkare's short and obscure reign, closely tied to the final days of Akhenaten's rule, makes him a plausible candidate for burial in such a peculiar tomb. Historical records regarding Smenkhkare are scarce and ambiguous, meaning that confirmation of his identity in KV-55 could significantly clarify Egypt's timeline during the late Amarna period. Despite such compelling possibilities, concrete archaeological evidence firmly linking the mummy to Smenkhkare remains elusive, leaving this theory open and unresolved. Further complicating KV-55's mystery is the unusual mixture of grave goods discovered within the tomb, including objects clearly made for multiple royal individuals, men and women alike. Some artifacts bear inscriptions naming Queen Tiye, while others reference Akhenaten or even Nefertiti. This eclectic assortment of objects suggests the tomb might have served as a cache or temporary storage location, holding items moved hastily from Amarna following Akhenaten's controversial reign. The widespread defacement and deliberate removal of certain inscriptions and images within the tomb support theories that KV-55 represented an intentional attempt to erase or obscure memories of the controversial Amarna rulers, reflecting broader Egyptian efforts to restore traditional religious beliefs after Akhenaten's death. Yet another theory posits that KV-55 functioned as a makeshift tomb or transitional burial place intended to quickly inter members of Akhenaten's family after political shifts rendered their original tombs in Amarna unsafe. After Akhenaten's death, his revolutionary religious reforms quickly fell from favor, leading later rulers to abandon Amarna and dismantle its temples, palaces, and royal tombs. During this upheaval, royal mummies and artifacts connected to Akhenaten's family might have been hurriedly transported to Thebes, temporarily interred within KV-55 until permanent arrangements could be made. This scenario explains the unusual mixing of grave goods, rushed nature of the burial, and deliberate defacement evident throughout the tomb. Archaeologists continue carefully studying the tomb's peculiar mixture of items and inscriptions for additional clues, attempting to reconstruct the precise historical circumstances behind KV-55's unusual burial arrangement. Each object or inscription provides valuable information, yet none offers a definitive answer. Additionally, detailed forensic examinations of the KV-55 mummy continue, employing increasingly sophisticated techniques to clarify age, cause of death, and identity. Despite these ongoing efforts, certain aspects of KV-55's original purpose remain stubbornly concealed. In recent years, advanced technology has provided new avenues of investigation. High-resolution CT scanning and detailed genetic analysis offer promising ways to learn more about the KV-55 mummy and its possible familial relationships. Researchers hope that continued genetic testing may eventually confirm whether the mummy truly belongs to Akhenaten or another royal family member. Such scientific confirmation would greatly clarify KV-55's purpose, helping historians better understand events during Egypt's complex transition away from Akhenaten's radical religious experiment. Yet despite advancements, certain archaeological and historical puzzles remain challenging to resolve fully. The extensive damage and deliberate vandalism seen within KV-55 suggest intentional efforts by ancient Egyptians to obscure historical facts, complicating modern investigation. Additionally, political upheaval after Akhenaten's reign left records fragmentary or deliberately destroyed, limiting available historical information. These factors mean KV-55's precise purpose, the identity of its primary occupant, and the broader circumstances of its burial arrangement may never be entirely resolved. Today, KV-55 continues drawing significant scholarly attention precisely because of its unresolved mysteries. Egyptologists regularly revisit old excavation records and carefully re-examine artifacts stored in museums worldwide, searching for overlooked clues. Each new discovery or technological advancement reignites scholarly debate, fueling further research and exploration. While concrete answers have not yet fully emerged, ongoing efforts promise to incrementally clarify KV-55's historical context, purpose, and occupant. Moving from the enigmatic chambers of KV-55 and leaving behind its mysteries tucked within the rocky folds of the Valley of the Kings, our journey now guides us toward another intriguing puzzle. One not hidden in tombs or temples, but vanished beneath the sands altogether. The lost capital city of Itjtawy. Unlike well-known ancient Egyptian cities, such as Thebes or Memphis, Itjtawy exists today primarily in historical records and whispers among archaeologists, its exact location still undiscovered, and its once great structures concealed beneath Egypt's timeless sands. Founded around 1985 BC by Pharaoh Amenhotep, the first ruler of Egypt's powerful 12th dynasty, Itjtawy served as Egypt's capital for several centuries. Its name translates roughly to Caesar of the Two Lands, reflecting the king's ambition to unify and control Upper and Lower Egypt from a strategic new location. Amenhotep, I deliberately placed his capital city at a site that would ensure both political stability and administrative effectiveness. Ancient texts and records suggest that Itjtawy flourished as a vibrant city of governance, culture, and commerce, boasting grand palaces, temples, and bustling markets filled with merchants and craftspeople. Despite this historical importance, the physical city itself has mysteriously disappeared from modern maps. No definitive ruins or clear archaeological sites have yet been identified as Itjtawy. This absence makes Itjtawy uniquely compelling. An ancient city known from historical references but completely lost to modern eyes. Egyptologists have long puzzled over how such a prominent city could simply vanish without a trace. Some scholars suggest that shifting branches of the Nile River may have altered or erased the city's location, causing its abandonment and gradual burial beneath layers of silt, sand, and time. Others theorize that later cities or villages could have been built atop Itjtawy, effectively obscuring it from modern discovery. Historical clues about Itjtawy's general location exist, providing a rough idea of where the city once stood. Ancient Egyptian texts describe it as situated near the Fayum region, a lush and fertile area southwest of modern Cairo known for its rich agricultural lands and irrigation systems. The Fayum region has a long history of settlement, agriculture, and urbanization dating back thousands of years, aligning closely with the known time period when Itjtawy flourished as Egypt's capital. Historical records mention extensive building projects, irrigation works, and royal palaces established around this area by Amenhotep and his successors, further supporting theories that Itjtawy lay somewhere within or near this fertile district. Yet despite knowing its general vicinity, pinpointing Itjtawy's exact location has proven challenging. Much of the difficulty arises from the extensive human settlement and agricultural activities continuously reshaping the Fayum landscape over millennia. Successive settlements likely reused building materials, demolished old structures, and gradually erased evidence of older cities, making archaeological identification extremely difficult. Over time, villages and towns have risen and fallen in this region, each new settlement quietly covering the traces of its predecessors. Further complicating the search for Itjtawy is Egypt's shifting river systems and environmental changes. The Nile River has dramatically altered its course and branches over thousands of years, causing some settlements to thrive temporarily, while others vanished completely beneath new riverbeds or layers of sediment. Scholars believe that changes in river flow or severe flooding events might have forced the abandonment of Itjtawy, gradually covering it under sediment or causing inhabitants to relocate permanently to safer, more stable areas. Such environmental factors might explain why extensive ruins or clearly identifiable archaeological remains of Itjtawy have yet to emerge. Yet, despite these considerable challenges, modern archaeology continues to search carefully and methodically for clues. Researchers have utilized advanced technologies, including satellite imaging, ground-penetrating radar, and geographical surveys, to detect hidden structures buried beneath modern landscapes. Satellite imagery, in particular, has revealed promising anomalies and subtle traces beneath farmland and settlements in the Fayum region, hinting at potential hidden structures that may represent ancient Itjtawy. Archaeological teams are carefully investigating these promising locations, hopeful that excavations might eventually uncover concrete evidence identifying the lost city. Recent excavations and exploratory projects in the Fayum area have yielded tantalizing, if still uncertain, results. Archaeologists have uncovered extensive pottery shards, building materials, and even the foundations of ancient walls and structures in the vicinity that seem to match the approximate date of Itjtawy's historical period. Some pottery fragments and artifacts appear distinctly royal or administrative in nature, strongly suggesting a significant urban settlement once stood nearby. Yet, so far, nothing definitive has confirmed these discoveries as the remains of Itjtawy itself. Historical inscriptions from monuments and texts referencing Itjtawy indicate that the city was not only an administrative center, but also an important religious and ceremonial site. Temples dedicated to prominent Egyptian gods, palaces constructed for royal family members, and administrative buildings for government functions would have stood prominently within the city. Such monumental structures would have required substantial resources and skilled labor, further emphasizing the city's once great importance and its puzzling disappearance. In addition, tombs and burials associated with Itjtawy's rulers and elite likely surrounded the city, potentially including royal pyramids, mastabas, and elaborate necropolises. Pharaoh Amenhotep I himself built a pyramid near Itjtawy, further underscoring its prominence as Egypt's administrative and royal capital. Discovering such burial sites and structures could offer valuable clues to Itjtawy's exact location and significantly enhance historical understanding of the city's structure and purpose. Archaeologists continue carefully surveying the surrounding landscape for evidence of these tombs and monuments, hoping they might pinpoint Itjtawy's hidden remains. Despite the city's current invisibility, Itjtawy played a crucial role in Egyptian history during a period of remarkable stability, prosperity, and cultural flourishing under the 12th dynasty. Historical texts and inscriptions praise Itjtawy as a seat of justice, governance, and cultural achievement. The capital oversaw major construction projects, infrastructure improvements, and expansions of Egypt's borders and trade networks. It represented a unified political vision and symbolized Egypt's stability and power during the Middle Kingdom period. Thus, uncovering its lost remains would greatly enhance historical understanding of Egypt during this important and influential era. Today, Egyptologists, archaeologists, and historians continue collaborating closely, employing increasingly sophisticated methods and technologies in their search for Itjtawy. Advances in remote sensing technology, satellite surveys, and ground-based archaeological techniques steadily improve prospects for locating this vanished city. Each new discovery or excavation provides valuable data, incrementally guiding researchers closer to Itjtawy's hidden location. Yet, despite ongoing efforts and tantalizing clues, the city remains elusive. No single discovery has yet provided definitive proof, leaving archaeologists cautiously hopeful but realistic about the complexity of their search. The true remains of Itjtawy might rest quietly beneath modern towns, farmland, or even beneath shifting Nile sediments, patiently waiting for careful excavation and exploration to uncover its secrets. The possibility that such an important ancient city still lies undiscovered and intact beneath modern Egypt only adds to its compelling historical mystery. Stepping away from the elusive traces of Itjtawy, still hidden beneath Egypt's sands, we now find ourselves standing before perhaps the greatest symbols of ancient ingenuity, the majestic pyramids of Giza. Standing tall and silent along the edge of the desert, these enormous monuments have become powerful symbols of ancient Egypt, inspiring awe, curiosity, and endless questions. Among these questions, one persists with particular intrigue. Who exactly built the pyramids at Giza? Despite being some of the most extensively studied structures on Earth, this seemingly simple question remains surprisingly complex, quietly prompting careful research and ongoing archaeological investigation. Traditional archaeological and historical evidence strongly supports the view that the pyramids were built during Egypt's 4th dynasty, around 2600 to 2500 BC, by teams of skilled Egyptian laborers, working under royal supervision. Ancient Egyptian records, including inscriptions and documents, describe extensive projects commissioned by pharaohs Khufu, Khafre, and Menkaure, who built the 3 major pyramids at Giza. Khufu's pyramid, also known as the Great Pyramid, is the largest and oldest, rising nearly 146 meters high at its original completion, constructed from approximately 2.3 million stone blocks. Khafre's pyramid, slightly smaller but still impressive, is accompanied by the iconic Sphinx, while Menkaure's smaller pyramid completes the trio. The remarkable scale, precision, and engineering skill evident in these structures clearly required sophisticated organization, resources, and technical knowledge, confirming that Egypt's pharaohs invested great effort and resources into their construction. Historical evidence from Egypt's Old Kingdom further supports the traditional view. Ancient records describe groups of workers organized into carefully managed labor teams, each with specialized roles and responsibilities. Archaeological discoveries around Giza have uncovered extensive evidence of worker settlements, housing, bakeries, breweries, medical facilities, and even evidence of injuries treated by ancient doctors, all indicating that skilled workers, not slaves, constructed the pyramids. These settlements suggest a workforce treated relatively well, provided with adequate food, medical care, and organized living quarters. Artifacts found nearby include tools, ropes, wooden sledges, copper chisels, and construction ramps, evidence clearly demonstrating practical human-based techniques behind pyramid construction. Yet despite overwhelming historical and archaeological evidence, some alternative theories have persisted, suggesting that the pyramid's origins might differ significantly from traditional explanations. Popular imagination and speculative theories have occasionally proposed ideas involving lost civilizations, extraterrestrial beings, or unknown technologies, driven largely by awe and wonder at the pyramid's sheer scale and precision. While these alternative theories are largely discredited by mainstream historians and archaeologists, they highlight how extraordinary the pyramids appear, reflecting their powerful hold on human imagination and curiosity. Another debate surrounds exactly how ancient Egyptians physically constructed these enormous structures. Historians and engineers have proposed several plausible methods based on practical archaeological evidence, historical texts, and experimental archaeology. Most commonly accepted theories involve the use of ramps, either straight, zigzagging, or spiraling, built from mud bricks, rubble, and sand to transport massive stone blocks into place. Teams of laborers likely dragged blocks across slick surfaces of water or oil-lubricated sand, pulling these enormous stones into position using ropes, wooden sledges, and copper tools. Archaeological findings of partially constructed ramps, rope fragments, and wooden sleds near Giza support these traditional construction theories, providing physical evidence of ancient Egyptians' methods. Additionally, recent archaeological discoveries have shed further light on the identity and nature of the laborers who built the pyramids. Excavations conducted near the Giza pyramids in recent decades uncovered a vast cemetery where pyramid workers were buried. Analysis of these burials indicates that pyramid laborers came from all across Egypt, volunteering for seasonal work as part of a national effort involving thousands of ordinary Egyptians. Rather than forced labor or slavery, these findings reveal a workforce willingly participating in pyramid construction as an expression of national pride, religious devotion, and civic duty. Egyptian records refer to these laborers respectfully as friends of Khufu or drunkards of Menkaure, suggesting camaraderie, pride, and a collective identity among the pyramid builders. These archaeological findings also help debunk persistent myths that slaves built the pyramids. Historical records, tomb inscriptions, and archaeological evidence clearly indicate that pyramid builders were skilled, respected, and well-fed laborers, receiving food, medical care, and proper burials as compensation for their hard work. Recent studies of the remains found in worker cemeteries further reinforce these conclusions, showing evidence of good nutrition, proper medical treatment, and even recovery from workplace injuries, further demonstrating the high status and careful management of pyramid workers. Modern archaeologists continue to investigate Giza carefully, using new technologies and methods to deepen understanding. Ground-penetrating radar, laser scans, satellite imaging, and 3D modeling increasingly allow researchers to study pyramid structures and surrounding areas in more detail than ever before. Each new discovery clarifies specific construction methods, logistical organization, and daily life of pyramid workers, incrementally enhancing historical understanding of exactly how and by whom these iconic monuments were built. Despite considerable advances, certain questions still remain open-ended. Scholars continue debating specific construction details, including exact ramp designs, stone lifting techniques, and precise numbers of workers involved. New archaeological excavations regularly uncover fresh evidence that incrementally improves knowledge, but complete certainty about every construction detail may remain elusive. The pyramid's massive scale, precise alignment, and incredible durability remind researchers that ancient Egyptians employed methods and skills perhaps even more sophisticated than currently understood. The recent discovery of ancient papyrus documents at the Red Sea port of Wadi al-Jarf, dating from the reign of Khufu, provides particularly exciting insights. These papyri include detailed logistical records of limestone block shipments transported from quarries to Giza, clearly connecting Khufu's reign directly to the construction process. Such records offer fascinating direct evidence of how Egyptians organized massive construction projects, managed labor teams, and coordinated resources. Continued study of these papyrus texts promises further revelations, enhancing understanding of exactly how Egyptians built these extraordinary structures. Ultimately, historical and archaeological evidence strongly affirms that skilled Egyptian laborers, organized under royal supervision, built the pyramids at Giza. The process involved thousands of ordinary Egyptians working cooperatively on an unprecedented national project, using practical tools, simple yet ingenious construction methods, and careful management. Although certain mysteries and unanswered questions persist, archaeological discoveries continue to incrementally enhance our understanding, gradually resolving debates and dispelling misconceptions. Far from diminishing their wonder, these practical explanations heighten appreciation of the extraordinary achievements of ancient Egyptians, reflecting their remarkable organization, dedication, and ingenuity. Today, the pyramids stand quietly as timeless monuments to human determination, skill, and ambition. While archaeologists continue carefully exploring and investigating, each new discovery brings us closer to fully understanding exactly who built these iconic structures and how. Yet, even as researchers steadily uncover practical truths, the pyramids remain undeniably mysterious and awe-inspiring, symbols of ancient Egypt's power and creativity. Their enduring fascination quietly reminds us how much ancient history still awaits discovery beneath Egypt's sands, patiently holding its secrets, ready for careful exploration to slowly reveal the remarkable human stories behind their construction. Leaving behind the enduring mystery of the pyramids and their master builders, our path now winds gently toward another captivating enigma, the lost necropolis of Pharaoh Amenhotep I. While many ancient Egyptian rulers rest within clearly identified tombs and grand burial complexes, the final resting place of Amenhotep remains notably absent from modern archaeological maps. Hidden beneath the sands and stones of Egypt's timeless landscape, the exact location of his tomb continues to elude scholars, quietly drawing attention and curiosity from Egyptologists and historians alike. Amenhotep I was a prominent pharaoh of Egypt's 18th dynasty, ruling around 1526 to 1506 BC during a period of strength, prosperity, and expansion for ancient Egypt. The son of Ahmozo and Queen Nefertiti, Amenhotep inherited a stable and unified kingdom from his father, continuing efforts to expand Egypt's territory, maintain diplomatic relations, and initiate significant building projects. Under his rule, Egypt flourished culturally and economically, setting the stage for later rulers such as Hatshepsut and Thutmose III, who further solidified the 18th dynasty's status as a golden age in Egyptian history. Yet despite Amenhotep's significance and prominence, the location of his original tomb and the broader necropolis associated with his burial remains uncertain. Historical and archaeological evidence clearly indicate that Amenhotep was buried in a carefully constructed and richly appointed tomb befitting a powerful pharaoh, yet no definitive tomb or burial complex has been identified as belonging specifically to him. Unlike many other kings, whose tombs lie clearly labeled and located within the Valley of the Kings, Amenhotep III's burial place remains a puzzle, shrouded in historical ambiguity and archaeological uncertainty. Ancient historical texts and inscriptions reference Amenhotep I's tomb only indirectly, making it difficult for modern scholars to reconstruct precisely where he was buried. Some historical sources suggest that Amenhotep II's tomb was originally constructed at Dra Abu el Naga, an ancient necropolis located near Thebes, modern Luxor. This area was an important burial ground for royalty and nobility, particularly during the early 18th dynasty. Dra Abu el Naga contains numerous tombs dating from this period, including several belonging to Amenhotep I's contemporaries and officials. Given its historical context, this site seems a logical location for Amenhotep's burial, yet extensive archaeological exploration there has not conclusively identified his tomb. Some historians propose that Amenhotep I's tomb might have been destroyed, reused, or deliberately hidden in antiquity, obscuring its modern discovery. Ancient Egyptians commonly reused or altered tombs for later burials or religious purposes, meaning that the original burial of Amenhotep could have been repurposed or obscured in later centuries. Others speculate that Amenhotep's tomb could lie concealed beneath modern structures or buried beneath shifting sand and debris, awaiting careful excavation and identification. The tomb's potential reuse or deliberate concealment could explain why archaeological exploration thus far has not definitively pinpointed its location. Adding further complexity, historical texts indicate Amenhotep I's mummy itself was later moved by priests during the 21st dynasty. Around 1000 BC, Egypt experienced widespread tomb robberies and unrest, prompting priests and officials to relocate royal mummies from vulnerable tombs to safer, hidden caches. Amenhotep I's mummy was among those carefully rewrapped and moved, eventually resting securely in a hidden cache at Deir el-Bahari, discovered in modern times. The fact that his mummy was moved suggests the original tomb had been compromised or threatened, further complicating the archaeological search for his original burial site. The deliberate relocation and concealment of his remains leave modern archaeologists with few clear clues regarding the original tomb's precise location. In recent years, modern archaeological teams have increasingly used advanced technologies to search carefully for Amenhotep's lost necropolis. Ground-penetrating radar, satellite imaging, and remote sensing technologies have been employed at Dra Abu el Naga and surrounding areas, hoping to detect hidden chambers, tunnels, or burial structures buried beneath the surface. Satellite surveys in particular have revealed promising anomalies in this region, potential subterranean structures that could indicate previously undiscovered tombs or burial complexes. These technological methods allow archaeologists to investigate beneath the sands without intrusive digging, offering careful and methodical ways to potentially identify Amenhotep's lost burial place. Recent excavations in the Theban necropolis have also uncovered significant finds related to Amenhotep I's era, including tombs, artifacts, and inscriptions referencing his reign and associated officials. Archaeologists have unearthed valuable evidence confirming extensive royal and elite activity in this area during Amenhotep I's time, supporting theories that his tomb likely lies nearby. Yet despite these important discoveries, the precise tomb itself continues to evade identification, remaining quietly hidden beneath the sands or obscured beneath later structures. Amenhotep I's burial also holds a particularly revered place in ancient Egyptian memory. He and his mother, Amose Nefertari, were worshipped extensively after their deaths, becoming central figures in religious cults and regarded as divine protectors. Amenhotep's tomb may have served not merely as a royal burial site, but also as a pilgrimage and religious center for ancient Egyptians. Identifying his burial place would greatly enhance historical understanding of the cult surrounding him, revealing deeper insights into ancient Egyptian beliefs and practices around death, rebirth, and ancestor veneration. Historical texts reference rituals and ceremonies conducted at Amenhotep's tomb, further emphasizing its significance and highlighting how much historical information remains hidden until its location is confirmed. Further complicating the search, Amenhotep I ruled during an era when Egypt transitioned from earlier burial practices towards the establishment of the Valley of the Kings as a royal necropolis. His tomb likely reflects this transitional period, possibly combining elements of older traditions with emerging royal burial conventions that defined later 18th dynasty tombs. Understanding Amenhotep's tomb design and location would thus greatly clarify this transitional phase, illuminating how Egyptian royal burial practices evolved during this critical historical moment. Modern Egyptologists and archaeologists continue searching carefully and methodically for Amenhotep's lost necropolis, hopeful that ongoing excavations, technological advances, and careful study of historical texts might someday provide answers. Each newly discovered tomb or artifact in the Theban area offers potential clues, incrementally guiding researchers closer to identifying Amenhotep's original burial place. Yet, until definitive evidence emerges, the precise location of his tomb remains a compelling mystery, quietly inviting continued exploration and investigation. Hidden somewhere beneath ancient sands, our attention turns now to another remarkable achievement of Egyptian civilization: The precise engineering behind Egyptian obelisks. These slender, towering monuments, carved meticulously from a single piece of granite, have stood for millennia as proud symbols of ancient Egyptian skill and ambition. But beyond their beauty and symbolic meaning lies an enduring mystery. How exactly were these massive structures crafted, transported, and raised so precisely by people who lacked modern engineering tools? Egyptian obelisks first appeared prominently during the Old Kingdom, but reached their height of construction and refinement during the New Kingdom, around 1500 BC. Typically associated with sun worship, obelisks symbolize the rays of the sun, embodying the divine power and eternal strength of the gods, particularly the sun god Ra. Pharaohs often erected them at temple entrances or significant religious sites to honor the gods, commemorate military victories, or showcase royal authority. Carved with hieroglyphs celebrating kings and deities, these structures were designed not just to impress, but to communicate clear messages of power, divinity, and permanence. Creating an obelisk required astonishing technical skill, meticulous planning, and specialized craftsmanship. First, workers quarried enormous blocks of granite, often from Aswan in southern Egypt, a quarry known for exceptionally durable and beautiful stone. Quarrying granite without metal tools was a painstaking task. Ancient Egyptians relied on simple tools like copper chisels, wooden wedges, and stone hammers, using fire, water, and physical force to split massive granite blocks carefully from bedrock. These techniques demanded precision, patience, and an exceptional understanding of geology and material strength. The famous unfinished obelisk still lying at Aswan offers remarkable insight into the process. Abandoned due to a crack, it vividly demonstrates the sheer difficulty and careful planning involved in carving these enormous monuments directly from solid rock. Once quarried, craftsmen shaped the obelisk meticulously. Each obelisk was carefully carved, smoothed, and polished using sand, abrasive stone, and water, gradually refining its surface to incredible smoothness and precision. Hieroglyphic inscriptions were carved with equal care, ensuring clarity and durability across centuries. This meticulous workmanship required highly skilled craftsmen who spent their lives mastering techniques passed down through generations. Every stage, from quarrying to final carving, was overseen carefully by master craftsmen and supervisors, ensuring exactness in every detail. Transporting these massive granite monuments from quarry to erection site presented another impressive challenge. Some obelisks measured more than 30 meters in length, weighing hundreds of tons. Ancient Egyptians solved this engineering puzzle with remarkable ingenuity, employing teams of laborers who maneuvered enormous stone monoliths onto sledges, rollers, or rafts. Archaeological evidence and historical texts suggest Egyptians used carefully prepared roads and ramps to move obelisks overland, with sledges lubricated by water or oil to reduce friction. For longer distances, Egyptians transported obelisks down the Nile River on specially constructed barges, carefully balanced and stabilized to handle the heavy load. The logistical planning behind such transport was meticulous, demanding exceptional organizational skills and careful resource management. Yet perhaps the greatest mystery remains precisely how ancient Egyptians managed to erect these towering structures once transported to their final locations. Lifting a stone monument weighing hundreds of tons into a vertical position required ingenious engineering and extensive manpower. Historians and archaeologists propose several plausible methods based on historical evidence, experimental archaeology, and ancient illustrations. One widely accepted theory suggests Egyptians built enormous earthen ramps or mounds beside the obelisk's base, gradually tilting and raising it upright using ropes, levers, counterweights, and large groups of coordinated laborers. Another possibility involves wooden frameworks, scaffolding, or cranes employing ropes and pulleys. While precise details remain uncertain, all plausible methods clearly required careful planning, precise engineering, and tremendous collective effort. The precision in alignment and orientation of Egyptian obelisks is equally remarkable. Obelisks typically align closely with astronomical points, often precisely oriented toward the cardinal directions or positioned to cast dramatic shadows during specific solar events, such as solstices or equinoxes. This precise astronomical alignment required exceptional mathematical understanding, sophisticated observations of the heavens, and careful measurements. Egyptian astronomers and architects possessed advanced knowledge of geometry, astronomy, and measurement techniques, allowing them to orient monuments with astounding accuracy. This precise alignment not only enhanced the obelisk's symbolic meanings, but also provided Egyptians a powerful connection between their monuments, the gods, and the natural world. The durability and longevity of Egyptian obelisks are further testaments to their incredible engineering quality. Many obelisks have stood for thousands of years, enduring earthquakes, weather erosion, and human interference. Even those moved and re-erected in modern times, in places like Rome, Paris, London, and New York, remain remarkably stable and durable. The precision and care in quarrying, carving, and erection ensured structural integrity that continues to astonish modern engineers. The skillful selection of granite, careful construction techniques, and thoughtful engineering created monuments capable of withstanding the harsh tests of time. Recent archaeological studies and modern technological methods have further clarified how ancient Egyptians accomplished these remarkable feats. Modern researchers employ advanced technology like ground-penetrating radar, 3D scanning, and computer modeling to better understand construction methods, alignment techniques, and internal structures. Careful examination of surviving obelisks has provided insights into quarrying practices, transportation logistics, and erection methods. Experimental archaeology projects replicate ancient techniques, demonstrating practical feasibility of traditional theories and refining modern understanding of the precision required in ancient construction. These studies continuously enhance knowledge, clarifying historical mysteries, and demonstrating practical ways ancient Egyptians achieved their astonishing feats. Despite advancements, certain elements of obelisk construction remain partially mysterious. Archaeologists and historians still debate precise details of erection methods, exact tools employed, and logistical specifics. Some ancient techniques might remain permanently obscure due to limited archaeological evidence or intentional secrecy maintained by ancient Egyptian craftsmen and priests. These mysteries continue quietly drawing scholars' curiosity and exploration, reflecting ongoing fascination with ancient Egyptian engineering skills. The survival of Egyptian obelisks into modern times also highlights their powerful cultural legacy. Ancient Romans, fascinated by Egyptian culture and achievements, transported numerous obelisks to Rome as prestigious symbols. In modern centuries, European powers similarly moved Egyptian obelisks abroad, displaying them prominently as symbols of power, prestige, and fascination with ancient Egyptian culture. Today, Egyptian obelisks stand proudly in cities worldwide, vividly demonstrating ancient Egyptians' lasting cultural influence and engineering skill. Yet despite widespread modern familiarity with obelisks, careful study continues revealing new insights and incremental knowledge. Each archaeological excavation, technological advance, or scholarly study gradually clarifies precise details behind obelisk construction, further demonstrating ancient Egyptians' remarkable skill and understanding of engineering, astronomy, and mathematics. While certain mysteries persist, ongoing investigation steadily enhances understanding, reinforcing appreciation of these extraordinary ancient achievements. Ultimately, Egyptian obelisks symbolize far more than mere monuments or artistic works. They represent enduring human ambition, ingenuity, and capability. Their careful engineering reflects ancient Egyptians' deep understanding of science, technology, and the natural world. Each obelisk stands quietly as a testament to human determination, creativity, and the enduring quest for symbolic meaning and permanence. Away from the precise engineering of ancient obelisks, our journey guides us toward another intriguing puzzle deeply entwined with Egypt's architectural legacy, the lost tomb of Imhotep, Egypt's renowned architect and polymath. Although the pyramids and obelisks often dominate discussions of Egypt's monumental achievements, it was Imhotep who laid the very foundations for Egypt's architectural grandeur. Yet, despite his significance and enduring legacy, the precise location of his final resting place remains quietly hidden, an elusive mystery that continues to captivate historians and archaeologists. Imhotep lived during Egypt's third dynasty, around 2650 BC, and was far more than a mere architect. He was an advisor, a physician, a high priest, and above all, the trusted vizier of Pharaoh Djoser. Imhotep is perhaps best known for designing Egypt's first monumental stone structure, the Step Pyramid of Saqqara. This revolutionary pyramid represented a monumental shift in Egyptian architecture, marking a transition from simple mastaba tombs into monumental stone structures that would shape Egypt's identity for centuries to come. His innovative design and profound engineering skills secured Imhotep's status, not only as an architect, but as a visionary who redefined Egypt's built landscape. Despite his prominence and the pivotal role he played, Imhotep's own tomb remains undiscovered, quietly concealed within Egypt's timeless sands. Ancient texts, inscriptions, and historical records acknowledge Imhotep's achievements extensively, but remain curiously silent about his final resting place. This omission has long puzzled historians and archaeologists. Given his importance and elevated status, Imhotep would certainly have been granted a tomb befitting his rank. Yet no clearly identified burial site has ever emerged, leaving scholars to ponder precisely where he might lie concealed. Historical records suggest that Imhotep's burial might have been located somewhere near Saqqara, the site of his most celebrated architectural achievement, the Step Pyramid complex. This enormous funerary complex served as the final resting place of Pharaoh Djoser, Imhotep's royal patron, and it would seem fitting that Imhotep's own burial might lie close by. Indeed, later historical accounts indicate that a significant cult honoring Imhotep developed at Saqqara, venerating him as a demigod of wisdom, healing, and architecture. Pilgrims and worshippers visited the area long after his death, reinforcing theories that his tomb might have been located nearby. Yet extensive archaeological exploration at Saqqara, though rich in discoveries, has thus far failed to clearly identify his burial site. One complicating factor in locating Imhotep's tomb lies precisely in his later deification. By the late period, approximately 2,000 years after his lifetime, Imhotep had transformed from historical figure into a powerful godlike figure, worshipped across Egypt and even into Greek and Roman times. Numerous temples and shrines dedicated to Imhotep emerged, particularly around Saqqara and Memphis, where worshippers sought healing, wisdom, and guidance from his divine spirit. Temples constructed in his honor attracted countless pilgrims, leaving behind votive offerings, inscriptions, and religious texts. This later veneration, though attesting to his importance, may also have complicated the search for his original tomb. As religious centers expanded, the original burial location could have been obscured, damaged, or reused in temple construction, further concealing the precise burial site. Ancient texts from the Greco-Roman period describe the existence of Imhotep's tomb and temple at Saqqara, referencing pilgrims who traveled there seeking miraculous healing. However, these texts provide few exact details, and the locations they describe remain ambiguous, leaving modern researchers to rely on careful archaeological exploration. Excavations in the area have uncovered many artifacts connected to Imhotep's later religious cult: statues, inscriptions, stelae, and votive offerings, yet no clear evidence of the architect's original burial chamber. This gap between historical references and physical evidence continues to challenge archaeologists, ensuring Imhotep's tomb remains tantalizingly elusive. Given Imhotep's prestige and close association with Pharaoh Djoser, scholars speculate that his tomb may have mirrored royal tomb styles of the era, perhaps a carefully hidden mastaba, tomb, or even a smaller pyramid-like structure. Ancient Egyptians carefully concealed tombs and designed burial sites with elaborate, hidden passageways and chambers intended to protect and preserve the deceased's remains. Imhotep's own tomb might have featured these elaborate measures, possibly explaining why it remains concealed today. Furthermore, as religious veneration grew, Imhotep's original burial may have been deliberately obscured or protected, hidden within temple complexes, or deliberately masked by later construction to preserve his sacred remains from disturbance. Recent archaeological techniques offer renewed hope in the search for Imhotep's tomb. Ground-penetrating radar, satellite imagery, and remote sensing technology increasingly help researchers identify potential subterranean structures beneath the sands of Saqqara. Satellite surveys and advanced imaging have uncovered previously unknown features, hinting at hidden chambers, tunnels, and unexplored burial shafts. Each new discovery at Saqqara raises excitement and anticipation, yet definitive evidence remains elusive, keeping Imhotep's tomb just beyond the reach of modern discovery. Archaeological projects at Saqqara continue uncovering remarkable finds related to Imhotep's era. Recent excavations have revealed large-scale burial complexes, temples, statues, and inscriptions dating to various periods of Egyptian history, including the Third Dynasty. Each discovery provides potential clues, gradually refining modern understanding of Imhotep's historical context, religious significance, and possible burial location. While none of these finds have conclusively identified Imhotep's tomb, they incrementally guide researchers closer to pinpointing his resting place, offering valuable historical insights along the way. Imhotep's tomb, when found, could significantly enhance historical knowledge about his life, achievements, and the religious practices surrounding his worship. A confirmed tomb would likely contain inscriptions, artifacts, and possibly even his physical remains, providing remarkable insights into the man who profoundly influenced Egyptian architecture, medicine, and culture. Such a discovery would offer a clearer understanding of Imhotep's role at Pharaoh Djoser's court, his elevation to near-divine status, and his lasting impact across Egyptian history. Archaeologists and historians carefully continue their search, knowing that Imhotep's tomb may yet emerge from beneath Saqqara's shifting sands, waiting patiently for discovery. As the search for Imhotep's elusive resting place quietly continues beneath Egypt's shifting sands, our journey takes a gentle turn toward another compelling mystery, hidden within the intricate history of Egypt's 18th dynasty, the enigmatic reign and eventual disappearance of Pharaoh Akhenaten. Known as one of Egypt's most controversial rulers, Akhenaten rose to power around 1353 BC, ruling for approximately 17 transformative years. Unlike most other pharaohs who closely followed established traditions, Akhenaten embarked on a radical path, ushering in sweeping changes that still puzzle and intrigue historians today. Born as Amenhotep IV, Akhenaten ascended to Egypt's throne amidst an era of remarkable prosperity and stability. Early in his reign, however, the young pharaoh swiftly set himself apart from his predecessors. Rejecting Egypt's traditional polytheistic beliefs, Akhenaten chose to worship a single deity, the sun disk Aten, signifying a profound religious revolution unprecedented in Egypt's long history. This dramatic shift not only redefined religious practices, but fundamentally altered Egypt's cultural and political landscape. Akhenaten declared Aten the supreme and sole god, minimizing or outright forbidding worship of Egypt's traditional gods such as Amun-Ra, Osiris, and Isis. Temples dedicated to the old gods were systematically closed or repurposed, dramatically reshaping Egypt's religious identity almost overnight. To symbolize and facilitate this dramatic shift, Akhenaten founded a new capital city named Akhenaten, meaning Horizon of Aten, now commonly known as Amarna. Situated between Thebes and Memphis along the Nile, Amarna became Egypt's new religious and administrative center, carefully designed to reflect Aten worship. The city featured temples dedicated exclusively to Aten, open-air structures that allowed direct sunlight to stream down upon worshippers, symbolizing Aten's divine presence. Distinct from Egypt's older temples filled with hidden inner chambers, Amarna's temples emphasized openness, light, and direct visibility, reflecting Akhenaten's unique religious beliefs. This radical shift extended even into artistic representations. Egyptian art under Akhenaten's reign depicted figures in strikingly naturalistic, exaggerated forms, distinctively different from earlier idealized and formal portrayals, reflecting the pharaoh's revolutionary approach to life and religion. While Akhenaten's reforms were transformative, they were also deeply unsettling to Egypt's traditional priesthoods, nobility, and population. Temples devoted to traditional deities had long been influential economic and political centers, controlling vast lands, resources, and wealth. Akhenaten's closure of these temples significantly disrupted the established order, causing widespread discontent and resistance beneath the surface of his new religious regime. Despite resistance, however, Aten worship spread quickly, at least within official circles, as inscriptions, temples, and royal declarations across Egypt reflected Akhenaten's new beliefs. Yet beneath the facade of religious transformation, historical records hint at growing tension, political instability, and quietly simmering unrest during Akhenaten's reign. Compounding Akhenaten's controversial religious changes were his equally puzzling personal and political decisions. Unlike earlier pharaohs, who typically portrayed themselves as warriors, builders, or divine kings, Akhenaten emphasized his role as a spiritual leader directly connected to Aten. He was often depicted intimately alongside his queen, Nefertiti, and their children, in scenes portraying family warmth rather than traditional royal grandeur. This unconventional public image reflected Akhenaten's unique priorities, emphasizing personal devotion and spiritual intimacy over military strength or imperial might. Yet these peaceful portrayals contrast starkly with historical evidence indicating growing foreign threats, diplomatic instability, and weakening military presence during his reign, further complicating historical assessment of Akhenaten's rule. Perhaps the greatest mystery surrounding Akhenaten, however, remains the circumstances of his eventual disappearance and death. Historical records suddenly cease mentioning Akhenaten around the 17th year of his reign, without clear explanations or references to illness, death, or burial. The abruptness of this silence has prompted intense scholarly debate, speculation, and investigation for generations. Ancient Egyptian tradition usually involved extensive funerary preparation, elaborate tomb inscriptions, and clear records commemorating royal deaths and burials. Yet for Akhenaten, these traditional records are strikingly absent, leaving historians uncertain about precisely what happened during his final years or after his disappearance. Some historians theorize that Akhenaten died suddenly, possibly from illness or assassination, prompting deliberate erasure or suppression of records by later rulers eager to restore Egypt's traditional religious order. After Akhenaten's disappearance, subsequent pharaohs swiftly dismantled Aten worship, abandoned Amarna, reopened traditional temples, and deliberately erased inscriptions and monuments associated with his reign. This widespread destruction and deliberate removal of evidence suggest intentional efforts to erase Akhenaten's controversial legacy. Such deliberate erasure would explain why modern historians find so little direct evidence clarifying his fate or precise burial location. Other theories suggest Akhenaten may have been forced into exile or imprisonment by powerful political and religious factions opposing his radical reforms. Records discovered at Amarna include desperate diplomatic letters from neighboring states, begging Akhenaten for aid against external threats, letters which seem to have gone unanswered, hinting at growing instability or political struggles during his reign. Some scholars speculate that internal opposition ultimately overwhelmed the isolated pharaoh, causing him to vanish quietly from historical records, either removed forcibly or retreating voluntarily into obscurity. Yet this theory too remains speculative, given the scarcity of explicit historical evidence supporting such dramatic political upheaval. The disappearance of Akhenaten directly led to one of Egypt's most famous rulers, his son Tutankhamun, ascending to the throne. Tutankhamun quickly reversed his father's reforms, restoring traditional gods, abandoning Amarna, and attempting to erase Akhenaten's revolutionary religious practices. Yet, despite Tutankhamun's restoration of tradition, His own tomb and historical records curiously omit direct references to Akhenaten, further complicating attempts to reconstruct precisely what happened during Akhenaten's final years. Such deliberate historical omissions reinforce theories of intentional suppression and erasure, ensuring Akhenaten's mysterious disappearance remains stubbornly concealed behind later political and religious reshaping of historical narratives. Recent archaeological excavations at Amarna and continued studies of surviving records, inscriptions, and artifacts have incrementally clarified certain aspects of Akhenaten's reign. Excavations at Amarna have revealed details about daily life, religious practices, administrative activities, and the city's rapid abandonment following Akhenaten's disappearance. Advanced forensic analysis of Amarna-era human remains provides new insights into health, living conditions, and possible factors influencing political instability or sudden shifts during Akhenaten's reign. While significant progress has been made, definitive evidence regarding his disappearance or death continues quietly evading modern researchers, remaining an intriguing historical puzzle. Modern scholars increasingly employ advanced technologies, including satellite imagery, DNA testing, and forensic archaeology, to examine evidence carefully from Amarna, royal tombs, and related historical sites. Such studies offer renewed hope of clarifying Akhenaten's precise fate, burial location, or circumstances surrounding his disappearance. Yet despite technological advances and careful archaeological investigation, clear answers remain elusive, ensuring Akhenaten's mysterious reign and disappearance continue quietly drawing scholarly fascination and careful investigation. Ultimately, Akhenaten's life and disappearance vividly demonstrate Egypt's ability to both reveal and conceal its deepest historical truths. His transformative reign profoundly reshaped Egypt's religion, culture, and identity, leaving enduring historical impact still felt today. Yet his abrupt disappearance, lack of clear historical records, and deliberate erasure from later Egyptian memory continue obscuring precise historical details, symbolizing the complexity and ambiguity inherent in archaeological investigation itself. Our journey now takes a turn toward another profound mystery buried deep within Egypt's ancient past, the unexplained collapse of Egypt's Old Kingdom. Renowned for its astonishing achievements and monumental constructions, such as the pyramids of Giza, the Old Kingdom was considered a golden age of power, prosperity, and cultural development. Yet, around 2180 BC, this great civilization quietly and unexpectedly crumbled, leaving historians and archaeologists to carefully piece together fragments of evidence, searching patiently for explanations behind one of history's most puzzling declines. For centuries, Egypt's Old Kingdom stood as a symbol of enduring strength, centralized authority, and extraordinary accomplishment. Spanning roughly from 2686 BC to 2181 BC, this era encompassed Egypt's 3rd through 6th dynasties. Pharaohs like Khufu, Khafre, and Menkaure constructed massive pyramids and temples, reflecting their unparalleled power and divine authority. Egypt's wealth grew tremendously during this period, supported by stable agriculture, abundant resources, and a centralized administration. It seemed a civilization designed to endure eternally, yet within just a few generations, it suddenly fractured, descending swiftly into chaos and confusion. Exactly why this powerful civilization collapsed remains one of Egyptology's most stubborn mysteries. Historians and archaeologists carefully examine historical texts, archaeological evidence, and environmental records, seeking clues behind this sudden and unexplained breakdown. Unlike many historical declines clearly triggered by warfare, invasion, or clearly documented disasters, the collapse of Egypt's Old Kingdom appears far more subtle, enigmatic, and complex, with no single event clearly marking its end. Instead, evidence hints quietly at multiple interconnected factors, each subtly contributing to the civilization's gradual unraveling. One prominent theory suggests that environmental changes may have played a crucial role. Geological and climatological research indicate that around the late Old Kingdom, Egypt experienced significant shifts in climate, rainfall, and Nile flooding patterns. The Nile's annual flood, essential to Egypt's agriculture, economy, and survival, appears to have become increasingly erratic and diminished, likely due to prolonged drought conditions or climate fluctuations. Records from this period show increasing signs of famine, declining agricultural productivity, and diminishing resources, suggesting environmental factors strained Egypt's centralized economy, administrative structure, and social stability. As harvests failed and resources dwindled, ordinary Egyptians likely faced severe hardship, quietly undermining faith in central authority and weakening royal power. At the same time, economic difficulties appear to have intensified internal political tensions and administrative struggles. The centralized bureaucracy, which had effectively governed Egypt for centuries, gradually lost control. Provincial governors and regional leaders gained greater independence, often withholding resources and tribute once reliably provided to the royal court. Fragmentation of power weakened the pharaoh's authority, leading eventually to decentralized control and widespread instability. Archaeological records reflect growing provincial power, increasing independence among local rulers, and diminishing central oversight, suggesting that internal political factors were quietly unraveling Egypt's previously cohesive state. Historical evidence also hints at social and cultural factors behind the decline. For centuries, pharaohs held absolute authority, viewed as divine beings responsible for maintaining cosmic order and prosperity. Yet, as environmental hardships intensified and centralized power weakened, faith in royal divinity and authority quietly diminished. Without successful harvests and stable living conditions, ordinary Egyptians questioned the divine right of their rulers, undermining the spiritual and cultural foundations supporting royal power. The collapse of Old Kingdom central authority may thus reflect not only environmental or economic factors, but a quiet crisis of confidence and legitimacy, undermining the ideological foundations that sustained Egypt's powerful centralized state. The collapse was not sudden or immediate, but appears gradual, subtle, and quietly cumulative. Over multiple generations, weakened central authority, diminished resources, and declining cultural confidence allowed Egypt to slide steadily toward disintegration. By approximately 2180 BC, historical records indicate a rapid increase in instability, violence, and disorder across the country. Tomb inscriptions and archaeological evidence from this period reflect desperation, poverty, and disruption, suggesting widespread hardship and social breakdown. Royal tombs became simpler and smaller, reflecting diminished resources and power. Monumental construction ceased, replaced by smaller, more humble projects. These indicators clearly show a civilization quietly struggling, its earlier grandeur and stability replaced by fragmentation and hardship. The Old Kingdom's collapse marked the beginning of a challenging era known as Egypt's First Intermediate Period. During this chaotic phase, lasting approximately 125 years, Egypt fragmented into multiple competing regional states. Rival dynasties emerged simultaneously, each claiming authority, but unable to re-establish centralized control. Warfare, instability, and fragmentation became commonplace, a stark contrast to Egypt's earlier peace, prosperity, and centralized authority. This intermediate era vividly illustrates the profound consequences resulting from the Old Kingdom's unexplained and sudden collapse. Modern historians and archaeologists continue carefully examining this period, using increasingly sophisticated methods and technologies. Advanced geological surveys, climatological analysis, and archaeological excavations provide new insights into the subtle factors behind the Old Kingdom's gradual unraveling. Recent studies confirm that environmental changes likely played critical roles, but they also emphasize complex interactions among multiple factors: environmental, economic, political, and cultural, quietly undermining Egypt's stability from within. Each new discovery or research project incrementally clarifies these complex relationships, enhancing historical understanding of this enigmatic era. Some scholars further highlight the possibility of broader regional or international factors influencing Egypt's decline. Trade networks, foreign relations, and external conflicts may have subtly contributed additional pressures, exacerbating internal challenges and straining resources. While direct evidence remains limited, archaeological findings from neighboring regions suggest that Egypt's interactions with external cultures may have shifted significantly during this period, possibly reflecting broader regional instability, quietly influencing Egypt's internal collapse. Despite these careful investigations and incremental discoveries, certain aspects of the Old Kingdom's collapse remain quietly elusive and enigmatic. Historical records from this period remain sparse and incomplete, making definitive explanations challenging. The subtle interplay of environmental, political, economic, and social factors likely contributed in complex, interwoven ways, complicating historical reconstruction. Archaeologists and historians continue investigating patiently, recognizing that complete certainty may remain elusive, yet steadily deepening understanding through incremental evidence and careful analysis. Today, Egypt's Old Kingdom collapse remains a powerful historical puzzle, vividly illustrating the subtlety and complexity of historical decline. Unlike straightforward narratives of invasion, war, or disaster, Egypt's collapse reflects quiet, gradual erosion of authority, resources, confidence, and stability. It demonstrates how even powerful civilizations can unravel slowly, subtly, and quietly from within, revealing the delicate balance required to maintain centralized states, stable economies, and cohesive cultural identities. Leaving behind the echoes of Egypt's Old Kingdom and its mysterious decline, we now set sail toward a different kind of enigma, one carried on the winds and waves of ancient maritime journeys. Far beyond the Nile's familiar shores, there existed a distant and elusive land known to Egyptians as Punt, or God's Land, a place shrouded in both mystery and allure. Punt represented a region of exotic goods, rare materials, and precious commodities, whose precise location and full significance remain intriguingly uncertain. While historical records, temple inscriptions, and artistic depictions speak vividly of Egypt's contact with Punt, modern historians and archaeologists continue carefully piecing together exactly how extensive, influential, and impactful this trading relationship truly was. The first mentions of Punt date back as early as Egypt's Old Kingdom, around 2500 BC, with references found in tomb inscriptions and trade accounts. Egyptians viewed Punt as a rich, distant land, valued highly for rare and luxurious items unavailable locally, including gold, ebony, ivory, aromatic resins such as frankincense and myrrh, and exotic animals like baboons, giraffes, and leopards. These precious goods were highly prized by Egyptian royalty, nobility, and temple priests, reflecting luxury, prestige, and divine favor. Yet despite its frequent mentions and importance, historical records remain deliberately vague about Punt's exact geographic location, describing it simply as located somewhere southeast of Egypt, likely along the Red Sea coast or beyond. One of the most significant and vividly recorded expeditions to Punt occurred during the reign of the powerful female pharaoh Hatshepsut in the New Kingdom around 1470 BC. Seeking to re-establish and expand Egypt's trade networks, after periods of instability, Hatshepsut commissioned a large-scale expedition to Punt, vividly documented in relief carvings and inscriptions decorating her mortuary temple at Deir el-Bahari. These detailed carvings portray Egyptian ships loaded heavily with exotic goods returning triumphantly to Egypt, accompanied by scenes depicting diplomatic exchanges, trading activities, and interactions between Egyptians and Punt's inhabitants. The detailed nature of these depictions provides rare and valuable historical insights, clearly demonstrating Punt's significant importance in Egyptian trade, diplomacy, and royal prestige. Yet, beyond these compelling visual accounts, historians possess only limited physical evidence regarding the precise nature, extent, and frequency of Egypt's actual trade with Punt. Modern archaeological exploration and careful analysis continue searching for more tangible clues that might confirm precisely how widespread and frequent these trading contacts truly were. Excavations at ancient Egyptian sites occasionally uncover artifacts, materials, and trade goods likely originating from Punt, such as frankincense, myrrh, or rare woods, helping researchers piece together an approximate scale of this distant relationship. However, conclusive physical proof remains challenging to verify, leaving modern historians reliant primarily on Egyptian textual accounts and artistic depictions. One enduring challenge surrounding Punt involves pinpointing its precise location. Ancient Egyptian records consistently describe Punt as located to the southeast, reached primarily through maritime routes along the Red Sea. Modern researchers propose several possible locations, including modern-day Somalia, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Yemen, or possibly regions further south along the East African coast. Each proposed location aligns partially with ancient descriptions, offering potential sources of Punt's exotic goods and rare commodities. Yet no single location fully satisfies all descriptions and archaeological evidence, leaving Punt's exact location an ongoing and tantalizing mystery. Modern archaeological excavations along the Red Sea coastline have uncovered numerous ancient ports, maritime trade routes, and shipwrecks, indicating extensive seaborne trade connections during Egypt's pharaonic era. These discoveries confirm Egyptians possessed advanced shipbuilding technology, navigational skills, and maritime trading networks, essential for reaching distant regions like Punt. Egyptian ships were carefully constructed, seaworthy vessels capable of navigating challenging waters along the Red Sea and beyond, clearly demonstrating Egypt's maritime capabilities. Yet despite these impressive maritime skills, no clearly confirmed archaeological site has definitively identified as Punt itself, leaving its precise location concealed beneath modern landscapes, shifting sands, or submerged coastal waters. The nature of Egypt's trade with Punt appears carefully planned, official, and controlled primarily by Egyptian royalty and temple priests, rather than private or casual traders. Historical records indicate pharaohs directly commissioned expeditions, carefully organizing crews, ships, supplies, and trade goods. Expeditions departed from Egyptian ports, traveling along established maritime routes to Punt, returning laden with carefully selected exotic commodities highly valued in Egypt. Egyptian temples closely managed these expeditions, overseeing acquisition and distribution of Punt's exotic goods, particularly incense, perfumes, and aromatic resins used extensively in temple rituals and religious ceremonies. Thus, Punt trade represented not mere commerce, but carefully orchestrated official diplomatic exchanges, reinforcing royal prestige, divine favor, and religious significance within Egypt's centralized political and spiritual framework. Interestingly, archaeological finds indicate Egyptians valued Punt's exotic plants and trees highly enough to attempt cultivating certain species locally. Relief carvings depict Egyptians transporting live incense and myrrh trees back to Egypt aboard ships, carefully packaged and protected during their long voyage home. Archaeological discoveries confirm Egyptians successfully transplanted some exotic Punt plants, establishing sacred temple gardens where aromatic resins, spices, and medicinal herbs flourish locally, reducing dependence on distant trading partners. These carefully maintained temple gardens represented symbolic connections between Egypt and Punt, embodying royal power, divine favor, and cultural exchange. Historical accounts suggest Egypt's Punt trade fluctuated over time, impacted by shifts in internal stability, maritime capabilities, external relations, and possibly changing climates or environmental conditions. After Hatshepsut's well-documented expedition, subsequent pharaohs occasionally mention Punt trade, but detailed records gradually diminish, suggesting intermittent or less frequent contact in later periods. Possible reasons include shifting trade routes, changing diplomatic priorities, or diminished resources within Punt itself. The precise reasons behind these apparent fluctuations remain historically unclear, further complicating attempts to reconstruct exactly how extensive, sustained, and influential Egypt's Punt trade truly was. Modern researchers increasingly employ advanced scientific methods, including chemical analysis, pollen studies, and DNA testing, attempting to identify Punt trade materials more conclusively within Egyptian archaeological contexts. Chemical analysis of ancient incense residues or aromatic resins, for example, can potentially identify geographic sources, confirming direct Punt trade connections. Similarly, pollen studies and botanical analysis offer potential insights into which exotic plants Egyptians successfully transplanted, further clarifying the scale, frequency, and significance of Punt trade. While precise details remain historically uncertain, careful investigation incrementally deepens historical understanding, confirming Punt's significance in Egypt's royal, religious, and cultural identity. Each new archaeological find, chemical analysis, or historical discovery enhances comprehension, gradually resolving questions surrounding Punt's precise location, trading scale, and lasting influence. Our journey now takes us back along the Nile, returning once more to Egypt's most iconic symbol, the Great Pyramid of Giza. Yet among all the secrets carefully hidden within the pyramid's massive stones, one subtle and enduring puzzle remains quietly intriguing: the missing capstone, known to the Egyptians as the Ben stone. While today the Great Pyramid stands incomplete at its peak, historical accounts and ancient beliefs suggest this missing piece held tremendous symbolic and spiritual significance, quietly inviting modern researchers to ponder exactly what happened to it and why it vanished. In ancient Egyptian mythology, the Ben stone represented profound symbolism. According to tradition, at the beginning of creation, a primeval mound emerged from the chaotic waters, a sacred stone symbolizing the very first act of creation and rebirth. The Ben stone thus came to represent divine power, renewal, and eternal life. Egyptians believed this stone radiated sacred energy, linking the earthly world to the divine heavens. This powerful symbolism influenced Egypt's architectural practices, particularly pyramid building. The pyramids, especially the Great Pyramid, were often seen as monumental embodiments of this sacred stone, designed as powerful connections between Earth and the divine realm above. The Great Pyramid, built during Pharaoh Khufu's reign around 2560 BC, was originally topped with a precisely crafted, pyramid-shaped capstone, the Ben stone, constructed of highly polished limestone, granite, or possibly even gold-plated material, gleaming brilliantly beneath the desert sun. This pyramidion, as Egyptologists often call it, served as a symbolic focal point, reflecting divine sunlight, embodying Pharaoh's connection to the gods, and completing the pyramid's intended spiritual function. Historical inscriptions and ancient Egyptian texts suggest the capstone represented the final and most sacred component in pyramid construction, placed ceremonially atop the structure during elaborate religious rituals celebrating the pyramid's divine completion. Yet despite its spiritual significance and careful construction, the Great Pyramid's capstone has been lost for centuries. No definitive historical record clearly describes its disappearance, leaving archaeologists and historians quietly puzzled. Numerous theories propose explanations, ranging from natural erosion and deliberate removal to theft or destruction. Yet historical certainty remains elusive. By the time later civilizations and explorers documented the pyramid, its capstone had already vanished, quietly removed at some uncertain point during Egypt's long history, leaving behind a flattened summit, absent of its crowning jewel. One widely discussed theory suggests the capstone might have been deliberately removed or destroyed during ancient times, possibly due to religious or political shifts. Throughout Egypt's history, particularly in periods of religious upheaval or political instability, symbolic monuments associated with earlier rulers or beliefs were frequently dismantled or defaced. Ancient Egypt experienced numerous periods when temples, monuments, and tombs were deliberately damaged or plundered, either to reuse materials or symbolically erase earlier beliefs. The Ben stone atop the Great Pyramid, with its profound religious symbolism and precious materials, could have become a tempting target for removal, either as a symbolic act or simply to reuse its valuable stone or gold plating. However, historical evidence explicitly confirming such deliberate removal remains limited, leaving this theory intriguing but speculative. Another possibility is that the pyramid's capstone was removed gradually over time, as local populations or later rulers harvested building materials from ancient monuments. Throughout Egyptian history, particularly during economic or political hardship, residents frequently quarried stones from ancient sites for new construction projects, temples, palaces, or public buildings. The polished stone or precious materials comprising the capstone would have been particularly valuable for reuse. This slow and practical dismantling may have quietly removed the pyramidion without leaving behind explicit historical records. Archaeological evidence around Giza and throughout Egypt confirms widespread reuse of ancient building materials, lending credibility to this quiet, incremental scenario of removal. Some Egyptologists propose a simpler explanation that natural erosion, weathering, or earthquakes gradually damaged the capstone, causing it to weaken, crumble, or fall. Although the pyramid's massive lower stones have endured remarkably intact, smaller stones, such as the capstone, could have experienced gradual erosion from windblown sand, desert storms, or seismic events. Over centuries, these natural forces might have quietly reduced the Benben stone to fragments, eventually scattering or burying its remains beneath surrounding sands. While plausible, this explanation leaves unanswered questions, such as the absence of identifiable fragments nearby, or clear archaeological evidence confirming natural collapse. Modern researchers and archaeologists carefully examine historical records, pyramid inscriptions, and archaeological evidence, seeking subtle clues behind the Benben stone's mysterious disappearance. Advanced technologies, including detailed satellite imagery, ground-penetrating radar, and precise archaeological excavations, continue investigating carefully around Giza's plateau, hoping to identify potential remains or clues about the capstone's fate. Recent archaeological projects around Giza occasionally uncover ancient construction tools, temporary ramps, workshops, and smaller fragments of carefully worked stone. Each discovery incrementally clarifies how the Great Pyramid was constructed, yet no clearly confirmed evidence of the capstone's remains or fragments has definitively emerged, ensuring this particular mystery remains quietly unresolved. Historical texts and religious inscriptions from ancient Egyptian temples and tombs vividly confirm the Benben stone's profound spiritual significance. Ancient Egyptians believed the pyramid's capstone embodied divine radiance, symbolizing eternal rebirth and Pharaoh's immortal journey to the heavens. Carefully placed atop pyramids during elaborate rituals, the Benben stone linked earthly life to eternal divine power. Later, Egyptian temples prominently displayed sacred stones resembling pyramidions, reinforcing their symbolic power. While historical records confirm Egyptians deeply revered the Benben stone, they curiously remain vague about precisely what occurred to the pyramid's original capstone atop the Great Pyramid itself. Today, Egyptologists, historians, and archaeologists carefully continue exploring subtle clues, patiently analyzing inscriptions, historical accounts, and archaeological data, seeking answers about the capstone's disappearance. This subtle historical puzzle illustrates how even the most iconic monuments conceal mysteries beneath their massive stones, reminding observers of history's complexity and subtlety. Our path now shifts toward another quiet but intriguing puzzle hidden within Egypt's ancient sands. Why, after centuries of monumental construction, Egyptians abruptly ceased building pyramids. For nearly 1,000 years, Egypt's rulers erected enormous stone structures that stood proudly against the sky, symbols of power, immortality, and divine authority. Yet, rather unexpectedly, this extraordinary practice came to a quiet halt around the end of the Middle Kingdom. The reasons behind this shift remain subtle and complex, embedded within Egypt's shifting culture, economy, and religious beliefs. The era of pyramid building, lasting roughly from the 3rd dynasty through the Middle Kingdom, represents Egypt's profound dedication to monumental architecture. Pharaohs such as Djoser, Khufu, Khafre, and Sneferu constructed awe-inspiring structures that defined their reigns and Egypt's cultural identity. These pyramids were not simply royal tombs, they were symbols of stability, eternity, and connection to the divine. However, by the start of the New Kingdom period, roughly around 1550 BC, pharaohs moved away from these grand pyramids, choosing instead hidden tombs in the Valley of the Kings. This transition marked a major shift in royal burial practices, quietly reflecting deeper changes within Egyptian society itself. One practical explanation for this change was a concern for security. Although pyramids symbolized royal power, their sheer size and prominence made them irresistible targets for thieves and grave robbers. Despite intricate systems of false chambers, hidden passages, and protective curses, ancient Egyptian texts repeatedly record thefts and desecrations of royal tombs. Pharaohs and priests grew increasingly aware that pyramids, once symbols of eternal security, had become vulnerabilities, their treasures too tempting, and their structures too easily identified. Recognizing these challenges, Egypt's rulers gradually sought alternative burial sites, more secluded, hidden, and secure. The establishment of the Valley of the Kings reflected this practical shift. Nestled within remote cliffs near modern Luxor, the valley provided natural concealment, protection, and ease of defense. Tomb entrances were discreetly carved into rock faces, carefully hidden beneath sand and debris after burial rituals. By removing visible markers of royal tombs, pharaohs sought to deter robbers and protect their treasures and remains. Over time, the quiet, secretive valley became Egypt's preferred burial ground for royalty, permanently replacing the pyramid complexes once visible for miles around. Economic considerations also quietly influenced this transformation. Building monumental pyramids required enormous resources: labor, stone, food, and wealth drawn from all corners of Egypt. Such massive construction drained Egypt's economy and consumed vast amounts of state resources. Over generations, maintaining these ambitious projects became increasingly burdensome, especially during periods of political unrest, environmental challenges, or resource scarcity. Historical records suggest that Egypt's later pharaohs shifted resources toward practical infrastructure, military defense, trade expansion, and smaller-scale temples and monuments, prioritizing Egypt's overall stability and prosperity above monumental tombs. Additionally, religious beliefs gradually shifted during the Middle Kingdom and New Kingdom periods, subtly altering the Egyptian understanding of the afterlife. Early Egyptian beliefs emphasized physical monuments as crucial components for ensuring immortality and rebirth. Later, Egyptians increasingly relied on sacred texts, elaborate rituals, and spells like those found in the Book of the Dead to guide the deceased safely through the afterlife. Physical structures became less important, replaced by symbolic tomb decorations, elaborate religious rites, and inscribed amulets ensuring safe passage. These evolving beliefs quietly diminished the necessity for massive pyramids, enabling Egypt's rulers to confidently embrace simpler, concealed tombs. Furthermore, a cultural shift in power and religious influence during the New Kingdom period altered Egypt's architectural focus. Thebes, home to powerful priesthoods devoted to the god Amun, emerged as Egypt's spiritual and political heart. Temples became increasingly significant, not only spiritually, but economically and politically. Pharaohs shifted their monumental efforts toward temple construction, building vast complexes at Karnak, Luxor, and other sites dedicated to the gods. These temples became centers of power and spiritual influence, overshadowing the need for monumental royal tombs. With increasing emphasis on religious temples and priestly authority, pyramids quietly faded from prominence. Archaeological evidence reflects this changing focus. During the New Kingdom, pharaohs invested significantly in elaborate mortuary temples, such as those of Hatshepsut and Ramses II, which served as places for rituals, remembrance, and celebration of royal power. Though still monumental, these temples did not require massive pyramid tombs nearby, as earlier dynasties once had. Pharaohs realized their legacies could be preserved through carefully carved inscriptions, statues, and temple reliefs, rather than massive tomb structures vulnerable to looting and decay. Environmental factors also played subtle roles in the cessation of pyramid building. By the late Middle Kingdom, Egypt faced environmental pressures, including fluctuating Nile floods, drought conditions, and reduced agricultural productivity. These natural challenges strained Egypt's resources, making monumental projects increasingly difficult and less practical. Historical records and archaeological studies confirm periods of hardship, famine, and resource scarcity coinciding with declining pyramid construction. Pharaohs prioritized stable governance, resource management, and infrastructure, quietly shifting attention away from costly, resource-intensive pyramids towards sustainable, practical construction and management. Moreover, Egypt's interactions with foreign cultures expanded during the Middle and New Kingdoms. Increased trade, warfare, and diplomatic relations exposed Egyptians to new architectural styles, religious beliefs, and cultural influences. These exchanges quietly inspired adaptations in Egyptian architecture, shifting priorities toward fortifications, palaces, temples, and administrative structures. Practical constructions necessary for stability, defense, and international prestige. Such interactions subtly reduced the importance of pyramids as primary symbols of Egyptian power, leading pharaohs to favor constructions reflecting diplomatic influence, military strength, and economic prosperity. In modern archaeology, researchers carefully study this complex transition through historical texts, archaeological excavations, and scientific analyses. Inscriptions within temples and tombs, alongside carefully analyzed artifacts, incrementally reveal insights into the changing priorities, beliefs, and challenges faced by Egyptians during this transitional period. Each new discovery gradually enhances understanding, providing subtle clarity regarding why Egyptians moved quietly away from monumental pyramids. Today, the abandoned pyramids stand quietly as remnants of Egypt's ancient past, reminders of an era when massive stone structures defined royal power and eternal life. Though Egypt's later rulers no longer built towering pyramids, they continued revering the symbols, religious beliefs, and historical significance these monuments represented. Egypt's shift away from pyramid building does not reflect abandonment of past traditions, but rather subtle adaptation, evolution, and careful responsiveness to changing needs, beliefs, and circumstances. As archaeologists continue to excavate and historians piece together clues from ancient records, a clearer picture slowly emerges of this significant turning point in Egyptian history. Each discovery offers valuable insights, revealing more about how economic realities, evolving religious beliefs, and practical innovations shifted Egypt away from its monumental pyramid-building tradition. Yet the complete story remains just beyond reach, intriguing, nuanced, and compellingly incomplete. The abandonment of pyramid construction represents not simply the end of an architectural style, but a profound transformation in Egyptian thought, culture, and priorities. Until further evidence comes to light, this historical moment will continue to captivate us, reminding us that even history's most iconic chapters can quietly shift into unexplored directions. As the last echoes of Egypt's monumental pyramids faded into the sands of history, another ancient practice quietly began to rise, subtly shaping the Egyptians' relationship with life, death, and eternity itself: mummification. Just as pyramids once stood as lasting symbols of immortality, preserving the body through intricate rituals and careful embalming became the next profound expression of Egyptians' beliefs in eternal life. Yet despite the prominence and meticulous documentation of mummification rituals during Egypt's later periods, the exact origins of this fascinating practice remain intriguingly unclear, hidden behind the veil of Egypt's distant past. The careful process of mummification, known for its precision, sophistication, and spiritual significance, is deeply intertwined with ancient Egyptian beliefs about the afterlife. Egyptians viewed death not as an ending, but as a gateway, a delicate transition into eternal existence. Central to this belief was the idea that preserving the body allowed the deceased's soul, or kai, to recognize and reunite with its physical form in the afterlife. To ensure this, Egyptians perfected the art of embalming, a complex procedure that involved removing internal organs, drying the body with salts, anointing it with oils and resins, and wrapping it carefully in linen bandages. This elaborate ritual, performed by highly specialized priests and embalmers, allowed the deceased to navigate safely into eternity. But the question quietly lingers: how exactly did Egyptians discover and develop these meticulous techniques? The earliest roots of mummification are subtle and mysterious, dating back to Egypt's prehistoric periods, well before the pyramids rose upon the Giza plateau. Simple, natural preservation methods likely inspired early Egyptians. Archaeological discoveries of naturally preserved bodies, buried in Egypt's hot desert sands, might have offered initial insights. Early Egyptians perhaps observed how desert conditions naturally dried and preserved human remains. Recognizing these natural processes, they might have slowly experimented with enhancing and imitating them deliberately, eventually perfecting the sophisticated techniques seen in later periods. Yet precisely how Egyptians first began translating these natural observations into deliberate rituals remains subtly hidden within ancient sands and shadows. Evidence from Egypt's pre-dynastic period, dating back over 5,000 years, provides subtle hints of early deliberate preservation attempts. Archaeologists have uncovered burials from this era where bodies display traces of simple preservation, possibly attempts at deliberate embalming or the application of resins and natural substances. Some remains found at early burial sites reveal application of plant extracts, oils, and aromatic resins, possibly indicating rudimentary attempts at preservation. Yet these early methods remained primitive compared to the elaborate embalming rituals later practiced. The precise moment or reason when Egyptians decided to transition from simple burial practices to careful, deliberate mummification remains a quiet historical puzzle, awaiting further archaeological clarity. By the early dynastic and Old Kingdom periods, Egyptians steadily refined their burial practices. Pharaohs and elites received careful burials, their bodies wrapped in linen and treated with basic preservation methods. However, sophisticated embalming techniques, like organ removal and detailed drying methods, appear to have evolved gradually. Archaeological evidence from Old Kingdom tombs shows improved preservation techniques, reflecting increased spiritual and cultural emphasis on preparing for eternity. Yet detailed historical records or explicit explanations documenting exactly how and why these techniques emerged during these early periods are noticeably scarce, leaving historians carefully examining subtle archaeological clues. During Egypt's Middle and New Kingdoms, mummification became increasingly detailed, standardized, and culturally significant. Temple rituals, funerary texts, and elaborate ceremonies surrounded mummification procedures. Specialized priests and embalmers performed rituals carefully, passing down knowledge through generations. Texts like the Book of the Dead provided instructions and spells guiding souls safely to eternity, emphasizing the importance of preserving the physical body. Yet despite meticulous documentation from these later periods, historical texts rarely describe exactly how Egyptians initially discovered or developed embalming methods. Instead, mummification's precise origins remain quietly hidden within Egypt's distant past, obscured behind subtle historical gaps and incomplete archaeological evidence. Modern researchers and Egyptologists continuously investigate these elusive origins, carefully analyzing ancient remains, burial practices, and historical records. Advanced scientific methods like chemical analysis, CT scanning, and DNA testing help researchers incrementally clarify the evolution of mummification. Recent archaeological discoveries, such as carefully preserved remains from the pre-dynastic period and early dynastic tombs, offer new insights, gently illuminating early attempts at preservation. Chemical analysis of residues found within ancient burial contexts indicates Egyptians began experimenting early with plant extracts, resins, oils, and salts, gradually refining their methods. Yet despite these incremental discoveries, the earliest precise beginnings remain subtle, mysterious, and partly concealed, ensuring this historical puzzle remains engagingly unresolved. Interestingly, mummification methods were not uniform or static throughout Egypt's long history. Different regions, Dynasties and social classes practiced variations of embalming methods, reflecting subtle differences in beliefs, resources, or local traditions. Royal mummification rituals, highly elaborate and costly, differed considerably from simpler methods available to common Egyptians. Embalmers and priests adapted techniques subtly based on available materials, religious shifts, and evolving beliefs about the afterlife. Understanding these variations provides historical clarity about mummification's complex development, yet it also emphasizes how subtly and gradually Egyptians refined and adapted their methods over generations. Historical records from Greek and Roman periods provide later observations of Egyptian embalming rituals, documenting sophisticated methods like organ removal, natron drying, and wrapping techniques. Greek historians like Herodotus described embalming practices in detail, fascinated by Egyptians' elaborate rituals. Yet, despite these later historical descriptions, Greek accounts remained separated by centuries from mummification's original inception, leaving earlier origins quietly ambiguous. Careful interpretation of these texts offers insights into later practices, but limited clarity regarding how and why Egyptians initially developed mummification methods. One compelling theory suggests that mummification gradually evolved alongside religious beliefs and practical observations. As Egyptians increasingly valued preserving physical remains, perhaps due to observing natural desert preservation, religious beliefs adapted to emphasize physical resurrection and eternal afterlife. Priests and embalmers likely observed that careful preservation enhanced physical survival in tombs. Over generations, techniques quietly improved, influenced subtly by spiritual significance, practical experimentation, and cultural traditions. Yet, while plausible, definitive historical evidence explicitly confirming such gradual spiritual evolution remains scarce, ensuring mummification's precise beginnings remain gently mysterious. Today, mummification remains a captivating historical puzzle, vividly illustrating ancient Egyptians' remarkable skill, cultural dedication, and spiritual complexity. Each carefully preserved mummy offers tangible evidence of meticulous embalming rituals, symbolizing Egyptians' profound beliefs in eternal life. Yet despite modern scientific advances and archaeological discoveries, the exact moment, reason, or method Egyptians initially discovered mummification remains quietly elusive. Historians patiently explore subtle archaeological clues and incremental scientific evidence, steadily deepening understanding while acknowledging historical complexity. Leaving behind the Egyptian mummification's elusive origins, we find ourselves once more gazing toward the timeless silhouettes of Giza's pyramids, monuments built to safeguard eternity itself. Among these towering structures stands the smallest of the three, the Pyramid of Pharaoh Menkaure, an ancient structure holding within its heart another subtle yet captivating puzzle, the missing body of the pharaoh himself. Menkaure, a ruler whose name is etched in stone and preserved in history, seems to have quietly slipped beyond the reach of both time and discovery. While his pyramid endures, Menkaure's remains have vanished, leaving historians and archaeologists intrigued and uncertain as to where exactly this pharaoh's final resting place might be. Pharaoh Menkaure reigned during Egypt's 4th dynasty, roughly around 2500 BC, a period famed for ambitious pyramid building and monumental constructions. His pyramid at Giza, though smaller than those of his predecessors Khufu and Khafra, is no less remarkable. Built with precision from granite and limestone, Menkaure's pyramid symbolized both power and permanence, intended to protect his remains and preserve his legacy forever. Yet despite careful construction, precise engineering, and elaborate rituals intended to secure his passage into the afterlife, Menkaure's mummy has quietly vanished, leaving behind only stone chambers and empty sarcophagi as silent witnesses to the puzzle. Historical records suggest Menkaure's burial rituals would have been highly elaborate, consistent with royal customs of his time. Ancient Egyptians believed that careful embalming, tomb preparation, and sacred rites ensured eternal survival of both body and soul. Menkaure's burial chamber, deep within his pyramid, would have housed the pharaoh's carefully embalmed body, wrapped meticulously in linen and surrounded by precious grave goods. Yet when archaeologists and explorers first entered his tomb in modern times, expecting perhaps to encounter remnants of these rituals, they found only emptiness. The sarcophagus intended to hold his body was discovered completely vacant, quietly amplifying historical curiosity and subtle mystery. One of the earliest modern accounts of Menkaure's tomb exploration dates to the 1830s, when British archaeologist Colonel Richard William Howard Vyse conducted extensive excavations at Giza. Vyse and his team discovered Menkaure's granite sarcophagus, beautifully crafted and precisely carved, but found it empty. Further complicating this historical puzzle, Vyse attempted to transport the precious sarcophagus back to Britain by ship, but tragically, it sank during the voyage. Today, Menkaure's original sarcophagus rests quietly on the ocean floor, irretrievable, its loss deepening the mystery surrounding the whereabouts of the pharaoh's actual remains. This unfortunate event eliminated crucial archaeological evidence, quietly obscuring further insights into Menkaure's burial circumstances. Despite the absence of physical remains, theories abound about Menkaure's missing body. One common explanation suggests tomb robbers may have removed Menkaure's mummy in antiquity. Ancient Egyptian tombs, especially those of pharaohs, were often targeted by thieves seeking precious artifacts, amulets, and valuables intended for the afterlife. Even with protective measures, false chambers, hidden passages, and sealing rituals, robbers frequently penetrated royal tombs, removing precious contents. Menkaure's pyramid may have suffered a similar fate, his body carefully unwrapped by robbers seeking valuable amulets or jewelry, leaving behind empty stone chambers. However, historical records detailing exactly when or how this may have occurred remain notably scarce, leaving archaeologists reliant on speculation and inference. Another theory posits that Menkaure's remains might have been deliberately moved or reburied by ancient priests attempting to protect royal mummies from desecration or theft. Historical records indicate priests often transferred royal remains during Egypt's later dynasties, especially during periods of instability and widespread tomb robbery. Royal mummies were carefully rewrapped, moved to secure locations, and hidden away in caches for safety. Menkaure's mummy might have quietly joined such hidden caches, potentially relocated to safer tombs or concealed repositories. Yet despite extensive searches and archaeological investigations, no confirmed evidence of Menkaure's presence within known mummy caches or secondary burial sites has emerged, leaving this theory intriguing, yet quietly unresolved. Natural forces also pose another subtle possibility. Some archaeologists speculate that Menkaure's remains may have simply decayed naturally due to environmental factors. Unlike later tombs, the interior chambers of Menkaure's pyramid may not have been perfectly sealed or entirely protected from moisture, humidity, or microorganisms, potentially accelerating natural decomposition. Over centuries, any remnants of Menkaure's mummy could have quietly disintegrated into dust, leaving behind no clearly identifiable evidence of human remains. This subtle theory would explain the absence of remains within the sarcophagus, without requiring tomb robbers or deliberate removal. Yet, precisely why other royal mummies survived intact, while Menkaure's might have naturally deteriorated, remains uncertain, adding further subtlety to this puzzle. In recent decades, archaeologists and Egyptologists have revisited Menkaure's pyramid, carefully examining its chambers, passages, and surrounding sites for subtle clues. Modern methods like ground-penetrating radar, advanced imaging technology, and careful excavation enable researchers to explore beneath and around the pyramid, searching patiently for hidden chambers, passages, or undiscovered burial sites that might reveal Menkaure's remains. While these careful investigations have clarified certain aspects of the pyramid's construction and historical context, definitive evidence of Menkaure's body continues quietly eluding discovery. Each incremental discovery enhances historical understanding, yet the pharaoh's final resting place remains gently mysterious, concealed somewhere within Giza's timeless landscape. Historical inscriptions, temple texts, and ancient writings confirm Menkaure's prominence, royal status, and burial preparations, yet these records offer limited clarity regarding precisely what happened to his physical remains. Ancient Egyptian inscriptions rarely describe tomb robberies or desecration explicitly, instead emphasizing royal power, divine favor, and eternal survival. As a result, historical records remain subtly silent regarding precisely how or when Menkaure's mummy vanished, quietly obscuring modern efforts at reconstruction. Careful interpretation of these records helps archaeologists understand Menkaure's spiritual beliefs and cultural significance, yet provides little clarity regarding his physical remains. Today, Menkaure's empty sarcophagus and the silent chambers of his pyramid remind us that even the most carefully planned burials can fall victim to history's unpredictability. The mystery surrounding his vanished remains is not merely a story of loss, but one of ongoing intrigue. A vivid illustration of how easily historical truth can slip just beyond our grasp. With every new excavation and technological advancement, researchers remain hopeful of someday uncovering concrete evidence about Menkaure's final resting place. But for now, his missing body serves as a poignant testament to the fragility and complexity of historical knowledge, forever challenging historians and archaeologists to keep searching beneath Egypt's timeless sands and hidden pathways. From the enduring secrets of the Great Sphinx, our attention shifts toward another intriguing puzzle from ancient Egypt, known simply as DB 320. Hidden within the cliffs near Deir el-Bahari, close to the Valley of the Kings, DB 320 is a tomb whose very existence is steeped in mystery. Discovered in 1881, this tomb, also called the Royal Cache, contained one of the most remarkable archaeological finds in history: the carefully concealed mummies of many ancient Egyptian kings, queens, and nobles. Yet despite its incredible significance, DB 320 also carries a deeper mystery. Several of the royal mummies known historically to have existed were missing entirely, their absence raising unanswered questions about their ultimate fate. DB 320 was discovered quite by accident when local tomb robbers stumbled upon the hidden cache. Recognizing its value, the Egyptian Antiquities Service swiftly took control of the situation, bringing the extraordinary discovery to the attention of Egyptologists. Within the tomb were the carefully arranged mummies of legendary pharaohs such as Ramses II, Seti I, and Thutmose III, along with prominent queens and high-ranking officials. The existence of this cache solved an ancient historical puzzle, confirming what historians had long suspected: that priests and officials from Egypt's later periods deliberately moved royal remains from their original tombs to protect them from grave robbers and desecration. Yet, even as DB 320 answered certain historical questions, it posed new ones. Careful study of the inscriptions, texts, and historical records from ancient Egypt indicated clearly that more royal remains should have been present than those discovered within DB 320. Prominent pharaohs and queens, whose historical records indicated elaborate burial rites and tomb preparations, were nowhere to be found. Pharaohs such as Amenhotep I and queens like Nefertiti and Ankhesenamun were notably absent. Given that priests took meticulous care in relocating and protecting royal remains, the absence of these important individuals from the cache puzzled historians and archaeologists alike. Where were these missing royals, and why were they not moved alongside the others? Several explanations have been proposed regarding these missing mummies. One theory is that the cache found in DB 320 was not the only secret hiding place used by ancient priests. Historical evidence from texts and temple inscriptions strongly suggests the priests relocated mummies multiple times during periods of instability, repeatedly moving remains between various secret caches. DB 320 might therefore have represented only one such repository, while others may remain undiscovered to this day. Given the region's rugged terrain and complex network of tombs, cliffs, and hidden valleys, it is plausible that other caches, still undiscovered, hold the answers to these missing royal mummies. Another explanation is the possibility that certain mummies were lost or destroyed long before the creation of DB 320. Egyptologists believe that the tumultuous periods in ancient Egyptian history, particularly during the late New Kingdom and subsequent intermediate periods, resulted in widespread tomb robberies and desecrations. Some royal remains could have been severely damaged, lost, or scattered due to ancient tomb robberies, rendering them unsuitable for careful rewrapping and relocation. Historical texts indeed document frequent tomb violations, and priests often lamented the destruction caused by such events. This unfortunate scenario would explain why certain historically significant mummies were absent from DB 320, their remains possibly irrecoverable by the time the priests sought to safeguard them. Further complicating the picture is the possibility that some missing royal mummies were intentionally concealed elsewhere due to religious or political sensitivities. Prominent individuals, particularly those associated with controversial reigns, religious changes, or political turmoil, might have been deliberately hidden or omitted from prominent caches. The mummy of Pharaoh Akhenaten, for example, known for his controversial religious reforms, was notably absent from DB 320. His remains, as well as those of other similarly controversial figures, may have been intentionally concealed or placed separately by priests seeking to quietly preserve their memories without drawing undue attention or risking desecration. Moreover, ancient texts indicate that priests occasionally dismantled and scattered burial goods and even human remains to prevent tomb robbers from recognizing royal identities or locations. In some cases, mummies were stripped of identifying materials, inscriptions were removed, and bodies were quietly reburied in obscure locations. This deliberate anonymization would have made rediscovery by modern archaeologists exceedingly difficult, further obscuring the ultimate fate of certain missing royal figures. Modern archaeological efforts around Deir el-Bahari and the Valley of the Kings continue carefully searching for other hidden caches and burial sites that might clarify the fate of these missing mummies. Ground-penetrating radar, satellite imagery, and advanced excavation techniques have helped archaeologists identify potential tomb entrances and hidden chambers beneath desert sands and within cliffsides. Each discovery offers incremental insights, yet so far, definitive answers regarding the fate of missing royal mummies remain elusive. The rugged landscape, shifting sands, and centuries of human activity further complicate modern efforts, maintaining DB 320's unanswered mysteries. In addition, ongoing studies of the mummies already recovered from DB 320 continue to yield valuable historical insights. Modern forensic techniques, including detailed CT scans, DNA analyses, and chemical testing, allow researchers to learn more about the health, life, and death of ancient Egyptian royalty. These methods occasionally help match fragmented or unidentified remains to historical individuals, offering potential clues regarding identities and fates of missing royals. However, without additional physical remains or historical context, the puzzle remains incomplete, and the fate of some of Egypt's most prominent rulers continues to elude historians. Historians also closely examine ancient Egyptian records, temple inscriptions, and historical texts for subtle clues regarding missing mummies. Inscriptions occasionally reference secretive movements of royal remains, hidden caches, and careful reburials. Priesthood records and temple archives, often cryptic and incomplete, provide glimpses into the complex and secretive efforts undertaken to protect royal mummies. Yet due to the cryptic and fragmented nature of these ancient records, historians often find themselves working with limited clarity and incomplete information. Ultimately, DB 320 stands as an extraordinary historical find that solved many mysteries while creating new ones. The discovery confirmed that ancient Egyptian priests went to extraordinary lengths to protect their kings and queens from desecration, providing critical insights into Egypt's cultural values, religious beliefs, and burial practices. Yet, the unexplained absence of certain key royal figures from DB 320 highlights the complexity and difficulty of archaeological reconstruction. It reminds historians and archaeologists that many of Egypt's greatest historical puzzles remain hidden beneath layers of sand, stone, and silence. Shifting our focus away from the enigmatic absence of royal mummies in DB 320, we journey deeper into another of Egypt's captivating puzzles, the true meaning and purpose behind the Egyptian Book of the Dead. Unlike modern books, the Egyptian Book of the Dead isn't a single unified volume, nor was it intended as mere literature. Rather, it's a collection of ancient spells, hymns, and prayers carefully crafted over many centuries, designed to guide souls safely through the afterlife. Originally titled in ancient Egyptian as the Book of Going Forth by Day, it served as a guidebook, providing the deceased with essential knowledge needed to navigate the trials and tests awaiting them beyond death. Yet despite extensive study, scholars continue to debate the deeper significance and full purpose behind these texts, uncovering more layers of meaning the deeper they look. The Book of the Dead was created during Egypt's New Kingdom period, roughly around 1550 to 1070 BC, although its origins can be traced further back into earlier pyramid texts and coffin texts. As these earlier funerary texts evolved, they transformed into more complex collections of magical spells, instructions, and rituals, carefully written on papyrus scrolls and placed in tombs alongside mummies. Egyptians believed that upon death, a person embarked on a dangerous journey through the underworld toward the Hall of Judgment, where their soul would be weighed and their fate decided. The Book of the Dead contained detailed spells and precise instructions to overcome the dangers encountered during this journey, allowing the deceased to avoid pitfalls, appease fearsome gods, and ultimately reach eternal peace. Yet the Book of the Dead was more than just a practical guide. Its true meaning extended deeply into the spiritual and symbolic beliefs of ancient Egypt. Many of its chapters and spells are poetic invocations designed to evoke protection, rebirth, and immortality. Central to these texts was the belief that death was not an end, but a transformation, a passage into an eternal existence where the deceased could continue living in a perfected, divine form. The spells provided the deceased with the knowledge and power necessary to transcend mortal limitations, emphasizing the profound Egyptian belief in the power of words and knowledge to influence reality, even in death. At the core of the Book of the Dead is the famous weighing of the heart ritual, often depicted in ancient tombs and papyri. According to Egyptian belief, the deceased's heart was weighed against the feather of Ma'at, the goddess of truth and justice. This crucial test determined whether the deceased had lived a life in accordance with divine harmony. If the heart balanced perfectly against the feather, the soul was deemed worthy to enter a blissful afterlife. If not, it faced obliteration by Ammit, a fearsome creature waiting hungrily nearby. Many of the book's spells directly reference this moment of judgment, providing declarations of innocence, appeals for mercy, and affirmations of moral purity. These words were more than mere recitations. They were powerful spiritual statements intended to assert moral innocence, ensuring favorable judgment in the afterlife. However, the Book of the Dead was not uniform. Each version varied considerably based on the status, wealth, and personal preferences of the deceased. Wealthy Egyptians often commissioned personalized papyri, with scribes carefully writing specific spells tailored to their needs. Common citizens might own simplified, shorter versions containing essential spells, reflecting their social standing and economic resources. Priests and scribes who specialized in creating these texts held critical religious and social roles, carefully customizing each papyrus with precision and ritual knowledge. This variability adds complexity to interpreting the Book of the Dead today, as each papyrus represents an individual's personal beliefs, aspirations, and fears about the afterlife. Symbolism within the Book of the Dead is profound and multi-layered. Many of its passages reference the sun god Ra, who symbolized rebirth and daily renewal as he journeyed across the sky and through the underworld. Just as Ra emerged victorious each dawn, Egyptians hoped their souls would similarly emerge reborn in eternal life. The book's spells frequently invoke Ra, Osiris, the god of the afterlife, and other deities whose favor was necessary to ensure safe passage. These gods represented key aspects of existence: death, rebirth, justice, and eternity, and their presence within the book reinforced its spiritual significance. The imagery of the Book of the Dead also included numerous symbolic scenes illustrating critical moments of the afterlife journey. Artistic depictions of the deceased successfully navigating dangerous trials and safely arriving at paradise reinforce the book's purpose as a powerful spiritual tool. These images, often beautifully illustrated on papyrus scrolls and tomb walls, help the deceased visualize their successful passage, offering spiritual reassurance and guidance. In modern times, scholars continue carefully analyzing surviving papyri, tomb inscriptions, and related archaeological discoveries to better understand the book's full significance. Advanced imaging technologies, digital analysis, and detailed linguistic studies have revealed new insights into the nuanced meanings behind individual spells. Yet despite extensive research, some mysteries remain. Subtle differences in wording, arrangement, and symbolism in various versions of the Book of the Dead raise intriguing questions about ancient Egyptian beliefs, social structures, and individual hopes for immortality. One ongoing debate among Egyptologists centers on whether the Book of the Dead should be viewed purely as a spiritual guide for the afterlife, or also as an expression of deeper philosophical, ethical, and psychological concepts. Certain scholars suggest these texts reflect profound philosophical beliefs about the nature of existence, morality, and eternal life, not merely practical guidance for navigating the afterlife. Others view it primarily as a ritualistic tool, focused more practically on ensuring the deceased's safe passage through specific spiritual tests. Likely, the truth combines both interpretations, reflecting a sophisticated blend of spiritual, ethical, and practical knowledge carefully crafted over centuries. The Book of the Dead's careful preservation through millennia attests to its central role in Egyptian culture. Ancient Egyptians placed great importance on preparing for the afterlife, dedicating considerable resources and attention to these sacred texts. Yet its significance extended beyond individual burial practices. The concepts it embodied, justice, morality, renewal, and immortality, influenced Egyptian culture profoundly, shaping their values, religious rituals, and social behaviors. Modern research continues steadily uncovering new aspects of this ancient text, yet certain deeper layers of meaning remain elusive. Each newly discovered papyrus fragment, tomb inscription, or scholarly translation incrementally expands understanding, yet complete clarity may never be fully achievable. Ancient Egyptians crafted these texts with subtlety, symbolism, and spiritual sophistication, leaving certain concepts intentionally obscure or open to interpretation. The Book of the Dead therefore continues, holding both fascination and mystery, reflecting ancient Egypt's sophisticated spiritual beliefs and intricate cultural traditions. Turning now from the complex symbolism within the Egyptian Book of the Dead, we delve into another compelling enigma from ancient Egypt, the mysterious and untimely death of the young pharaoh Tutankhamun. Few Egyptian rulers have captured global imagination as vividly as Tutankhamun, whose golden burial mask symbolizes the allure of Egypt's ancient past. Yet despite his worldwide fame, the precise circumstances of Tutankhamun's death remain unresolved, even after decades of archaeological investigation. Tutankhamun ascended the throne at about 9 years old and ruled Egypt for roughly a decade before suddenly dying at around 18 or 19 years of age. His unexpected demise has long intrigued historians, archaeologists, and the public alike, fueling ongoing speculation and careful scientific investigation. Tutankhamun's brief reign during the turbulent end of Egypt's 18th dynasty followed the controversial rule of his father, Akhenaten. Akhenaten famously introduced sweeping religious reforms, shifting Egypt from polytheistic worship to devotion solely to the sun god Aten. When Tutankhamun became pharaoh, he inherited an Egypt unsettled by religious upheaval and political instability. Early in his reign, the young king and his advisors carefully restored Egypt's traditional polytheistic religion, reopening temples and returning stability to the kingdom. Despite these significant achievements, Tutankhamun's life and rule were unexpectedly cut short, sparking questions about what caused his sudden death. The first comprehensive exploration into Tutankhamun's tomb occurred in 1922, when British archaeologist Howard Carter made one of history's most remarkable archaeological discoveries in the Valley of the Kings. Inside the modest-sized tomb lay an extraordinary collection of royal treasures: golden jewelry, ornate furniture, exquisite sculptures, and the iconic golden mask covering the young king's mummy. Yet, while these treasures offered remarkable insight into ancient Egyptian royalty, they provided little clarity about the exact circumstances of Tutankhamun's premature death. Early theories proposed shortly after Carter's discovery suggested foul play, implicating those close to the young king. Some historians hypothesized murder, suspecting advisors or political rivals may have sought power through the king's sudden demise. Indeed, X-rays and early examinations revealed damage to Tutankhamun's skull, sparking initial beliefs that he may have suffered a fatal blow. However, later advanced imaging and CT scans conducted decades afterward determined that this skull damage likely occurred after death, possibly during the embalming process or during Carter's initial examination. Thus, the murder theory gradually lost credibility, leaving room for alternative explanations. Another theory that gained attention proposed that Tutankhamun may have died due to an accident. Modern analyses of the mummy's remains indicated significant damage to his leg, suggesting a severe injury possibly caused by a chariot accident or a serious fall. Recent CT scans showed fractures consistent with a traumatic injury occurring shortly before his death, supporting the idea that a sudden accident led to severe complications. Such an injury, combined with possible infection or medical complications, might have swiftly caused his death. This explanation aligns plausibly with known historical accounts describing Tutankhamun's fondness for hunting and chariot racing, common pastimes of Egyptian royalty, but not without their inherent dangers. In addition to traumatic injury, disease and infection remain plausible contributors to Tutankhamun's premature death. Advanced DNA analyses and forensic examinations conducted by modern researchers revealed that the young king suffered from multiple health conditions, including malaria and genetic bone disorders, likely due to close familial marriages common among Egyptian royalty. Malaria, in particular, has been strongly implicated as a significant factor. Scientific studies found evidence of malarial parasites within Tutankhamun's tissues, indicating that the disease could have rapidly weakened his already fragile health. Given his underlying genetic conditions, a severe malaria infection might have quickly proved fatal, even without other complicating factors. The close genetic relationships among Egyptian royalty further complicated Tutankhamun's health and mortality. Genetic analysis showed Tutankhamun to be the offspring of siblings, resulting in multiple congenital health issues. CT scans revealed evidence of Kolar disease, a bone disorder affecting the foot, making mobility difficult and painful. This disorder would have significantly impacted Tutankhamun's ability to move, ride chariots, or participate in strenuous activities. Consequently, the combination of genetic frailty, chronic disease, and acute infections such as malaria likely left Tutankhamun highly vulnerable, making even minor injuries or illnesses potentially life-threatening. Yet, while medical explanations are compelling, they still leave unanswered questions about the precise sequence of events leading to his death. Historians also consider political and social context, noting that Tutankhamun's sudden death caused considerable upheaval and instability. The young pharaoh had no surviving heirs, leading advisors and courtiers to hurriedly choose successors amid confusion. Some scholars argue that political motives or deliberate poisoning cannot be entirely dismissed, though no conclusive evidence has ever emerged supporting such intentional harm. Modern Egyptologists continue conducting sophisticated forensic research, using advanced imaging, chemical analyses, and genetic testing to better understand Tutankhamun's health and death. Recently, CT scans and virtual autopsies provided detailed views of internal organs, bones, and tissues, yielding invaluable insights. Yet despite technological advancements, these studies highlight the complexity of Tutankhamun's health conditions, without pinpointing a definitive cause of death. Each new scientific discovery offers incremental knowledge, but leaves critical aspects of this historical puzzle unresolved. In parallel, Historical records and ancient inscriptions provide intriguing but limited clues. Egyptian texts rarely mention the exact causes of royal deaths, especially if politically sensitive or unexpected. Often, royal deaths were recorded simply as transitions from earthly life to divine existence. Thus, while inscriptions occasionally reference diseases, accidents, or events coinciding with royal deaths, they rarely explicitly clarify circumstances. This ancient cultural approach leaves modern researchers piecing together subtle textual clues, archaeological evidence, and scientific findings without a definitive historical account. One fascinating aspect of Tutankhamun's story is the famous curse supposedly associated with his tomb. Following Howard Carter's discovery, sensationalist stories emerged, claiming that a curse protected the tomb, leading to the deaths of several individuals associated with the excavation. While scientific evidence has thoroughly debunked the existence of any supernatural curse, these sensational stories significantly shaped public perceptions of Tutankhamun and ancient Egypt. Today, Egyptologists emphasize that no factual basis exists for any curse, focusing instead on rigorous scientific research into Tutankhamun's actual medical conditions and archaeological evidence. Despite decades of investigation, Tutankhamun's death remains an enduring archaeological and historical mystery. Current consensus among scholars points toward a complex combination of chronic genetic disorders, acute illness such as malaria, and possibly a traumatic injury. Still, no single explanation completely clarifies the precise cause of Tutankhamun's sudden demise. Modern researchers acknowledge that a definitive explanation might remain elusive due to limitations inherent in ancient remains and fragmentary historical records. As research continues, each new scientific study, technological advancement, or archaeological discovery contributes incremental clarity, even if complete certainty remains out of reach. Tutankhamun's early death illustrates the inherent complexity of historical investigation, highlighting how modern techniques, careful interpretation, and interdisciplinary research slowly reconstruct historical events. Yet the deeper story behind Tutankhamun's demise continues inviting careful inquiry, ongoing research, and historical imagination. With questions surrounding Tutankhamun's premature death remaining mysterious, our exploration shifts toward another remarkable and enduring puzzle: the precise astronomical alignments of Egypt's monumental pyramids. From the earliest stages of ancient Egyptian civilization, the sky held deep spiritual significance. Pharaohs, priests, and architects observed celestial patterns carefully, interpreting the movements of stars and constellations as divine signs. This reverence for astronomy profoundly shaped their monumental architecture, most famously the pyramids at Giza. Even today, the exact purpose behind these precise astronomical alignments remains mysterious, capturing the imagination of historians, archaeologists, and astronomers alike. The Great Pyramid of Khufu, one of the most famous structures ever built, stands as a testament to the sophisticated astronomical knowledge possessed by ancient Egyptians. Constructed around 2560 BC, its sides are aligned with extraordinary precision to the four cardinal directions: north, south, east, and west. Modern surveys confirm the pyramid is aligned within fractions of a degree to true north, an impressive achievement even by contemporary standards. How ancient Egyptians managed such exact alignment without advanced technology or modern instruments remains a fascinating mystery. Some researchers propose Egyptians utilized meticulous observations of the circumpolar stars, especially the star Thuban, located in the constellation Draco, which served as the North Star during Egypt's Old Kingdom period. By carefully observing Thuban's nightly rotations around the celestial pole, Egyptian architects likely established precise directional reference points for pyramid construction. Beyond simple cardinal alignment, deeper astronomical symbolism also appears embedded within the pyramid's design. Some Egyptologists theorize that the three major Giza pyramids, Khufu's Great Pyramid, Khafra's Pyramid, and Menkaure's Pyramid, reflect specific star patterns, notably Orion's Belt. This popular theory, known as the Orion correlation theory, was proposed by researchers Robert Bauval and Adrian Gilbert in the late 20th century. They observed that the arrangement of these three pyramids closely mirrors the distinctive alignment of the three bright stars in Orion's belt. According to Bauval, the ancient Egyptians deliberately recreated Orion's pattern on Earth, symbolically linking their monuments to the heavens as a reflection of their belief in divine cosmic order and eternal life. Though widely popularized, the Orion theory remains subject to debate among scholars. Critics argue that alignment could be coincidental, pointing to differences in scale and slight positional inaccuracies. However, supporters highlight the Egyptians' deep reverence for Orion, a constellation prominently associated with Osiris, the god of the afterlife and rebirth. Considering Osiris's central role in Egyptian religious beliefs, the intentional mirroring of Orion's belt on Earth seems plausible as an expression of profound spiritual symbolism. Whether or not definitive evidence emerges, the Orion theory remains compelling, illustrating Egyptians' remarkable ability to integrate cosmic symbolism into monumental architecture. Further astronomical alignments are evident in other Egyptian structures as well. For instance, at Abu Simbel, the impressive temple constructed by Ramses II showcases precise solar alignments. Twice annually, on specific dates, commonly believed to be the pharaoh's birthday and coronation day, sunlight penetrates deeply into the temple's inner sanctuary, illuminating statues of Ramses and other gods, leaving only the god of darkness, Ta, in shadow. Such precise solar alignments highlight ancient Egyptian skill in integrating astronomical events into architecture, creating powerful symbolic experiences. Similar alignment occurs at the Temple of Karnak and various other monuments, suggesting Egyptians consistently designed their structures with intentional celestial relationships in mind. An additional significant celestial alignment is found with the star Sirius, associated by ancient Egyptians with the goddess Isis and closely linked to the annual flooding of the Nile. Egyptians carefully tracked the heliacal rising of Sirius, the star's first visible appearance on the eastern horizon just before dawn, as a reliable indicator of the Nile's flooding season. This crucial astronomical event symbolized renewal, fertility, and rebirth, influencing Egypt's agricultural calendar and religious ceremonies. Many temples and monuments align with Sirius's rising, emphasizing the star's spiritual and practical significance within ancient Egyptian life. Scholars also examine possible astronomical functions for specific internal pyramid structures. The so-called air shafts within the Great Pyramid, small narrow passageways previously assumed to provide ventilation, have been proposed as intentional alignment channels directed towards certain stars. Some Egyptologists suggest these shafts align precisely with stars significant in ancient Egyptian cosmology, including Orion, Sirius, and Alpha Draconis, Thuban. This hypothesis remains debated, yet it underscores Egyptians' careful observation of stars and the deep integration of astronomical symbolism into their funerary architecture. Recent research employs advanced technology such as computer modeling, precise surveying tools, and astronomical simulations to explore pyramid alignments further. Modern computer programs accurately recreate ancient skies, allowing researchers to test theories regarding specific stellar alignments and orientations. These studies confirm that Egyptians possessed considerable astronomical knowledge, carefully designing structures to correspond with celestial events. Each new discovery incrementally reveals the remarkable sophistication underlying Egypt's architectural and astronomical practices, though significant questions remain unanswered. While some scholars interpret pyramid alignments primarily as symbolic expressions of religious beliefs and cultural traditions, others argue Egyptians integrated astronomy practically, using celestial navigation, agricultural calendars, and astrological predictions into daily life. Likely, pyramid alignments served multiple purposes simultaneously: practical, spiritual, and symbolic, reflecting complex layers of Egyptian culture. Ancient texts occasionally reference astronomy, yet provide limited explicit explanations regarding its precise architectural application, leaving room for ongoing scholarly debate and interpretation. The meticulous astronomical alignments observed in Egyptian pyramids highlight Egyptians' extraordinary precision, patience, and observational skill. These alignments suggest architects and priests worked closely together, sharing knowledge and coordinating construction precisely according to celestial phenomena. Ancient Egyptians likely recognized these structures as eternal links between Earth and the cosmos, serving practical functions while symbolically connecting mortal existence to the divine and infinite. The profound care evident in these alignments reflects a civilization deeply attuned to cosmic order, cycles of time, and the interplay between life, death, and rebirth. Ultimately, the astronomical alignments within Egyptian pyramids continue inviting ongoing exploration and scholarly inquiry. While advanced research incrementally reveals insights, the exact motivations, methods, and meanings behind these alignments remain mysterious. Ancient Egyptians carefully embedded astronomical symbolism into monumental architecture, leaving subtle clues preserved within massive stones, silent chambers, and precise angles. Each newly discovered alignment adds another piece to the historical puzzle, yet the complete picture continues eluding researchers. The astronomical alignments of Egypt's pyramids remind modern observers that ancient Egyptians perceived the world differently, carefully attuned to celestial rhythms, seasonal cycles, and symbolic meanings embedded within star patterns. Their monumental structures reflected this cosmic worldview, integrating practical observations with spiritual symbolism to create enduring monuments celebrating both life's ephemeral nature and eternal cosmic order. As archaeological exploration continues, historians steadily enhance understanding, recognizing that each incremental discovery brings researchers closer to comprehending ancient Egypt's sophisticated astronomical legacy. Transitioning from the celestial mysteries of Egypt's pyramids, our journey now leads us toward another compelling historical puzzle hidden within Egypt's ancient sands, the lost tomb of Alexander the Great. Alexander, the legendary conqueror whose empire once spanned continents, met his untimely death in 323 BC at just 32 years of age. His death sparked not only immediate political turmoil, but also initiated a centuries-long search and fascination with his final resting place. Ancient historical texts indicate clearly that Alexander's body was carefully preserved and eventually entombed in the Egyptian city of Alexandria, a city he himself had founded. Yet today, despite extensive archaeological exploration, the precise location of his tomb remains undiscovered, quietly tantalizing scholars and historians with unanswered questions. Following Alexander's death in Babylon, historical records recount that his body was embalmed according to Egyptian custom, likely in recognition of his profound connection to Egypt as both conqueror and liberator. His generals, aware of the symbolic and political power of possessing Alexander's remains, vied for control over the body. Historical accounts describe a lavish funeral procession transporting Alexander's elaborate golden sarcophagus from Babylon toward Macedon, only to be intercepted by one of his generals, Ptolemy I Soter, who carefully redirected the body to Egypt. Ptolemy intended to legitimize his rule over Egypt by associating himself closely with Alexander's legacy, and thus Alexander was laid to rest in Alexandria, the vibrant new city that bore his name. Ancient texts describe Alexander's tomb as a magnificent structure, a focal point of reverence visited frequently by pilgrims, statesmen, and travelers. Historical visitors included notable figures such as Julius Caesar and the Roman Emperor Augustus, who paid homage to Alexander's memory and authority. These accounts suggest clearly that Alexander's tomb was once prominently located within Alexandria, carefully maintained and revered throughout antiquity. Yet over time, historical references become gradually scarcer, and by the late Roman period, mentions of his tomb diminished sharply, eventually disappearing from historical records altogether. Precisely what happened to Alexander's tomb and body during these later centuries remains a compelling mystery. Numerous theories propose explanations for Alexander's tomb's disappearance. One popular theory suggests that the tomb was damaged or destroyed by natural disasters, particularly earthquakes and tidal waves, which were historically common in the Alexandria region. Such events might have damaged or submerged parts of ancient Alexandria, possibly destroying or burying Alexander's tomb beneath the shifting sands or coastal waters. Historical records confirm that Alexandria suffered severe earthquakes and coastal flooding during late antiquity, lending credibility to the idea that natural forces significantly altered the city's landscape, potentially obscuring Alexander's final resting place. Another possibility is that Alexander's remains were deliberately moved, hidden, or relocated by later rulers seeking to protect them from looting, vandalism, or political rivals. Historical accounts occasionally reference efforts to move or conceal royal remains during periods of instability, warfare, or invasion. Alexander's body, viewed as a powerful symbolic relic, would have been highly vulnerable during such tumultuous times. Some historians speculate that authorities quietly relocated Alexander's remains to safer, undisclosed locations, possibly burying them deeper within the city or even transporting them elsewhere. If so, this would explain why no definitive archaeological evidence of the original tomb has been found, as Alexander's remains might no longer be where ancient sources once described them. A third explanation proposes that Alexander's tomb became a victim of deliberate destruction, either through political action or religious conflict. Alexandria's tumultuous history included numerous periods of religious tension, political rivalry, and cultural upheaval. Some historical accounts indicate that certain pagan monuments and tombs were destroyed during the rise of Christianity or later Islamic conquests. Alexander's tomb, as a prominent symbol of pagan imperial power, might have attracted particular hostility or intentional destruction by religious authorities or political factions seeking to erase or repurpose Alexandria's pagan legacy. Yet definitive historical evidence confirming intentional destruction remains limited, leaving historians reliant on inference and speculation. In modern times, numerous archaeological expeditions have searched diligently for Alexander's tomb beneath Alexandria's bustling urban landscape. Advanced technologies such as ground-penetrating radar, satellite imagery, and underwater archaeology have revealed intriguing ancient structures, submerged ruins, and hidden chambers beneath modern Alexandria's streets and waters. Each discovery offers incremental clues and hope, yet none have conclusively identified Alexander's tomb. The city's dense modern infrastructure, ongoing construction, and changing coastal conditions further complicate archaeological investigation, making definitive identification difficult. Each excavation must carefully balance exploration with preserving the city's historical and modern structures. Some historians have proposed alternative locations outside Alexandria as possible resting places for Alexander's remains. Certain ancient texts hint at potential relocation to remote or obscure sites within Egypt, possibly for protection or secrecy. Historical records occasionally reference smaller temples, remote sanctuaries, or secluded burial sites where Alexander's body might have been hidden or moved. While intriguing, these alternative theories lack strong archaeological support, though they add complexity to the ongoing search for Alexander's tomb. Each hypothesis invites careful consideration and ongoing archaeological investigation. Additionally, Alexander's symbolic legacy as a revered figure profoundly influenced later historical perceptions and practices surrounding his tomb. For centuries, rulers sought to associate themselves with Alexander's legacy, viewing possession of his remains as conferring legitimacy, authority, and divine favor. Historical accounts indicate Roman emperors, Byzantine rulers, and even Islamic conquerors recognized Alexander's significance, carefully respecting or seeking out his tomb to bolster their political and cultural authority. The lasting symbolic significance of Alexander's body likely contributed to historical secrecy, relocation, or concealment efforts, further complicating modern archaeological discovery. Today, the search for Alexander's lost tomb continues, As archaeologists, historians, and Egyptologists explore new areas beneath modern Alexandria, beneath coastal waters, and within remote desert sites, each excavation carefully balances scholarly inquiry with respect for Alexandria's historical heritage and modern urban fabric. Recent technological advances provide incremental hope for clarity, enabling researchers to explore deeper underground, beneath coastal waters, and within complex ancient urban layers. Modern techniques, satellite surveys, underwater exploration, chemical analysis, and detailed historical research offer powerful tools to incrementally reconstruct Alexandria's ancient landscape and identify potential tomb locations. Yet even with modern tools, Alexander's tomb remains tantalizingly elusive. The quiet absence of definitive evidence continues inviting historical inquiry, scholarly imagination, and ongoing archaeological exploration. Alexander's missing tomb symbolizes both historical complexity and cultural fascination. It represents a profound mystery embedded within Egypt's historical landscape, awaiting patient investigation and incremental discovery. The ongoing search highlights Alexandria's remarkable complexity, a city built, rebuilt, damaged, and transformed continuously over millennia. Beneath modern Alexandria's bustling streets lie ancient tombs, temples, palaces, and monuments waiting patiently beneath shifting sands and coastal waters. Each archaeological discovery incrementally clarifies historical understanding, though complete certainty remains elusive. Alexander's tomb thus embodies historical complexity itself, quietly concealed, historically fragmented, and incrementally explored. Until definitive evidence emerges, Alexander's tomb remains one of archaeology's most compelling enigmas. Each excavation, scientific discovery, or historical analysis gradually enhances understanding while subtly deepening appreciation for historical uncertainty. Alexander's legacy, his vast empire, youthful ambition, and legendary charisma, continues inspiring fascination, exploration, and historical imagination, quietly reflected in ongoing searches for his missing remains. Stepping away from the elusive tomb of Alexander the Great beneath Alexandria's hidden streets, our exploration now guides us toward another intriguing ancient puzzle, one carefully carved into the walls of a sacred Egyptian temple. Deep within the Temple of Seti at Abydos, nestled along the Nile's western bank, stands an extraordinary monument known as the Abydos King List. Carved meticulously into smooth limestone walls, this enigmatic record offers a carefully preserved sequence of 76 ancient Egyptian kings. Yet despite its clarity and craftsmanship, the Abydos King List holds hidden layers of meaning that continue to elude Egyptologists and historians, quietly preserving a mysterious purpose that remains only partially understood. The Abydos King List was commissioned by Pharaoh Seti during the 19th dynasty, around 1290 to 1279 BC, as part of his ambitious temple construction project. The carefully carved inscriptions provide the names and titles of Egyptian rulers spanning centuries, from Menes, the legendary first king who unified Upper and Lower Egypt, down to Seti himself. What makes the Abydos list particularly intriguing is not merely its record of royal succession, but rather the deliberate exclusions and omissions of certain notable kings. Historical figures known today, such as Queen Hatshepsut and Pharaoh Akhenaten, are noticeably absent from the Abydos list. These deliberate exclusions suggest deeper political, religious, or cultural motivations, highlighting the complexity behind the monument's creation and raising fascinating questions about its intended meaning. One widely accepted interpretation of the Abydos King List proposes it served primarily as a symbolic affirmation of Seti's legitimacy and continuity of royal authority. By carefully selecting and commemorating certain ancestors, Seti sought to present himself as the legitimate heir to Egypt's ancient throne, directly linked to the revered kings who preceded him. Including these particular rulers while deliberately excluding others, especially those deemed controversial, illegitimate, or disruptive, was a powerful political statement. Hatshepsut, for example, a female ruler whose reign challenged traditional royal succession, was intentionally omitted, as was Akhenaten, whose radical religious reforms disrupted Egypt's traditional religious order. Through these selective omissions, Seti reinforced an idealized vision of Egypt's royal history, asserting stability, legitimacy, and divine continuity. Yet scholars have also proposed deeper, symbolic purposes behind the Abydos list beyond simple political affirmation. Some Egyptologists suggest the carefully chosen sequence of kings represented a ritualized version of Egyptian history, intended as an offering or communication with the gods. Ancient Egyptians believed strongly in divine order, with pharaohs embodying the gods' authority on earth. By publicly enshrining certain rulers in the sacred temple of Abydos, a site intimately associated with Osiris, the god of the afterlife, Seti likely intended to align his reign spiritually and symbolically with the eternal cycles of rebirth and continuity. Thus, the Abydos king list might have served as a powerful spiritual declaration, reinforcing Egypt's sacred connection to the gods through carefully curated ancestral kings. Further intriguing Egyptologists is the potential connection between the Abydos king list and the cult of Osiris, the god worshipped prominently at Abydos. Abydos was revered as the legendary burial place of Osiris himself, becoming a major pilgrimage center for ancient Egyptians seeking eternal rebirth and divine favor. Some researchers suggest the Abydos king list functioned as an essential component of rituals performed at the temple, linking living pharaohs symbolically with Osiris and the afterlife. By commemorating ancestors within this sacred context, the list reinforced Seti's divine legitimacy, providing symbolic protection and continuity. This interpretation aligns with broader Egyptian beliefs, emphasizing ancestral worship, rebirth, and the eternal nature of royal authority. Additionally, the Abydos list's deliberate structure has attracted scholarly attention. Its careful linear arrangement of names might encode deeper symbolic meanings or subtle numerological patterns. Egyptians placed significant importance on numbers and patterns, associating certain numerical sequences with divine or symbolic significance. The exact arrangement and order of kings within the Abydos list might therefore encode hidden symbolic messages understood clearly by ancient priests and scholars but now partially lost to modern interpretation. While intriguing, definitive evidence supporting these deeper numerical or symbolic theories remains limited, quietly encouraging ongoing investigation and analysis. Modern archaeological and historical research continues carefully exploring the Abydos king list's deeper purposes. Recent analyses employ digital technology, advanced imaging, and detailed linguistic studies to examine subtle features of the monument, precise carvings, subtle hieroglyphic details, and spatial arrangements. These technological approaches offer incremental clarity, revealing layers of craftsmanship and potential symbolic complexity previously unnoticed. Yet definitive interpretations remain elusive, highlighting ancient Egyptians' sophisticated ability to embed subtle meanings within monumental architecture. Historical texts and temple inscriptions from Abydos occasionally reference the king list, yet provide limited explicit explanations regarding its precise purposes. Ancient Egyptians generally conveyed religious symbolism and spiritual meanings subtly, preferring nuanced and symbolic communication over direct historical explanation. Thus, historians find themselves piecing together subtle clues, fragmented evidence, and incomplete inscriptions to reconstruct the Abydos list's full significance. Each newly discovered historical text, archaeological excavation, or scholarly analysis incrementally enhances understanding while subtly deepening appreciation for historical complexity. Scholars also recognize that the Abydos king list was not an isolated monument, but part of broader Egyptian traditions, preserving royal and ancestral lineages. Other ancient Egyptian temples and monuments similarly contained carefully curated lists of kings, selectively commemorating or omitting certain rulers based on political, religious, or cultural priorities. The Abydos list likely represented part of these broader traditions, a carefully constructed historical narrative reinforcing Egypt's sense of continuity, legitimacy, and divine order. Comparative studies with other king lists, incrementally clarify the cultural and historical context behind Abydos's careful selections and omissions. Interestingly, the Abydos king list itself gradually influenced later historical perceptions of Egyptian royalty, subtly shaping ancient Egyptians' understanding of their own past. Subsequent rulers referenced or imitated the Abydos list, carefully adapting its symbolic structure and selective commemorations into their own monuments and historical narratives. In this way, the Abydos list helped establish certain accepted traditions regarding legitimate kingship, historical continuity, and divine favor. Traditions that subtly influenced later Egyptian historical records, temple rituals, and cultural memories. Yet, despite generations of careful study, the Abydos king list continues to guard some of its secrets, subtly challenging historians to look beyond mere inscriptions to the intentions behind them. Rather than simply recording history, it deliberately shaped it, influencing how future generations would perceive Egypt's royal legacy. With every new deciphered text, technological breakthrough, or archaeological discovery, we inch closer to fully understanding Seti I's precise motivations. Until then, this ancient record remains a powerful testament, not just to Egypt's extraordinary civilization, but to how history itself can be thoughtfully curated and preserved, quietly influencing our interpretation for millennia. And with that, we've come to the end of our journey through some of ancient Egypt's most intriguing unsolved mysteries. From hidden tombs and mysterious disappearances to ancient texts and unexplained archaeological discoveries, Egypt's past continues to captivate historians and explorers around the world. If you enjoyed this exploration into history, be sure to hit the like button. It really helps the channel. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you won't miss our next deep dive into the past. We'd love to hear your thoughts too. Let us know in the comments which mystery fascinated you the most, or suggest another historical topic you'd like us to cover in future videos. And until next time, stay curious and stay safe.